Global Reincarnation, Becoming a God with My Unlimited Revive. Chapter 351 Rope him in. Didn't expect the parasitic demon to be so weak? F***ing. When Commander Zhou and the other captains heard this, their veins bulged out. They really wanted to kick Li Xian away. They had fought around the parasitic demons for a long time, but in the end, they could not even deal with one parasite demon. At the moment, Li Xian actually said that the parasitic demon was weak. Did this mean that they were even weaker? The people who were feeling aggrieved wanted to fly into a rage, but when they thought about how embarrassing they were just now, they could only keep their faces dark and not say anything. Cough, cough. Lilia noticed that the atmosphere was a little off, so she immediately coughed twice. Then, she curiously looked at the evil spirits and asked softly again. Li Xian, do your evil spirits have the effect of restraining the parasitic demons? Yes, they are all spirit-like creatures, restraining each other. However, I have more evil spirits, so I can easily deal with the parasitic demons. Li Xian nodded. He was not lying on this point. However, he had obtained a lot of skills in the summoned beasts world, including the ability to strengthen evil spirits. At the moment, he could quickly deal with the parasitic demon because of the effects of these skills. Li Xian was quite satisfied with this. So it's really restrained. No wonder then. Uncle and the others are spiritual warriors. They are at a disadvantage when fighting against spiritual bodies. Moreover, the parasitic demon's strength is not low. That kind of cry is really strange. Lilia said softly. She was worried that her uncle would lose face. She tried her best to use these words to appease her uncle's emotions. Yes, that's the reason. These parasitic demons do indeed have a great restraint on humans. Li Xian nodded and said. Li Xian actually did not feel much when the parasitic demons screamed. However, when he saw Commander Zhou and the others being suppressed for a while, Li Xian thought about it and gave them some face. Huff. When Commander Zhou and the others heard these words, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. They were no longer as aggrieved as before. They had fought here for many years and had killed a large number of silver rank enemies. They had made outstanding contributions. In the end, it was all good. A group of people could not deal with a parasitic demon. Instead, they were easily dealt with by Li Xian. This made them feel extremely humiliated. They were so depressed that they almost wanted to slap themselves. When they had Li Xian and Lilia's consolation, Commander Zhou and the others were finally better. Sigh. Our strength is still lacking. Last time, we killed a parasitic demon. Although we used some strength, it wasn't as difficult to deal with as now. In the end, the parasitic demon this time was actually so strong. It easily suppressed us. If it wasn't for your evil spirit, the parasitic demon would probably have escaped. Commander Zhou was still quite reasonable. He knew that his strength was lacking, so he simply admitted it. Such words made Li Xian think highly of him. He nodded and said honestly, your strength is indeed a bit weak. Commander Zhou did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he still nodded helplessly. The other captains all drooped their heads. They felt very depressed and embarrassed. They had no choice. They were really helpless when facing such an enemy. If it was those demonized creatures in the Abyss Passage, they would definitely kill them until their blood boiled. However, they could not find this kind of parasitic demon. If they found it, they would not be able to kill it. Fortunately, they had Li Xian. They let out a sigh of relief and praised, your evil spirits are still amazing. Oh right, were they your summoned beasts? Was that dark circle just a summoning passage? Yes, I have a skill to summon dark creatures. Alright, continue. There is another parasitic demon inside. As Li Xian spoke, he once again controlled the evil spirits and walked toward the military quarters. After these 5 evil spirits swallowed 2 parasitic demons, their bodies actually grew a little bigger. The moment they entered the military quarters, they excitedly looked toward the second floor. However, they did not dare to act immediately. Instead, they collectively turned their heads to look at Li Xian, waiting for Li Xian's orders. Go! Li Xian waved his hands. Skreek! The evil spirits began to howl again, excitedly floating to the second floor. Very quickly, a parasitic demon was brought out from the second floor. Like a dead dog, it was pulled out and directly devoured in the air. The aura of this parasitic demon was also not weak. That howl caused the few great captains to be stunned. Even Commander Zhou was affected. In the end, such a powerful parasitic demon was once again devoured by the evil spirits in the blink of an eye. In the end, not even a bit remained. Li Xian, your summoned creature is really strong. Join the military. As long as you are willing, I will give you the position of the great captain. Commander Zhou was pleasantly surprised when he saw this scene. He immediately began to invite Li Xian. For a character like Li Xian who was good at souls, it would definitely be a hot cake to recruit him into the military. He could immediately make up for the military's shortcomings in this aspect. Therefore, Commander Zhou began to rope him in without hesitation. I'm sorry, I only came here to help out. I still have to return to the 7 Stars sect later, Li Xian said calmly. Help out? Commander Zhou paused slightly when he heard this. His expression changed when he thought of something. You are a personal disciple of the 7 Stars sect. Doesn't it look like it? Li Xian asked back. Yes. You have such a temperament at such a young age. In addition, the ability that you casually revealed is already so extraordinary. I think your array formation is also quite extraordinary. Commander Zhou praised. He originally wanted to recruit Li Xian, but it seemed that he did not have the qualifications. Unless it was the general of the stronghold or the grand marshal, only then would he be able to recruit Li Xian into the army. Thinking of this, Commander Zhou no longer tried to recruit Li Xian. Instead, he decided to build a good relationship with Li Xian. Li Xian, you should accept the mission to repair the array formation, right? When that time comes, entering the Devil Abyss passage will be very dangerous. Why don't I send someone to protect you? It will be safer that way. Don't worry. We are not good at fighting parasitic demons, but killing the monsters in the Devil Abyss is still easy for us, Commander Zhou said confidently. There's no need. I plan to go to the military library to look for some information after completing this mission. I won't enter the Devil Abyss passage in the near future. Li Xian shook his head and refused. His target was the elemental origin. Everything else was not important. If that's the case, then tell me when you want to go. I'll definitely send people to protect you. Commander Zhou patted his heart and said. All right, let's go and deal with the parasitic demons first. There are still many in the city. Okay. Everyone set off again and headed straight out of the military region. They began to sweep the city, looking for the figure of the parasitic demons. With the existence of evil spirits such as evil, so it was not easy to find the parasitic demons. They could easily find the parasitic demons in the city. The speed of the search was too fast, so it only took half a day to find all the parasitic demons and devour them. Such a speed made the people in the military a little stunned. They did not even have much effect from the beginning until the end. They watched the evil spirits slaughter in all directions. When the mission was over, they did not even know how to describe their feelings. Commander Zhou put in even more effort and asked again. Li Xian, are you really not willing to come to the military? As long as you are willing, I will give you the position of vice commander. No, I prefer to be free and unrestrained. The military is not suitable for me. Li Xian shook his head and decisively rejected. What a pity, such an outstanding talent. Commander Zhou felt that it was too much of a pity. Such a good talent, other than that heavens chosen from the Heavenly Sword sect, no one could surpass Li Xian. If he were to pull Li Xian into the military, it would definitely play a crucial role. Unfortunately, he did not succeed in the end. Commander Zhou could only watch as Li Xian left, helplessly shaking his head. Why don't I report this matter to the general? Maybe the general can pull Li Xian over, Commander Zhou muttered to himself. He felt that this was a very good method. The general's strength was powerful. He had already reached half-step gold rank. He liked geniuses the most and treated his subordinates very well. Commander Zhou felt that if the general stepped out, he might be able to pull Li Xian over. Chapter 352 Elemental origin was equal to a shiny fudge. Thinking of this, Commander Zhou wanted nothing more than to immediately go to the general and report this matter. However, before he went, he still had to give Li Xian battle merits. The mission reward was 10,000 battle merits. Commander Zhou said that it would be doubled, so it was 20,000 battle merits. This amount of battle merits was actually a lot. Others would need at least a year to do it. Li Xian had completed it in one day, so it could be considered quite impressive. Therefore, when they entered the mission hall and distributed the battle merits to Li Xian, the other young ladies at the counter suspected that they had given it to the wrong person. After Li Xian left, the few young ladies at the counter hurriedly ran to Lilia's side and asked in disbelief. Is it really 20,000 battle merits? It only took 1 day to complete it. Yes, it's absolutely true. This is the parasitic demon mission. After being there for so long, and even the big groups failed the mission, I didn't expect the parasitic demons to fall at the hands of a child. Lilia explained seriously, her gaze staring straight at Li Xian's departing back. This is too amazing. This Li Xian is even stronger than those people from the battle group. How did he do it? A few girls at the counter were chattering and asking Lilia in surprise. At the same time, they looked at Li Xian who had left. These girls really wanted to go up and ask him how he did it. Unfortunately, they did not have the chance to ask Li Xian because Li Xian had walked out of the mission hall. At this moment, he was holding a library certificate in his hand and walking toward the military library. He had spent 10,000 battle merits to exchange for this certificate. An ordinary person would not have the courage to spend 10,000 battle merits to exchange for it. This also caused Li Xian to discover that there were only a few people in 2s and 3s at the entrance of the library. The number of people was pitifully small. You can only read for 6 hours a day. You are not allowed to take any books from the library. The one-armed old man who was guarding the door glanced at Li Xian and said coldly. Okay. Li Xian threw the certificate to the old man and strode into the library. At first glance, he saw a large number of all kinds of books. It could be said that all he could see were books. There were so many books that it was like a sea of books. Li Xian glanced at the densely packed books and then glanced at the array at the door. When he entered the library, the light of the array formation floated around him as if it was a method to detect monsters. Li Xian had never seen this array formation before, but the array formation was quite ancient. Unfortunately, the array formation was slightly damaged. If it could be repaired, the power of the array formation could be completely restored. An ancient incomplete array formation? Interesting. Li Xian's curiosity rose in his heart. He really wanted to study this ancient array formation. After all, with his knowledge of array formations, he was already at an extremely high level. Li Xian was even confident that the array could be comparable to the Seven Stars sect, the level of an old Grand Elder. At the moment, studying this ancient array formation, Li Xian really felt that it was not a difficult thing. It was just that it would take some time. I'll read the books first. Finding the information about the elemental origin is more important. After that, I'll understand the abyss. Li Xian muttered to himself. His god's perspective swept across the huge library. Using his transcendent level god's perspective, he directly probed into the contents of all the books. With the power of his god's perspective and Li Xian's super memory skill, a sea of knowledge and information instantly flashed through Li Xian's mind. Soon, he found a few books on the elemental origin. Found it. Li Xian picked up an ancient book in surprise. It was more like a notebook than a book. This notebook was very small, about the size of a mouse. The book was already dark and yellow. If it wasn't for the protective array carved on the bookshelf, the book would have been finished long ago. Li Xian quickly opened the notebook and slowly flipped through the first page. Soon, he found information that surprised Li Xian. Elemental origin, an elemental treasure nurtured in a medium-sized or large-scale world. It has the effect of strengthening spells and talents. It is extremely rare. Li Xian carefully read it. The more he read, the brighter his eyes became. He gradually understood the shape of the elemental origin and the approximate area where it appeared. The place with the densest element might give birth to the elemental origin. The shape of the elemental origin is like a shiny fudge. It's small and exquisite, floating around continuously. Interesting. Li Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light as he quickly thought of two special regions in this world. One of the regions was the Flaming Desert. The Flaming Desert was famous for being desolate and uninhabited in this world. Other than the endless desert, only the central region of the entire desert was burning with monstrous flames. This place was very likely to nurture the fire elemental origin, and it was a place worth exploring. In the second area, Li Xian thought of the dark forest. Li Xian had been to this forest before, but he had not gone deep into it. However, the dark forest was constantly rippling with dark elements. Its density made Li Xian feel very comfortable, and he did not want to leave. At that time, Li Xian used his god's perspective to scan the dark forest and discovered that there were all sorts of spatial cracks in the depths. There were many of them, and Li Xian did not want to be swept away by the spatial cracks, so he simply did not go deep into it. However, it seemed that the dark forest might have nurtured the darkness elemental origin. I'll go to these two places later and check out the information about the abyss first. Li Xian started scanning again and soon found a large number of books about the abyss. There were too many of them, so Li Xian was too lazy to flip through them one by one. He simply used his god's perspective and his super memory skill to start forcefully memorizing. During this process, Li Xian suddenly realized that the ancient array formation in the library was actually a new type of formation pattern. It felt that its power was much stronger than ordinary formation patterns. This attracted Li Xian's attention. He could not help but put a portion of his attention on the array formation and began to quickly decipher it. This ancient formation pattern is more stable. Its power is 50% stronger than a similar formation pattern, but the difficulty of carving it has increased by 3 times. The more complex the array, the more difficult it is to carve it. No wonder no one uses this kind of formation pattern now. The difficulty of engraving it is too high. An ordinary person really can't engrave it, let alone decipher it. Li Xian analyzed the ancient formation pattern bit by bit. He felt that it was quite interesting. Just like that, Li Xian was multitasking. While memorizing the abyss knowledge, he also quickly deciphered the ancient formation pattern in the library. This continued for 10 days. During this time, Li Xian also returned to Qin Yu's world and shared all kinds of knowledge about the abyss and the ancient formation pattern with Qin Yu. Qin Yu was Li Xian's best friend. After Qin Yu passed on the knowledge, Li Xian's understanding of the ancient formation pattern increased drastically. He felt that the ancient formation pattern in the library was becoming simpler and simpler. On the 15th day, Li Xian had more or less memorized the knowledge of the abyss. He did not plan to come back the next day. Before he left, Li Xian planned to repair the ancient array formation so that he could better protect the library. The knowledge in the library was very useful. It was an important place for the transfer of knowledge. A broken array formation could lead to mistakes. For example, there were some shadow demons among the demons that were good at sneaking in. They could completely destroy the books in the library and even tamper with the books. There was more knowledge available on the second floor, so Li Xian was prepared to upgrade the token to access the second floor before coming over to continue checking. He did not want something to happen to the library when the time came. With that in mind, Li Xian walked to the corner of the damaged array formation. The tip of his index finger glowed, and he quickly began to repair the damaged area. He also made a slight improvement, causing the operation method of the array formation to change slightly. After everything was settled, Li Xian nodded and said, "The power of the array formation has completely recovered. After my modifications, the power has increased by 10%. Although it's not high, this is an ancient array formation after all. To be able to do this is already the limit." Li Xian was rather satisfied. Considering that the operation method of the array formation had changed, Li Xian took out a small empty array disk from his pocket and carved it into an array formation key. After doing all of this, Li Xian walked out of the library and saw the one-armed old man at the door. He was leaning against the stone table sound asleep, and a few bottles of old wine had been emptied by him. "Sir, I've repaired the array formation in the library. This is a new array formation key. From now on, I'll use this to enter and exit the library." Li Xian placed the array formation key on the stone table. "Don't disturb this old man's sleep," the one-armed old man said in a daze. He immediately turned around and continued to sleep soundly. Li Xian said, "Forget it. Let's go to the Abyss Passage." Li Xian left and went to look for the senior sister, Peony, from the 7 Stars Sex Base. He was prepared to team up with her and go to the Abyss Passage to take a look because he had discovered some interesting things about the Abyss. Not long after he left, a Heavenly Sword Sect disciple walked over from afar. He threw the certificate to the one-armed old man and walked towards the library. Bang! The Heavenly Sword Sect disciple's head collided with the array. He helplessly turned his head to look at the one-armed old man. "Sir, I want to go to the library. Please deactivate the array formation." "Oh? Isn't it already deactivated?" The one-armed old man opened his eyes in a daze. He took his array key and pressed his index finger on the activation button. "No, I can't go and look." The Heavenly Sword Sect disciple knocked on the array formation and immediately, there was a bang. Chapter 353 The ancient array formation was restored. The one-armed elder stood up and looked at the formation in surprise. His index finger continued to press the switch of the formation key. "You should try again." Bang! Bang! The Heavenly Sword Sect disciple patted the array formation once again but still could not enter. "What's going on? The formation key is no longer effective." The one-armed elder was confused. He could not think straight for a moment. This array formation was an ancient demon exterminating defense array formation. It had existed for many, many years and had never made a mistake. However, the key was no longer effective at the moment. This time, the one-armed elder was shocked. The dizziness caused by drinking quickly dissipated. Then, he quickly walked to the array and touched it with his hand. In the end, even he could not get in. How is this possible? With the array formation key, one doesn't need a switch to enter. Why can't even I enter? The one-armed elder was even more confused. His head was buzzing, but at this moment, he suddenly thought of the scene when he was sleeping, and he thought of Li Xian. He abruptly turned his head and saw a new array formation key on the stone table. He hurriedly ran over to pick it up and pressed the switch on it. Whoosh! The array rippled and white fog filled the air. The array had a reaction. "It's done." The Heavenly Sword Sect disciple stretched out his hand and realized that it was done. He immediately strode into the library. However, as he left, he muttered, "He even took the wrong array formation key. I'm really speechless." When the one-armed elder heard this, a black line appeared on his forehead. However, he immediately lowered his head and carefully examined the 2 array formation keys before looking at the names on them. One of them had his name written on it, and the other was a new array key with a brand new appearance. The key was that the new array formation key could be used at the moment, but the old array formation key could no longer be used. This made the one-armed old man's mind even more confused. He tried again. He walked in at the entrance of the library and walked out again. After testing it more than 10 times, he finally confirmed one thing. His old array formation key could not be used anymore, so he could only use a new one. How is this possible? How did that kid do it? This is an ancient devil exterminating defense array formation, and this kid actually changed the way he enters and exits. The one-armed old man realized the seriousness of the matter and suspected that it was caused by the damaged area of the array formation. He quickly went to the damaged area of the array and examined it carefully. He found that the damaged area had already been repaired, and looking at the repaired area, he realized that he could not understand it. One had to know that he was also an array formation master. His understanding of formations was not inferior to that of the elders of the Seven Stars sect. However, such a formidable figure like him actually couldn't understand the repaired formation. This seems to be repaired with ancient formation patterns. Moreover, a double-line engraving method has been added. However, what's going on with these return threads? Are they modified? Why can't I understand it? The one-armed old man became more and more confused. The more he looked at it, the more he could not understand it. He was beginning to doubt his life. He thought of Li Xian. In the past few days, not many people had come to the library. On the previous day and this day, only Li Xian had come. The old man did not care about the 12-year-old Li Xian at all. He treated him as a child. However, this child had actually repaired the ancient array formation, and it was done in a way that he could not understand. This made the one-armed old man doubt his life. When did the Seven Stars sect become so powerful? Even a child is so powerful. Even I can't understand the array formation that was repaired. The one-armed old man wanted to cry. He felt that it was too embarrassing. He had studied array formations for many years. He had become dispirited for the past 2 years because he had lost his arm. This was not something that a child could compare to. However, the reality was right before his eyes. The one-armed old man had no choice but to believe everything. This won't do. I have to learn how to repair this. As an array formation master, it's too embarrassing that I don't even know this. The one-armed old man sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the formation. Needless to say, with his solid foundation, the one-armed old man had comprehended the usage of a loop formation pattern. He felt that he had benefited greatly from it, but he could not understand the rest. He could only rack his brains to think of the reason, study the array formation diligently, and analyze the various knowledge points within. The sun was setting in the evening. The one-armed old man came to the stone table in a daze. He took out a piece of paper and a pen and started drawing. From the loop that he had comprehended, he added it to the explosion array formation that he had researched. At this moment, a black old man walked over from afar. He spoke as he walked. "Old man, bye, it's time to change shifts. You should leave." "Wait a moment. I'll leave after drawing this loop," the one-armed old man replied without even lifting his head. "You're studying your explosion array formation again? Didn't you already raise it to its limit?" The black old man walked to the stone table and took a look. His pupils constricted and he instantly became serious. He carefully looked at the new drawing, and the more he looked, the more serious his expression became. "What's with this new loop? This loop is too exquisite. You're amazing, kid. You actually increased the power of the explosion array formation." Old Man He was very surprised. He looked at the one-armed old man in disbelief. "How did you do it? He, you must be envious." "I learned it after meditating for a long time," the one-armed old man said proudly. "Meditating? What do you mean?" Old Man He was puzzled. "Come with me, I'll show you something." "Good. The one-armed old man pulled Old Man Hay and quickly walked to the place where the array was repaired. He pointed at it and said, "Look! Isn't this the place where the array was damaged? It was actually repaired. Isn't this an ancient array formation? The repair is extremely difficult. Even the sect master of the Seven Stars sect couldn't do it. Who is so amazing that they actually repaired the ancient formation? Amazing! It was repaired with ancient formation patterns." Old Man Hay was in disbelief. He looked at the repaired place with a shocked gaze. "Let's not bother about who repaired it first. Take a look at the repaired threads first," the one-armed old man said, keeping him in suspense. "Okay." Old Man Hay nodded seriously and carefully looked at the repaired array formation. In the end, the more he looked at it, the more shocked he became. What's going on? The array formation was repaired with the ancient double-line formation pattern, and something new was added to it. Is this an improvement? These loops are so exquisite. Wait, I can't understand these loops. The black old man rubbed his temples and felt that his brain was a little muddled. It was too complicated, so he couldn't understand what was going on. He, it's right that you can't understand it. This old man spent a long time comprehending before I understood a loop. In the end, this loop increased the power of my explosion array formation. How is it? Amazing, right? The one-armed old man said smugly. It's indeed amazing. I can't understand these loops at the moment, but I feel that after the ancient array formation was repaired, its power has increased a little. These loops and formation patterns had somehow strengthened the array formation. Old Man Bai, tell me honestly, which Supreme Master repaired the array formation? Could it be the Seven Stars Sect's Gold Rank Grand Elder? The black old man said solemnly. No, it's not the Gold Rank Grand Elder, but a child, a 12 or 13-year-old boy, the one-armed old man said solemnly. A boy? Impossible. Do you think it's possible that a little boy repaired the ancient array formation? Old Man Hay could not believe it, but seeing the one-armed old man so serious, he was a little scared and asked again. Is it really a little boy? It's absolutely true. This little boy has been reading in the library for the past 2 days. I saw on his certificate that he's from the Seven Stars sect and is also a child, so I didn't take it seriously. In the end, he actually helped us repair the array formation. When he told me, I was actually still sleeping. Now that I think about it, I'm really ashamed. The one-armed old man felt that he had gone a little overboard. He was going to look for Li Xian in a while to express his gratitude to Li Xian and ask for his knowledge of the array formation. Chapter 354, Entering the Abyss Passage. This. Old Man Hay was astonished when he heard this. He really wanted to meet Li Xian, who was the one who had drawn the array formation. However, the array formation that had just been repaired made Old Man Hay extremely curious. Thus, he sat down cross-legged and began studying the array formation. The one-armed old man beside him was also attracted by the formation and could not help but sit down to study it. The two of them were both array formation masters, and as they discussed with each other, they gained more and more. This made them even more reluctant to leave. Just like that, the two of them studied it for an entire night, and even until the morning. Their situation naturally attracted the attention of others. The Heavenly Sword Sect disciples who came to the library to read books spread the news, causing many people to come here. As a result, the news spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. More and more people knew about this matter and the matter of the array formation. At Seven Stars Sect's base, Peony was talking to the eldest senior brother, inviting him to head to the Devil Abyss Passage to complete the task of repairing the array formation. You take little junior brother first. I have an important matter to do. The eldest senior brother looked at the communication jade talisman and the message he had just received. Eldest senior brother, did something important happen? Peony asked in puzzlement. It's like this. A disciple just sent me a message saying that many people are studying array formations in the library. It seems that 2 array formation masters have gained some understanding of ancient array formations. I'm going to listen to it and learn it well, the eldest senior brother explained. Ancient array formations? I see. It's indeed worth learning. I heard that ancient array formations are very difficult to set up. The array formations nowadays are all derived from ancient array formations, Peony asked seriously. Yes, the sect also has some research on ancient array formations. However, the difficulty of setting them up is extremely high. They are no longer popularized. Most of them can only learn after they have reached an extremely high level of array formation. Unfortunately, the sect's Grand Elder who specializes in ancient array formations has been in closed-door cultivation. I am unable to consult him. Now that I have the opportunity, I must study it properly. Perhaps I will gain something from it, the eldest senior brother said solemnly. I see. Eldest senior brother, I will bring Li Xian with you, Peony said expectantly. You don't have to go. The ancient array formation is too profound and difficult to understand. It won't be of much use if you go. Why don't you go and do the mission first? I will teach you when I have something to teach you, the eldest senior brother thought for a moment and suggested. That works too. Then I will take the little junior brother to the Devil Abyss passage first. Little junior brother is weak. It's not safe for him to go without anyone to accompany him. Peony nodded. Then you should go. I should pack up and leave. Okay, eldest senior brother. Peony turned around and left. She walked to Li Xian's small courtyard and invited Li Xian to walk out of the 7 Stars Sect base together and head to the mission center to accept the mission. After accepting the mission, the 2 of them walked towards the Devil Abyss passage under the protection of a group of soldiers. There were a total of 10 people in their group. Besides Li Xian and Peony, there were also 7 soldiers who had experienced hundreds of battles and a Heavenly Sword Sect disciple. This disciple was dressed in white and carried a 3-foot-long sword on his back. He was handsome and gave off an ethereal feeling. His appearance naturally became the center of everyone's attention. Everyone also realized that this Heavenly Sword Sect disciple definitely had extraordinary strength. My name is Xiao He. I am a core disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. This time, I will lead a team to protect the 2 junior brothers and sisters of the 7 Stars Sect. You don't have to worry about your safety. Just focus on repairing the array formation. The disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Xiao He, said calmly. Arrogance flashed in his eyes. Thank you, senior brother. My name is Peony. This is my junior brother, Li Xian, Peony introduced in a soft voice. This kind of team matching was a very normal phenomenon. Almost every time the 7 Stars Sect went to the Abyss Passage to repair the array formation, there would be a soldier and a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect protecting them. After all, the Heavenly Sword Sect was better at fighting. The 7 Stars Sect was more inclined to support them. In addition to the shield bearers, archers, and spellcasters among the soldiers, this team could be considered quite good. Thus, everyone set off with full confidence. They slowly arrived in front of the Abyss Passage and stopped in front of the 7 Stars Array. They saw the demonized rats gnawing on the array formation in the passage. These demonized rats are really inexhaustible. Not long after they are destroyed, another batch will appear. The key is that they gnawed on the array formation. Many of the array formations inside have been destroyed by them. Xiao He, a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, said with some anger. He hated demonized rats deeply. Yes, these things are very weak individually, but there are too many of them. They like to dig holes very much. There are array formations that have been gnawed on by them everywhere in the passage. Peony was also very angry at these demonized rats and hated these damn rats very much. Let's go in and take a look, Li Xian glanced at the demonized rats and said. Okay. Heavenly Sword Sect's Xiao He glanced at Li Xian. He was surprised that such a child was not afraid of the demonized rats, and even volunteered. However, he only took a glance, and then waved at the soldier next to him. Fireball! A tall and thin spellcaster walked out from among the soldiers. He opened his mouth and spat out a fireball. In an instant, a scorching fireball condensed and flew toward the demonized rats. Boom! The fireball exploded. The demonized rats screamed and were burned to ashes in the flames. Go! Following Xiao He's order, 3 soldiers with shields stepped forward, holding shields and short knives, and rushed into the 7 stars array formation. The rest followed suit. Li Xian also stepped into the array formation. The moment he stepped into the passage, a cold, murderous, and chaotic feeling filled his heart. However, he did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, he felt like a fish in water. This was the effect of various passive skills. When he was in a negative area, it could increase his fighting strength. Li Xian did not pay attention to these. Instead, he looked at the passage that was suffused with black gas. The black gas had already been contaminated into the rocks, giving him a feeling that it had penetrated deep into his bones. Other than these, Li Xian also saw many dark plants. Some abyss grass was growing in the rocks and the earth, appearing to be full of vitality. Li Xian smelled a faint fragrance. It was the fragrance from the abyss flowers. Everyone be careful. Suppress your appetite. These abyss flowers are poisonous. After eating them, you will want to eat them more and more. The more you eat them, the more numb your body will become. The more you eat them, the worse the poison will become. After a period of time, you will die here and become the fertilizer for the abyss flowers, Xiao He of the Heavenly Sword Sect explained seriously. He mainly explained to Li Xian. Since it was Li Xian's first time here, he naturally had to warn him. Little junior brother, there are so many abyss flowers here. Do you know why we don't eradicate them? Peony suddenly asked, as if she was ready to teach. When she came in last year, she did not know anything and made a fool of herself several times. She was taught by her eldest senior brother many times. At this moment, she could finally be a teacher and teach others. This made Peony very expectant that Li Xian would say he did not know. It's to kill the demonized rats. With the abyss flowers, most of the demonized rats will become the fertilizer for the abyss flowers, Li Xian said calmly. Eh? How did you know? Isn't this your first time here? Peony was stunned and looked at Li Xian in disbelief. I read in the library. Since I want to enter the abyss, I must do some homework, Li Xian said matter-of-factly. This. Peony looked at Li Xian's matter-of-factly manner and suddenly felt a little depressed. There was nothing she could do. She felt that she was a little embarrassed. Last year, when she came here, she did not make any preparations. She only wanted to explore and show her strength. In the end, she made a fool of herself. It was especially embarrassing. At the moment, her junior brother who was much younger than her knew to understand the situation first and read the books in advance to understand the abyss. In comparison, the gap between the two sides appeared. Peony felt that she was really stupid. She could not even be compared to her 12-year-old junior brother. Feeling a little depressed, Peony sighed helplessly. I didn't expect my junior brother to be so powerful. He's so young, but he's smarter than me last year. That's normal. You don't look very smart this year either, Li Xian replied. Hey! Peony became even more depressed. She bared her little canines and looked like she was going to bite someone. Finally, looking at Li Xian's porcelain doll-like appearance, she raised her hand and rubbed Li Xian's hair before letting him go. All right, let's go. Let's go to the 9th passage to repair the array formation. It's safer there. The other passages are too dangerous, and it's easy for a rat tide to erupt. Heavenly Sword Sect Xiao He waved his hand and beckoned everyone to head towards the 9th passage. Along the way, everyone saw many teams doing missions, and among them, there was no lack of silver rank elite teams. Chapter 355 Automatic Defensive Spiritual Equipment. On the surface, the only silver rank on Li Xian's team was Xiaohe from the Heavenly Sword sect. Other than Li Xian, the rest were all at the perfect bronze rank. This kind of strength was not high. Naturally, they would go to the relatively safe ninth passage. There were a total of 10 abyss passages. The ninth passage was suitable for the teams of the high-level bronze rank and the bronze rank peak. Since they had the protection of the Heavenly Sword sect's silver rank, they could ensure their safety by repairing the array formation in the ninth passage. Thus, everyone immediately made a turn and headed straight for the ninth passage. Along the way, Li Xian constantly used his god's perspective to scan the surroundings and saw many demonized creatures. Earthworms with blood-red eyes, bloodthirsty ants, crazy spiders, and twisted poisonous snakes. Other than these, there were also all kinds of strange mushrooms, man-eating plants, and trees that gave off an inexplicable aura. Along the way, they experienced a lot of battles. 3 soldiers raised their shields and faithfully withstood all the attacks, giving the people behind them time to counterattack. During this process, Peony would occasionally make a move and use her spiritual power to create a spiritual power shockwave to kill the demonized creatures that suddenly jumped out. In front of us is the ninth passage. Everyone, speed up. When we reach here, we can use the damaged array formation to deal with the demonized creatures. Our safety is guaranteed. Heavenly Sword Sect's Xiaohe said loudly. His sharp gaze swept across the surrounding demonized creatures, and his brows were tightly knitted. He felt that the number of demonized creatures was particularly high recently, and their activity was also higher than usual. This made him somewhat worried. Fortunately, the ninth passage was safer. After entering, they could rely on the array formation to move forward steadily. However, when they had just arrived at the ninth passage, they saw a large number of demonized creatures howling ferociously on the other side of the array formation, constantly gnawing at the array formation. In the end, they were burned by the flames of the array formation and retreated in pain. Even so, these demonized creatures were still ready to attack the array formation at any time, penetrating through it. So many demonized creatures. Why are there so many this time? There weren't so many last year. Peony was surprised. She had never thought that there would be so many demonized creatures in the ninth passage. There has been a lot of increase recently, and there are also many unknown abyssal creatures. Look over there. Those aren't demonized creatures, but abyssal creatures. Heavenly Sword Sect's Xiaohe explained solemnly, his expression very grave. That's true. I don't recognize any of the creatures. What is that creature that looks like a rabbit? Peony pointed at a black rabbit with vertical pupils and asked. This is the evil energy rabbit. It's very brutal. Be careful, Heavenly Sword Sect's Xiaohe exhorted. All right, senior brother Xiaohe. You even know abyssal creatures. You're really amazing, Peony praised. I've learned a lot of knowledge from fighting here all year round, but there are some I don't know. Look at the monster climbing on the wall over there. This creature is very strange. It's extremely rare. This is the second time I've seen it. The last time I saw this creature was with a knowledgeable senior brother. However, even that knowledgeable senior brother doesn't know what kind of creature it is. You must be careful when fighting. This fellow will suddenly disappear, Xiaohe exhorted. Okay, senior brother Xiaohe. Peony nodded, turned her head to look at Li Xian, and said softly. Little junior brother, you should stay behind me in a while. I'll protect you. Don't get close to that strange abyssal creature. Its strength is unknown now. It's very likely to be extremely dangerous. It's fine. It's just a shadow stealth beast. This thing can hide in the darkness. Other than that, it's useless. Don't worry about it. Li Xian waved his hand and said indifferently. Shadow stealth beast? Little junior brother, do you know this kind of abyssal creature? Peony looked at Li Xian in surprise. Yes, this is just a very low-level creature in the abyss. There are records in the library. Just read a book and you'll know, Li Xian said indifferently. Ah? Just read a book and you'll know? When Peony heard this, she was a little speechless. She felt that she had taken a blow again. The depressed Peony turned his head to look at Xiao He of the Heavenly Sword Sect and asked in puzzlement. Senior brother Xiao He, is this really a very low-level abyssal creature? Is the senior brother you know really knowledgeable? Xiao He was also a little shocked by Li Xian and did not know how to answer for a moment. However, he looked at Li Xian with suspicion and said, Junior brother Li Xian, did you read it from the military library? There shouldn't be any records about this in ordinary libraries, right? Yes, the military library, the 626th bookshelf, the lowest level, the 67th book, the 632nd page, the 6th line, Li Xian replied calmly. Hey! Xiao He was dumbfounded when he heard this. He did not expect Li Xian to be so detailed. He even told him which page and which line. Such detailed data made Xiao He speechless. His head was buzzing. Learn more and you'll know. Now let's set up the array formation. The shadow stealth beast can come out with a light spell. Don't tell me you don't even know the light spell. Li Xian glanced at everyone and walked straight to the abyssal creatures. He walked toward the array that was flashing in the middle. Little junior brother, be careful. There's a rat hole in the corner of the array. Be careful of the demonized rat. Peony rushed forward, ready to protect Li Xian. However, at this moment, the demonized rat in the corner suddenly jumped up. It opened its sharp teeth and fiercely bit at Li Xian's neck. In the end, it was just 1 meter away from Li Xian. Suddenly, a flame pattern flashed on the armguard on Li Xian's left hand. A scorching fireball suddenly appeared and immediately swallowed the demonized rat to death. Automatic counterattack spiritual equipment? This is a high-grade spiritual equipment. Little junior brother, your master is too good to you. She actually gave you a high-grade spiritual equipment. Peony looked at Li Xian's left wrist in surprise when she saw this scene. It looked at the armguard on Li Xian's left hand with envy. Ordinary spiritual equipment was not difficult to find. They were sold in many places. Even high-grade spiritual equipment was sold in many places. However, this kind of automatic defense and automatic counterattack spiritual equipment was relatively rare. There were very, very few of them. White. ISE. Normally, only gold rank experts from secret realms or large sects would have this kind of automatic counterattack spiritual equipment. Such a good thing would usually only be given after they had made a contribution. However, Li Xian was so young, and he had automatic counterattack spiritual equipment on his first time out. This was really enviable. Is this thing very high grade? Li Xian raised his eyebrows. Back then, he had refined so many things in the Beast Tamer sect, and he had accidentally refined an automatic counterattack spiritual equipment. Later on, he had been researching in this area, and he had refined a large number of such spiritual equipment. The portable space was filled with them. Every piece of clothing and every accessory on his body was an automatic counterattack spiritual equipment. It was just that Li Xian had not taken it seriously. In the end, such an item actually caused Peony to cry out in surprise. Li Xian even suspected whether Peony was a personal disciple or not. Even a trivial matter like this was shocking for her. Little junior brother, look at this bracelet on my hand. I made contributions last year and begged Master for a long time before giving it to me. But the bracelet only has a defensive function. Compared to your offensive bracers, it's much weaker. I'm really envious of you, Peony said enviously. The surrounding heavenly sword sects Xiao He and the few soldiers also looked at Li Xian enviously. They felt that the gap between people was so big that it made people despair. Is that so? Li Xian nodded, thinking about whether or not to let Peony help him find the elemental origin. Just relying on himself to search was too slow. Li Xian did not want to waste too much time. The hidden dangers in the Qinyu's world were too great, and Li Xian had no choice but to quickly increase his strength. Chapter 356 Darkness Elemental Origin. Therefore, after a moment of silence, Li Xian said, "If you can provide me with some useful information, I can give you an automatic counterattack spiritual equipment." Really? What information? Peony hurriedly moved in front of Li Xian, blinking its big eyes and looking at Li Xian. "Do you know where the elemental concentration is the highest?" Li Xian said seriously. "Where the elemental concentration is the highest? I know. The Flame Desert, Dark Forest, and the Chaos Sea. The elemental concentration in these three places is very high." Peony blinked her big eyes as she explained. Her voice was very sweet. "I didn't expect there to be a Chaos Sea. Where is it?" Li Xian immediately asked. "At the bottom of the East Sea, there are a large number of sea race members guarding it. It is a forbidden place that's only open for the sea tribes," Peony explained again, jing why Li Xian wanted to know about this place. "The bottom of the East Sea?" Li Xian frowned. "Yes, it's very dangerous there. There are sea races gold rank guards. Junior brother, do you plan to watch the process of the elemental origin maturing?" Peony asked again. "You know about the elemental origin?" Li Xian was surprised. He was surprised that Peony actually knew about this. "Yes, I've heard from my master that the elemental origin comes from places where the elements are dense, and it needs to be nurtured for many, many years. For example, the Flame Desert and the Dark Forest are the forbidden areas of the Heavenly Sword sect. They are guarded by gold rank experts, and saint rank experts can appear at any time. Meanwhile, the Chaos Sea is the forbidden area of the sea race, and it contains rich water elements. These three places all have the elemental origins, but only the Dark Forest's elemental origin is about to mature. The other two elemental origins will probably take hundreds of years to mature, and even the Dark Forest's origin of the elements will take more than 3 years to mature. The key point is that this elemental origin belongs to the Heavenly Sword sect's saint rank ancestor. If we want to view it, we must obtain the Heavenly Sword sect's approval." Peony explained softly and told him everything that he knew. Saint rank ancestor. Li Xian's brows were tightly knitted. He felt that things were troublesome. He was only a low-level gold rank and could not be compared to the saint rank. If he wanted to obtain the elemental origins, it was as if he was daydreaming. This made Li Xian feel frustrated. "Junior brother, if you really want to watch the elemental origin mature, you can also use the opportunity to exchange for battle merits. However, the amount of battle merits you need is a little too much. Eldest senior brother came here every year to accumulate the qualifications to exchange for battle merits. After all, watching the elemental origin mature would give him the opportunity to increase his comprehension and comprehend special spells. Eldest senior brother doesn't want to miss such a good opportunity. It's a pity that my comprehension is too poor. Even if I go, I won't be able to comprehend it. I might as well not go." Peony shook her head helplessly. "I see, I understand." Li Xian nodded, his mind thinking about what to do. His goal was not to watch it maturely but to completely obtain the elemental origin. This item was valued by even saint rank experts, so naturally, Li Xian wanted to obtain it. However, it was very difficult to obtain it, so he had to plan carefully. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian took out a spiritual equipment that was an earring, from his pocket and threw it to Peony. "This is for you. Consider it as the reward for the information you provided. It's another high-grade defensive counterattack spiritual equipment. Little junior brother, where did you get it? Did you take it from your master's ear?" Peony looked at Li Xian in surprise. It did not dare to ask for such a good thing for itself. Just take it. Don't care about where it's from. Li Xian did not bother to say anything else and walked directly to the array formation. His mind was currently filled with thoughts regarding the elemental origin. Unfortunately, it was very troublesome to obtain the elemental origin. Fortunately, he still had 3 years left. If he could fight for these 3 years, he might still have a chance. Just like that, while he was thinking, he walked to the front of the array formation and started to slowly repair it. 10 minutes later, Li Xian stopped repairing it and controlled the array formation to start releasing fireballs. Boom! 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 The flames exploded and huge fireballs were released from the array formation. Like a rain of fireballs, they fell crazily and crashed toward the pollution creatures. Under the exploding flames, the pollution creatures screamed and were burned into ashes. The remaining creatures fled in fear and ran toward the depths of the tunnel, not daring to get close to the array formation. Little junior brother, your foundation of the array formation is really high. To be able to repair the array formation so quickly, it's really amazing. Peony looked at this scene and gave Li Xian a thumbs up in admiration. Let's continue with the next array formation. Li Xian wanted to increase his speed. His passive skill allowed him to absorb the black gas in the abyss as if he was absorbing spiritual qi, turning it into his own strength. This made it easier for Li Xian to set up the array formation here. This time, Li Xian had 3 goals in coming to the abyss passage. The first was to set up a dark array formation. With his talent, he could completely set up a dark array formation that others could not set up. This kind of array did not absorb spiritual qi, but the black gas in the abyss. While absorbing the black gas, he turned it into the energy of the array formation, making the array more stable and more powerful. If he had more dark array formations, he would be able to protect this world better, allowing him to have a stable backer. The second target was the abyss. Since the abyss had such dense black gas, it meant that the abyss had the origin of the elements as well. Through this passageway, he could go to the abyss to take a look. Even though it was a little dangerous, Li Xian was very strong and could be reincarnated. Thus, he was not worried about this and was naturally eager to try. The third goal was to show his talent so that he could have more say. If he showed great value when fighting against the abyss, he would definitely be put in an important position. Since he had the news of the elemental origin, if he performed well, especially in the darkness attribute, he might really be able to get the elemental origin. 3 years, hey? If I work hard in these 3 years, I might be able to get the elemental origin. If I fail, then I can only snatch it, Li Xian said to himself, determination flashing in his eyes. Junior brother Li Xian, have you strengthened the exploding fireball array formation? Why do I feel that its power has become stronger? Peony suddenly asked in puzzlement. She often came to repair the array formation last year and knew the approximate power of the array formation. However, the power of the array formation was different at the moment. This made her a little puzzled. Yes, I used double formation patterns to increase the power of the array formation. However, I have another idea, which is to set up the abyssal black gas array formation, Li Xian said faintly. Abyssal black gas array formation? What kind of array formation is this? Peony was puzzled. Beside her, Xiaohe of the Heavenly Sword Sect and the soldiers were all in a daze. It's very simple. You should understand that under the influence of the abyssal black gas, the spiritual qi in the abyss passage is becoming thinner and thinner. This causes the power of the array formation to weaken every year, and it is often destroyed. According to the elements of the black gas, I have researched a new type of dark array formation. It can use black gas to replace spiritual qi. Through years of absorption, it can make the array formation stronger and stronger, Li Xian slowly began to explain. There is such an array formation. Peony was stunned when she heard this. She quickly thought of something and hurriedly asked. If this array formation is successfully researched, the value it will bring will be impossible to estimate. Perhaps it will play a huge role in stopping the war in the abyss. After Peony finished speaking, her expression completely changed. Her gaze toward Li Xian became extremely shocked. Besides her, Xiaohe from the Heavenly Sword sect also realized the seriousness of the matter. He immediately approached Li Xian and protected him behind him as he spoke with a serious expression. Li Xian, is what you said true? Is there really such an array formation? Yes, I have already researched it. However, the research time is relatively short, and the power of the array formation is also relatively weak. We still need to put it into practice, Li Xian said calmly. Chapter 357 The Dark Array Formation. You actually managed to develop it. It's fine, it's fine. Even if it's weak, it doesn't matter. Go ahead and practice it. I'll do my best to protect you, Xiaohe from the Heavenly Sword sect said seriously. We'll do our best to protect you as well. We'll definitely not let you suffer the slightest bit of harm. The soldiers at the side immediately spoke up. They had been fighting on the front lines all year round, so they clearly understood the importance of array formations. If the array formations could be maintained, then they could rely on the formations to kill the pollution creatures on a large scale. This would be a huge help to humanity. Hence, these soldiers expressed their full support and immediately protected Li Xian in the middle. Junior brother, you can't joke about such things. Have you really developed the dark array formation? My master once said that they had also studied this aspect before. However, to study this kind of array formation, not only does it require a huge amount of knowledge, but it also requires darkness innate talent. Only those with darkness type skills can set up this kind of array formation. That's why the few gold rank supreme elders all failed because they did not have darkness type skills. Peony said seriously, her little face tensed up as she looked at Li Xian. It's just darkness type skills, look. Li Xian snapped his fingers, and in an instant, a black vortex appeared on his right hand. Dozens of skeleton warriors staggered out of the black vortex. The aura they emitted was not strong. In fact, it could even be said to be pitifully weak. However, they did indeed belong to the darkness type. It really is a darkness type skill. Little junior brother, you actually have such a skill? How is this possible? Peony was shocked and looked at Li Xian in disbelief. Her eyes were wide open. One had to know that special skills themselves were very rare. There were very few people in this world who had special skills. Everyone who had special skills was the target of training. At the moment, not only did her little junior brother has special skills, but he also had a darkness type skill. Most importantly, his little junior brother also had a huge amount of knowledge about array formation. With these 2 points, her little junior brother would definitely be able to set up a powerful dark array formation in the future. Therefore, at this moment, the expressions of everyone present completely changed. They looked at Li Xian with shock and ecstasy. Li Xian saw everyone's condition and lightly shook his head. It's just a skill. This black gas doesn't completely belong to darkness energy. It also contains evil energy, chaotic energy, and all sorts of negative emotions. I can only use a portion of the black gas with my darkness type skill, so my array formation can only kill low-level enemies. There's still a lot of room for improvement. It's okay, it's okay. This is already very powerful. As long as you can create a dark array formation, it's very powerful, Peony hurriedly said. Yes, the dark array formation is simple. Let's go to the front of the array formation and start setting up the dark array formation, Li Xian said directly. Although the dark array formation had only been developed not long ago, setting it up was not difficult. Back when he was in the 7 Stars sect, it was because he saw the dark array formation in the library that he was halfway through studying that he had a flash of inspiration and wanted to study this direction. Later, Li Xian returned to the Qinyu world and studied it together with Qinyu. Only then did he finally complete the dark array formation. Although its power was weak, it was very easy for Li Xian to set it up. Hence, everyone set off immediately. Along the way, they continued to kill the dark creatures and pick up the beast cores that occasionally dropped from their corpses. These beast cores were very effective for setting up the array formation. They could increase the power of the array formation. Naturally, Li Xian ordered the skeleton warriors to do their best to pick them up. However, along the way, the people protecting Li Xian were a little depressed. It was because they did not have the chance to attack. All the monsters were killed by the skeleton warriors. One had to know that these skeleton warriors looked very weak. They even swayed when they walked. However, they did not expect that. When they met the enemy, these skeleton warriors seemed to have gone crazy. One by one, they rushed to kill the monsters. In a short while, they killed a large number of monsters. This scene surprised everyone, but at the same time, it also made them feel depressed. One had to know that they were at the bronze rank peak, but in the end, they were actually slower than the skeleton warriors in killing monsters. This made them wonder if they were at the bronze rank peak. They could not understand how the seemingly weak skeleton warriors could actually display such strong combat power. Junior brother Li Xian, these skeleton warriors of yours are not simple. If they attack at the same time, even I have to be careful. Strange. They are clearly very weak, but why are their combat strength so strong? It's as if something increased their strength. Xiao He of the Heavenly Sword sect could see the difference, but he did not know the reason. It's because of the environment. Li Xian randomly found a reason. Is that so? Xiao He of the Heavenly Sword sect was a little puzzled, but he felt that other than this, he could not think of anything else. He could only think of it as an environmental reason. In fact, the real reason was that Li Xian had too many skills. A large number of enhancement skills were like halos, causing these weak skeletons to become stronger. The power of normal dark summoning was not particularly strong. Even if it was raised to the transcendent level, it would only increase the type of summoned creatures available. However, under the enhancement of Li Xian's talent, these summoned creatures became extremely powerful. Even if Li Xian deliberately suppressed his strength, he still displayed extraordinary combat strength. We're here. I'll start setting up now. Everyone came to the front of the array formation and immediately killed the dark creatures around the array. Then, according to the knowledge in Li Xian's mind, he began to set up the dark array formation. Since it was the first time he set up the array formation, Li Xian took a little longer. Fortunately, the array formation was successfully completed in the end. The darkness type tended to be lonely, obscure, and mysterious. Therefore, when the dark array formation was formed, the fluctuations were not as strong as those of the spiritual power array formations. The fluctuations of the dark array formation were very small, almost negligible. It's done. Li Xian nodded in satisfaction, ready to test the power of the dark array formation. It's done? The fluctuations are so low. It seems that the level of the array formation is indeed not high. It should be able to kill normal grade pollution creatures, right? Peony asked in puzzlement. It felt that the level of the darkness formation was not high. Normal level? You will know when you see it. Li Xian shook his head. He shifted his mind back to the skeleton warriors who were fighting in front of him and quietly waited for the appearance of the pollution creatures. Without the skeleton warriors blocking them, dozens of demonized RTS quickly rushed over. The one leading them was surprisingly a demonized rat at the Black Iron rank peak. Little junior brother, be careful to control the array formation. There is a demonized rat at the Black Iron rank peak, Peony immediately reminded him when he saw it. There's no need to control it. It's just a small demonized rat. The dark array formation. Li Xian smiled carelessly and waited for the demonized rat to appear. Soon, the demonized rat squeaked as it charged toward the array formation and started to gnaw at it crazily. However, the moment they got close, the dense black mist enveloped them and the sizzling sound of corrosion could be heard. Very soon, as the black mist dispersed, all the demonized rats on the scene were corroded until only their bones were left. They died just like that. Even the black iron rank demonized rats did not survive. So fast. You don't even need to control the array formation to kill the demonized rats. If someone controls the array formation, wouldn't it be able to kill bronze rank demonized rats? This array formation looks very powerful. Peony looked at Li Xian in surprise. Not long ago, Li Xian said that the level of the dark array formation was still relatively low and its power was not enough. Peony thought that it could not even kill an ordinary rank demonized rat. However, in the blink of an eye, it had killed a demonized rat at the black iron rank peak. This was because no one was controlling the array formation. If someone was controlling the array formation, its power would be greatly increased. This result made Peony look at Li Xian in disbelief. She did not understand why Li Xian thought that the power of the dark array formation was weak. It can only kill a bronze rank. Isn't it very weak? Li Xian said matter-of-factly. Only. Peony was completely speechless. Well, it turned out that what Li Xian thought was weak was actually bronze rank. It was completely different from what she had imagined. She thought that if the power of the array was weak, it could not even kill an ordinary rank. However, what Li Xian thought was weak was that it could even kill a bronze rank. Such a gap made Peony doubt her life. Junior brother, this is already very strong. The strongest array formation I set up is only at this level, okay? Peony said helplessly. Is that so? Then you should really work hard. Killing a bronze rank is indeed a little weak. Li Xian shook his head. Chapter 358 Showing his strength. Me. When Peony heard this, she felt helpless. She really wanted to say that her array formation level was already considered a genius in the sect. No one in the same batch of disciples could surpass her. In addition, she also had a special skill. In the sect, she was definitely a personal disciple that people looked up to. However, compared to Li Xian, the gap between the two was immediately revealed. Peony was somewhat speechless. There was no other way. The gap was too big. Li Xian's strength could not be calculated according to common sense. He was just a monster. Peony, who was feeling depressed, rolled her eyes at Li Xian. She did not say anything and stood on the spot angrily. Go, continue to set up the array formation. Li Xian did not pay attention to Peony. Instead, he continued to move forward along the 9th passage. While he killed the polluting creatures along the way, he continued to set up the array. After a period of time, Li Xian's God's perspective swept across the initially set up dark array formation and realized that the array formation had become more powerful and extraordinary because it absorbed more black gas. Upon seeing this scene, a thought flashed through Li Xian's mind. He was prepared to add a supplementary advancement array formation into the newly set up dark array formation. A supplementary advancement array formation could increase the power of the main array formation, but it absorbed too much spiritual power and had harsh requirements on the environment. Without a strong foundation of spiritual power, the might of the array formation would be reduced instead. However, the environment here was too suitable for setting it up. All he needed to do was change the supplementary advancement array formation to absorb the black gas. With this thought in mind, Li Xian continued to set up the array formation. Adding the supplementary advancement array formation to the foundation of the dark array formation, the might of the array formation increased rapidly. I wonder how powerful the advanced dark array formation will be? I'm looking forward to it. Li Xian was extremely curious and continued to set up the array formation with all his strength. The rest of the people went all out to kill the pollution creatures, preventing any monsters from getting close to Li Xian and protecting his safety. However, the deeper they went into the tunnel, the more monsters they encountered, and the more severely the damaged array formation would be. Xiao He of the Heavenly Sword Sect personally led everyone in the battle. They still needed a very long time to kill their way out of the tunnel. An hour later, the 9th passage was filled with the thick smell of blood. Xiao He was panting with blood all over his body. The long sword in his hand was trembling. His originally rosy face had long turned pale. "Captain Xiao He, are you all right?" The vice-captain was the spellcaster. He immediately asked about Xiao He's situation. "I'm fine. This monster is too strong. I had no choice but to use a secret technique to kill it. I need to rest for a while. I'll leave the remaining weak monsters to you guys." Xiao He said unsteadily. "Yes, Captain. The strongest one is dead. Leave the rest to us." The spellcaster hurriedly nodded and quickly returned to the battle area. 2 balls of flames appeared in his hands and he threw them out ruthlessly in the next second. Boom! Boom! Following 2 explosions, the pollution creatures in front of them exploded into pieces. However, there were still densely packed pollution creatures charging at them. The shield bearers used all their strength to block in front. The short knives in their hands slashed with all their might, killing the pollution creatures that were charging at them. The archers quickly released their arrows like meteors. White light flashed around the arrows, bringing with it a sharp piercing effect. They struck the pollution creatures that were charging at them one after another. There were 8 array discs placed in front of Peony. Her snow-white dress fluttered even though there was no wind. Her long black hair quickly turned green. At the same time, a large number of treants appeared in front of her. They waved their clubs and smashed them at the pollution creatures. Whoosh! 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 A green light flashed. Peony's wool enveloped all of her injured companions, healing their injuries. At the front of the group, the skeleton warriors were also fighting with all their might. They blocked all the enemies that were attacking them, forming a tug-of-war with the densely packed contaminated creatures. At the back of the group, Li Xian's hands flashed rapidly. He quickly placed the materials for the formation into a specific position, added them into the beast core, and quickly set up the array formation. A black vortex slowly appeared, absorbing the surrounding black gas to strengthen the formation, causing the array formation to gradually take shape. "It's done. Come back," said Li Xian. Whoosh! 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 Everyone maintained their speed and flashed quickly. Soon, they passed through the array formation and retreated. The skeleton warriors slowed down a little. They blocked the polluting creatures while retreating back into the array formation. "Activate the array formation. Who will control the array formation this time?" Li Xian glanced at everyone. "I'll do it." The spellcaster took a step forward and received the control array plate that Li Xian handed over expectantly. He began to control the array formation. Boom! 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 Dozens of black bullets flew out of the array formation and smashed toward the pollution creatures like meteorites. The next second, they exploded. Following the explosion, the corrosive black fog enveloped the area in front of them, and the sizzling sound was incessant. Everyone could clearly hear the screams and ferocious roars coming from the black fog. The people who were defending with all their might opened their eyes and stared at the black fog, waiting for the result of the battle. However, there were too many pollution creatures, so these black bullets could not kill many. The spellcasters could only continue to control the array plate and release several dark shock waves, which sent the approaching pollution creatures flying and killing them. After the spellcasters controlled the array formation and killed for more than 10 minutes, the number of pollution creatures finally decreased. The black fog gradually dispersed. Everyone looked at the densely packed corpses and bones in front of the array, and their scalps went numb. "Little junior brother, your dark array formation is getting stronger and stronger. It can even kill someone at the bronze rank peak, right?" Peony could not help but ask. "Yes, I tried to add some supplementary array formations into it. The effect seems to be pretty good," Li Xian said calmly. "The effect is pretty good? I feel that the effect is exploding. The power is too strong." Xiao He of the Heavenly Sword sect could not help but speak. He felt that this array formation was really powerful. If he had controlled the array formation just now, he would definitely be able to easily kill the powerful enemy from before. Alright, let's rest for 5 minutes and then continue moving forward, Li Xian announced. Little junior brother, isn't 5 minutes too short? I'm afraid that senior brother Xiao He won't be able to recover, Peony said worriedly. It's fine. This time, I'll summon some undead. Li Xian snapped his fingers again, and a pitch-black spatial vortex slowly appeared. Soon, a distorted-looking corpse staggered out of the spatial rift and stood in front of it. Not long after it appeared, dozens of corpses walked out one after another. When they came out, some skeletons that were good at jumping also came out from the dark tunnel and stood behind the corpses. What are these swaying corpses? The aura fluctuation is so weak, but why doesn't it feel strong? Peony said in a daze. You'll know in a while. Li Xian smiled mysteriously and controlled the skeleton with his mind. Each of them held a swaying corpse and quickly jumped toward the abyss passage. Over there, a large wave of pollution creatures rushed over. Each of them was bloodthirsty as they madly ran. They gave off a bloodthirsty aura as they let out terrifying howls. These pollution creatures happened to meet the corpse held by the skeletons. The two sides engaged in a battle. In an instant, the swaying corpse rapidly swelled up. From a shriveled corpse, it instantly turned into a big fatty. Then, Chapter 359 Corpse Explosion. Boom! The terrifying explosion swept across a large area. Tens of thousands of pollution creatures were turned into nothingness in such an explosion, completely disappearing into the world. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils constricted, all of them were so frightened that they revealed shocked expressions. They did not dare to believe their own eyes. This? What is this? Peony asked in shock, her small mouth was so scared that it was wide open. It's just an ordinary corpse. However, something was added to it, so that is a corpse explosion. Li Xian said faintly. His voice was not loud, but for some reason, everyone felt that his voice was somewhat cold. Corpse. Corpse explosion. Peony looked at the scene of the explosion and then looked at the calm Li Xian. For some reason, she felt a trace of fear toward Li Xian. The surrounding people also felt a trace of fear toward Li Xian. Even Xiao He from the Heavenly Sword sect felt a trace of coldness behind his back. The main reason was that Li Xian was too calm, especially when surrounded by a group of dead souls. Under the contrast of the black gas in this passage, Li Xian appeared even more strange. 111. Instinctively, everyone clenched the weapons in their hands and looked at Li Xian warily. Even Xiao He from the Heavenly Sword sect was constantly on guard, not daring to get too close to Li Xian. Let's go. Li Xian naturally saw this point, but summoning a dark creature was too easy. Without using his own strength, this skill was absolutely the perfect assistant for him, allowing him to easily hide his strength. Moreover, displaying his darkness-type skills would also allow him to be valued. After all, in the dark forest, that darkness elemental origin could only be used by those with darkness-type skills. Even if a saint-rank powerhouse obtained the darkness elemental origin, he could at most strengthen a darkness-type spell. Its effect would not be particularly great. If the strength he displayed was greater than a saint-rank powerhouse's darkness-type spell, then his chances of obtaining the darkness elemental origin would greatly increase. Li Xian was prepared to use his darkness-type talent more often in the future to display his value, making everyone realize the important role he played in fighting against the abyss. This was also one of the reasons why Li Xian once again displayed his ability. Let's go, increase our speed. Li Xian once again called out to everyone, controlling the skeletons to continue exploding corpses, clearing out a large area. Just like that, everyone proceeded forward. Everyone could only follow in a daze. When they arrived in front of the damaged array formation, everyone realized that they had not participated in a single battle. All of the attacking pollution creatures had died. Even a silver rank abyssal dog had been blown up by the corpses of 10 corpses. Not even its bones remained. Too strong. Little junior brother, this move of yours is too powerful. It's simply a godly skill on the battlefield, Peony said in disbelief. Yes, but I'm only good at summoning. My own combat ability is very weak. I'm unable to fight against assassins and enemies with strong offensive forms. I hope that all of you can do your best to protect me. Li Xian casually found an excuse. People who were too strong were easy to be feared by others. If he showed that his main body was very weak, he could only rely on his summoned creatures. Then, it would be easier for others to accept him and obtain the elemental origin. As expected, after hearing Li Xian's words, the eyes of Xiaohe from the Heavenly Sword sect lit up. The remaining people also realized this point and collectively heaved a sigh of relief. Junior brother Li Xian, don't worry. I will do my best to protect your safety. I am best at close combat. Anyone who wants to kill you will have to go through me. Xiaohe's face was still pale. His white robe was dyed red with blood. However, he still held his long sword and stood by Li Xian's side, looking like a guardian. The rest of the people hurriedly expressed their stance. Even Peony was no longer afraid of Li Xian. Instead, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. 222. Little junior brother, don't be afraid. Your senior sister is best at crowd control, healing, and summoning. With me around, no one can get close to you. After Peony finished speaking, her fair little hands quickly pressed together, and vines appeared around her, protecting her and Li Xian in the center. As for the Heavenly Sword sect's Xiaohe, he was directly kicked out. Xiaohe! Xiaohe was speechless. He held his long sword gloomily as he stood guard outside with an innocent look on his face. The rest of the people stood guard at the outermost perimeter, protecting Li Xian in the center. At this point, Li Xian set up a dark array formation while passing through the black vortex. He summoned densely packed dark creatures and began to push through the 9th passage. Time slowly passed. The scale of the battle grew larger and larger. There were already 300 dark array formations set up in the 9th passage. However, before they could even finish 1/10 of the passage, they were met with a fierce counterattack. A large number of abyssal creatures appeared. They brought along the pollution creatures and attacked Li Xian and the others. Among them, the assassin-type abyssal creatures appeared more than 10 times. Their goal was to assassinate Li Xian. On several occasions, Li Xian was even in danger. The most dangerous time was when a sharp-toothed abyssal creature emerged from the ground. Its sharp teeth were only 10 centimeters away from Li Xian. Fortunately, Peony's vines were strong enough to entangle the abyssal creature and send it flying. In the end, it was killed by the Heavenly Sword sect's Xiaohe. After the battle, everyone was covered in blood. They sat weakly on the ground, and their faces were pale. Peony's body was shaking. She was a little too weak to cast healing spells. Junior brother Li Xian, let's stop here. To be able to set up 300 array formations is already 10 times more than the mission. We have made a great contribution. Xiaohe wiped the blood off his face and said with some excitement. He could see that although Li Xian's summoned creations were powerful, Li Xian's actual body was really not strong. He could not fight back against a silver rank. This made Xiaohe acknowledge Li Xian more and more. After all, only those who had flaws could be more easily controlled. Yes, the mission is indeed almost done. However, I'm afraid that we won't be able to leave the 9th passage for a short period of time. Li Xian shook his head. Why? Everyone was puzzled. Even Peony blinked her big eyes with a blank look on her face. Haven't you noticed that the number of these abyssal creatures is too many? Li Xian said faintly. Too many? This. Everyone was silent. Their faces were a little awkward. They usually repaired the first 30 array formations. They had no right to come so far as 300 array formations. Therefore, they did not know the number of abyssal creatures. Junior brother Li Xian, did you discover something? Xiao He hurriedly asked. 333. Yes, at the entrance of the 9th passage. The first dark array formation that I set up has already been destroyed. The second dark array formation is also on the verge of collapse. With so many abyssal creatures retaliating, I suspect that a small beast tide has occurred in the abyssal passage, Li Xian said seriously. Small beast tide. Xiao He immediately stood up when he heard this. He said solemnly once again, are you sure? Most likely. If we return now, we will enter the intersection zone. We will have to face the enemies of the abyss in the 10 passages. It will be very dangerous. Rather than facing such a strong enemy, why not continue to go deeper and rely on the dark array formations to fight steadily? After the small beast tide passes, we will return, Li Xian analyzed. Chapter 360 Save Li Xian. This. Everyone fell silent when they heard this. They did not know what to do. If a small beast tide really happened, those pollution creations would definitely turn around from the entrance of the 9th passage and destroy the array formations along the way. Even if they set up 300 array formations, it was still possible for all of them to be destroyed. If they wanted to live, they had to continue to go deeper and set up array formations to guard against the beast tide behind them. Thinking of this, Xiao He immediately nodded and said, I agree with junior brother Li Xian's suggestion. In the face of a small beast tide, even with 300 array formations, it's still very dangerous and they might all be destroyed. If we have 400 array formations, then our chances of surviving will be greatly increased. I suggest that we continue to go deeper into the 9th passage and set up another 100 dark array formations. I also agree. Only in this way can we survive. The spellcaster immediately nodded. I agree too. 111. Everyone expressed their opinions and agreed with Li Xian's suggestion. They were ready to follow Li Xian into the 9th passage. Everyone, don't worry too much. Perhaps the abyssal creatures can't even destroy 100 dark array formations. Li Xian smiled. It's better to be careful. The small beast tide may seem small, but there are tens of millions of demonized rats alone, not to mention the dense mass of demonized ants. According to the official analysis, a beast tide with less than 100 million pollution creatures was considered a small beast tide. This is 100 million, we have to be careful. Heavenly Sword Sex Xiao He was still very worried. He decided to continue to go deeper into the 9th passage to prevent the small beast tide from attacking from the rear. Entrance. Okay, you guys take a rest. I'll arrange for the corpse explosion team to go and sweep. Li Xian snapped his fingers again, and the black vortex appeared once more. Dense dark undead walked out from within, swaying their bodies as they walked towards the depths of the 9th tunnel. Boom! 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 The explosions continued in waves deep within the tunnel, and the ground continued to shake. Soon, the explosions disappeared, and a large wave of contaminated creatures charged over. There were too many of them. Even though the corpse explosion unit was very powerful, it was still somewhat lacking. The main thing was that Li Xian could not be too powerful. Otherwise, he would be able to push himself to the end of the 9th tunnel in no time. The strength he displayed at the moment was already very powerful. With the powerful undead and the dark array formations, Li Xian alone became an army. Boom! 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 The dark array formations flashed with black bullets and fell into the pollution creatures like a curtain of rain, killing wave after wave of monsters. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, the pollution creatures did not appear. Li Xian waved his hand. The corpse explosion combination and the skeleton warriors continued to move forward. Step by step, they killed their way out of the array formation and rushed toward the 9th passage to start sweeping and killing the monsters along the way. Soon, another explosion appeared. After more than 10 minutes, Li Xian nodded and said, "It's about time. Let's go." "Okay." Everyone nodded immediately. They protected Li Xian and moved quickly to the next damaged array formation. Roar! 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 The pollution creatures around the damaged array formations were fighting with the skeleton warriors. When they saw the appearance of humans, the pollution creatures charged like crazy and fought with the humans. Unfortunately, most of the pollution creatures were killed. They could no longer form a group. In the end, they were all killed by everyone. Li Xian once again set up the array formation. His hands flashed rapidly, and he skillfully set up every key point. 222. Such precise arrangements made Peony, who was next to him, extremely envious. She felt that the level of Li Xian's array formation was getting higher and higher. Just like that, while everyone was fighting in the 9th passage, the eldest senior brother who was learning the ancient array formation in the Abyss Fortress, also known as Qi Xingzi, was currently standing on the spot in a daze, his head buzzing. As previously, he had planned to teach Peony and Li Xian after comprehending the ancient array formation. However, he did not expect that. He actually heard the two array formation masters say that the person who repaired the ancient array formation in the library was actually Li Xian, his little junior brother, Li Xian. This made Qi Xingzi stand on the spot in a daze, and he even began to doubt his life. With disbelief, Qi Xingzi once again asked, "Really? Was it really Li Xian who set it up? This is his picture. Is it really him?" Qi Xingzi used his spiritual power to draw a portrait of Li Xian and asked once again. "Yes, it's him. This kid is extremely powerful. He easily repaired the ancient array formation. Two of us old fellows studied it together, but we only managed to comprehend a small part of it. There are still many things that we don't understand. This little fellow called Li Xian is truly too powerful. His attainments in array formations can be said to be unrivaled," the one-armed elder praised. "That's right. I've studied array formations for many years, and my understanding of array formations is extremely thorough. However, I've never been able to repair the ancient array formation in the library." In the end, Li Xian repaired the ancient array formation. In fact, the array formation he set up was too profound, and most of us were unable to understand it. This little fellow is simply an array formation monster. We must nurture him well. In the future, he might be able to set up a powerful ancient formation. Old Man He repeatedly praised Li Xian. He held Li Xian in high esteem. This is too powerful." Qi Xingzi was completely dumbfounded. He never thought that his little junior brother was so powerful that he could even repair an ancient array formation. The key point was that he had said that he would teach his little junior brother later. In the end, it turned out that the ancient array formation that he had learned and comprehended was repaired by his little junior brother. Such a result made Qi Xingzi's mind go blank. For a moment, he actually did not know what to say. Also at this time, a soldier hurriedly ran over from afar and hurriedly said, "Reporting to the lords, there is a small beast tied in the Abyss Passage. Please immediately lead the troops and gather at the fort." Small beast tied. The expressions of the captains who were comprehending the array formation in the library slightly changed. They immediately stood up and left in a hurry. However, when Qi Xingzi heard this, his expression completely changed. He hurriedly used the communication jade talisman to contact them, but there was no reaction. He immediately said solemnly, "Not good. Junior brother and junior sister Peony are still doing missions in the Abyss Passage. What did you say? Your genius junior brother went to the Abyss Passage." The one-armed old man and Old Man He's expressions changed, and they immediately asked, "Yes, they went to repair the array formation. I used the communication jade talisman to contact them just now, but there was no response. It's probably because of the influence of the abyss black gas," Qi Xingzi hurriedly explained. 333. The small beast tide is extremely dangerous. Every time a small beast tide appears, it will cause a large number of deaths and injuries. The bronze rank death rate is as high as 50%. We must rescue them immediately. Otherwise, Li Xian will be in danger. The one-armed old man's expression changed completely. A genius who could develop an ancient array formation would definitely be of great use in the future. The death of such a genius would definitely be a huge loss to the human race. Therefore, the one-armed elder decided to save Li Xian even if it meant risking his life. Elders, don't worry. Little junior brother and Peony's master are both grand elders. They must have given them life-saving methods. It shouldn't be a problem for a short period of time. But if it takes a long time, even if they have life-saving methods, it will still be very dangerous. We need to save them as soon as possible, Qi Xingzi quickly said. Chapter 361 The Female General's Blood-Red Barrier. Let's go and find Commander Zhou. Let's go. Everyone quickly set off and hurried to Commander Zhou's military region. In the end, Commander Zhou had already brought his soldiers to the front of the Seven Stars Array formation, commanding the army to control the formation and kill the small beast tide. Qi Xingzi and the one-armed old man immediately came to the Seven Stars Array formation and reported this matter, causing Commander Zhou to be slightly stunned. The Li Xian you're talking about is this kid. Commander Zhou used his spiritual power to condense Li Xian's appearance and immediately asked. Yes, it's him. This is a super genius. If he thoroughly researched the ancient array formation, he might be able to set up a powerful ancient array formation. The ancient array formation can play a huge role in fighting against the abyss. Li Xian absolutely cannot die, the one-armed old man hurriedly said. This. It's actually this kid. Commander Zhou's expression changed. Li Xian's performance in the previous parasitic demon incident was quite outstanding. Commander Zhou reported this matter to the general. In the end, the general did not pay attention to this matter because he was injured. Who would have thought that this kid, Li Xian, had the talent in ancient array formations? He could actually repair ancient array formations. With such talent, as long as nothing happened, he would definitely be able to grow into a powerful foundation for the human race in the future. Therefore, Commander Zhou's expression changed. However, looking at the dense horde of small beasts charging toward them in the abyssal passage, Commander Zhou shook his head with a bitter smile. I'm sorry, I can't agree with you guys rescuing Li Xian. If you go in now, you'll only be sending yourselves to death. There are too many pollution creatures. Commander Zhou sighed. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the various pollution creatures that were charging toward them in the abyss passage. Looking at the terrifying numbers, everyone fell silent. There were too many pollution creatures. They were so densely packed that they could not see the end of it. With so many pollution creatures, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths if they went in. If they led a large number of troops into the abyss passage, although they could kill their way in, the losses would be too great. Since there was an array formation to kill the pollution creatures, the general would not allow a large number of troops to enter the abyssal passage. Therefore, at this moment, everyone fell silent. They did not know what to do. No, we must save Li Xian. Even if it's just him, he's too valuable. If he can mature, he might be able to set up an ancient Seven Stars Array formation in the future, the one-armed old man said solemnly. An ancient Seven Stars Array formation. Commander Zhou was stunned. He immediately looked at the Seven Stars Array formation. This array formation was an important array formation to block the pollution creatures. With its existence, the pollution creatures would not be able to escape the abyss passage. Only stronger abyssal monsters had a small chance of escaping. If the Seven Stars formation could be upgraded to an ancient formation, the power of the formation would be greatly increased. No abyssal creature would be able to escape. Thinking of this, Commander Zhou's heart was burning with passion. He gritted his teeth and said, wait for me here. I will immediately report this matter to the general. I will definitely beg the general to agree to send an army. Thank you, Commander Zhou. When everyone heard these words, they immediately expressed their gratitude. Then, they looked at Commander Zhou as he hurriedly left. Not long after, Commander Zhou returned. With him was a valiant female general. That female general carried a blood-red long spear. Her blood-red armor shone with spiritual light. At a glance, it was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. The aura she gave off was as deep as the ocean, causing people to feel fear. However, the female general's face was pale and devoid of blood. The life force on her body was very weak, as if her body was unwell. Tell them. The female general walked over and said coldly. Yes, General. Commander Zhou sighed and gritted his teeth as he looked at the one-armed elder, 7 Stars child, and the others. I'm sorry, the general does not agree to send an army to save Li Xian because the losses will be too great. Every death will cause a family to be broken. The general has to take responsibility for her soldiers and doesn't agree to meaningless sacrifices. Doesn't agree. The one-armed old man's expression changed when he heard this. However, facing the powerful aura of the general, the one-armed old man could only clench his teeth and explain. General, Li Xian's talent is outstanding. He really can't die. In the future, he might modify the 7 Stars array formation and upgrade it to an ancient array formation. That's right. Li Xian can summon evil spirits and find parasitic demons. In the future, he can make up for our deficiencies in soul detection. Commander Zhou could not help but help. I said, I don't agree. The female general's eyes flashed with a cold light. A blood-red mist rippled from under her feet. The terrifying aura caused the temperature at the scene to drop drastically. Under such an aura, everyone was so scared that their scalps went numb. They no longer dared to say anything. They could only look at the densely packed contaminated creatures in the abyss passage and sigh inwardly. The mood at the scene fell into a low ebb. No one dared to say another word. Zhou Zheng, I'll leave this place to you. The female general glanced at Commander Zhou and strode toward the abyss passage. General, what are you going to do? Commander Zhou hurriedly asked when he saw that the female general was actually going to enter the abyss passage. Of course, I'm going to save Li Xian. My soldiers can't die so easily. I'm the only one who can act, the female general said faintly. You want to help? General, you're injured. It's fine. Guard this place well. The female general waved her hand carelessly and continued to walk towards the abyss passage. General, Li Xian is in the 9th passage. Qi Xingzi hurriedly explained the situation. I already know. The female general's voice came from afar. Her figure was like an elegant leopard as she suddenly passed through the 7 Stars formation and charged into the densely packed small beast tide. Boom! A blood-colored fog spread out. In an instant, the pollution creatures in the abyss passage were cleared out of a large area. The blood even condensed into a small stream. The female general flapped her golden wings amidst the golden light and blood-colored light. She charged into the abyss passage as if she had entered an uninhabited land. She rampaged through the howls of the monsters. In the end, the female general charged into the abyss passage and disappeared into the passage. So powerful! Is this the strength of a gold rank? When Qi Xingzi saw this shocking scene, he saw countless pollution creatures turn into blood mist in an instant. His heartbeat quickened and his eyes revealed admiration. That's right. The general is not only a gold rank peak powerhouse, but she has also comprehended the blood barrier. In the future, as long as she advances to the saint rank, she will be able to have her own domain and become a respected saint rank domain ancestor. Commander Zhou spoke with admiration. Toward this female general, he adored her from the bottom of his heart. Unfortunately, the female general did not fancy him, so Commander Zhou could only suppress this adoration at the bottom of his heart. Saint rank ancestor. Hearing these words, Qi Xing's gaze became even more adoring. He really hoped that he would be able to walk on this path as well. Unfortunately, not to mention the saint rank, even the gold rank was very far away from him. To be able to reach the gold rank within 10 years was already very rare. There was even a possibility that he would not be able to reach the gold rank in his entire life. Sigh, I'm confident that I can reach half-step gold rank, but gold rank is too difficult. Qi Xing's sighed. Yet, gold rank is a distant dream. Everyone sighed. They were grateful that the general had gone to save Li Xian. They were also looking forward to saving Li Xian. However, the distant dream of gold rank made them fall into silence once again. Chapter 362 Who set up the array formation? On the other side, in the abyss passage, the female general's body formed a blood-red ball of light. All the creatures that approached the ball of light were gradually drained of their blood and eventually turned into dried corpses. This ball of light was not big. It could only maintain a radius of about 100 meters around the female general. This was considered a very weak attack method for gold rank warriors. However, this was the blood-colored barrier. In the future, those who could possess a domain and grow their domain would be the super big shots who would dominate the world. Everyone would be in awe of them. Therefore, the reason why the female general had grown up until now without any background was because of the blood-colored barrier. Boom! The blood-colored spear waved, and a golden shadow swept across. The flood-like pollution creatures instantly turned into blood mist. The female general's eyes flashed with golden light. She instantly swept her gaze across the human skeletons in the southeast, and her beautiful eyes flashed with fluctuations. This was already the 12th pile of human skeletons she had seen. Every time the beast tide appeared, it would bring huge casualties to the humans, killing and injuring many elites. It was a pity that humans did not have a good way to deal with the waves of pollution creatures. Unless they repaired the array in the abyss passage, if they sent out their troops, there would be even more casualties. Cough, cough, cough. The female general's fair left hand suddenly covered her small mouth and coughed lightly. When she removed her snow-white hand, the golden blood that she coughed out was on her delicate little hand. In the golden blood, there was a faint black, distorted aura. It was like a worm that was attached to the bone, destroying everything in its path. After the female general finished coughing, her small face became paler and paler. Her aura became weaker and weaker, faintly emitting an aura of decay. This was an aura that only appeared when one's time was near. My time is drawing near. After this battle, I might soon pass away. I really hope that before I die, I can see the hope of humanity's victory. The female general smiled. Her heroic face gave off a feeling of weakness, making people want to take care of her. Thinking of death, a trace of sadness flashed across her beautiful red eyes. Then, she adjusted her emotions, held the spear in her small hand, and started fighting again in the golden light. Boom! 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 As a gold rank powerhouse, the female general's strength was extremely powerful. Wherever she passed by, it could be said that blood flowed like a river. Even a portion of the beast tide was interrupted. In the process of advancing forward, she saved wave after wave of people. They were all humans who were struggling in the beast tide. Go to the 9th passage, immediately. The female general's voice was cold and indifferent. The long spear flashed with golden light. Numerous spear shadows fell like a curtain of rain, clearing a large area. In such a massacre, more and more people were saved by her. When they arrived near the 9th passage, everyone suddenly stopped. So many pollution creatures' corpses. What's going on? A vertical-eyed woman who had been saved was bewildered. She carefully checked the front and soon found the damaged array formation. Before the array formation was destroyed, a large number of pollution creatures were killed. What kind of array formation is this? Why is it so strong? The vertical-eyed woman said in surprise. Let's go in first, quick! The female general was fighting at the back, fighting against the flood-like pollution creatures alone. At the same time, she was protecting the survivors from getting hurt. In addition, her body was getting weaker and weaker. The frenzied battle at this moment was also quite exhausting for her, so she urged everyone to immediately enter the 9th passage. The survivors did not dare to slack off and immediately continued forward. Along the way, they saw many corpses of pollution creatures. When they reached the 30th array formation, they actually saw a complete array formation. On top of the formation, there were many black spears. They automatically counterattacked and killed the pollution creatures that were gnawing on the formation. In the end, the automatic counterattack of the array formation killed most of the pollution creatures. Only a few pollution creatures were left. When everyone got closer, the array formation killed the remaining pollution creatures. Then, they passed through the array formation and hid inside it. The array formation here was only effective on the pollution creatures. Humans could easily pass through it, so everyone easily escaped into the safety array formation. Phew! We're finally safe. I didn't expect there to be so many intact array formations in the 9th passage. We're so won, a brawny man said in surprise. Yet, if I knew this would happen, I would have escaped this way, the vertical-eyed woman nodded in agreement. Look at the footprints on the ground. It seems that there are other humans who have escaped into the 9th passage. They are heading deeper into the passage. There are quite a number of footprints. Everyone looked at the footprints on the ground and discovered that many people had escaped into the 9th passage and headed deeper into the passage. With so many footprints, everyone realized that the 9th passage had helped more people survive. This was a great thing for humans. However, the formations of the other passages had all been destroyed. Why were so many of the array formations of the 9th passage intact? This made everyone very confused. The key was that they found that the array formations here were very powerful. They were much stronger than ordinary formations. Even if no one controlled the array formations, the automatic counterattack of the array formations had killed a large number of pollution creatures. This made everyone even more confused. Wait, something's not right. This array formation isn't absorbing spiritual power, but abyssal black gas. What kind of array formation is this? My God, how did this happen? The vertical-eyed woman cried out in surprise. It really is absorbing abyssal black gas. I've never seen such an array formation. What a powerful method! The brawny man widened his eyes in surprise. I heard that many years ago, many gold rank experts had researched this kind of array formation, but they failed. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. I didn't expect that there would be one now. Could it be that gold rank experts had made a breakthrough in array formations? They had set up such a powerful formation, the vertical-eyed woman asked again. I don't know, but this array formation is really amazing. If all the passageways were to set up such a formation, it would definitely have a decisive effect in fighting against the abyss. It's such a powerful array formation. Which genius array formation master actually invented it? Isn't it too formidable? The brawny man continued to exclaim. It is indeed formidable. I am also an array formation master, but I am unable to understand most of the array formations here. They are too profound, truly incredible array formations. The crowd in the passageway discussed animatedly. They had entered the abyss passage for the purpose of repairing array formations, and their attainments in array formations were very high. However, they did not expect that most of them could not understand the array formation of the 9th passage. They could not understand who was so powerful to actually set up such an amazing array formation. Whoosh! A blood-colored figure suddenly rushed in. The golden wings emitted a radiance that illuminated the interior of the passage, illuminating the dim environment here into a golden color. Many thanks to the great general for saving our lives. When everyone saw this figure, they immediately bowed respectfully and expressed their gratitude, their eyes filled with worship. However, the female general did not pay attention to the crowd. Instead, she looked at the array formation here in bewilderment. It's absorbing the abyssal black gas. Who set up this array formation? The female general hurriedly asked. She actually appeared to be somewhat excited. Chapter 363 The Genius Youth Li Xian. We don't know, but from the footprints, someone entered the depths of the ninth passage. It could be the person who set up the array, or it could be the person who was saved by the array, the vertical-eyed woman hurriedly replied. Let's go to the depths of the passage. The female general was bewildered and immediately led everyone to the depths of the ninth passage. In the end, along the way, they saw a large number of array formations. There was an array formation at almost every certain distance, and the key point was that these array formations were absorbing the abyssal black gas. Genius! He's truly a genius to be able to set up such an amazing array formation. These array formations will definitely become the hope of mankind. Who set them up? Could it be him? The female general suddenly thought of Li Xian. She thought of the objective of this mission. Li Xian, who was able to comprehend ancient array formations, was most likely to set up these array formations. General, isn't the person who set up these array formations a gold rank powerhouse? We thought that it was a gold rank array formation master who set them up. Someone could not help but ask. No, these array formations are too difficult. Back then, so many array formation masters studied them, but they all failed in the end, so this matter was put on hold. I didn't expect to see a successful array formation today. I'm afraid the person who set up these arrays is that young genius. My purpose for coming here this time is to save him. Now, it seems that he doesn't need me to save him at all. With so many powerful formations, the beast tide won't be able to harm him at all. What a formidable little fellow! The female general's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. It's actually like this. Everyone was astonished. They could not believe that such a formidable array formation was actually set up by a young man. Everyone really wanted to know why the young man was so formidable to actually set up such an amazing formation. With this kind of mood, everyone continued to set off. Along the way, they saw a large number of corpses of pollution creatures. These corpses were still well preserved. Through the corpses, one could see the general situation of the person who made the move. Knife injuries, bow and arrow injuries, spear injuries, sword injuries, shield injuries, and the injuries from the array formation. From these injuries, everyone deduced that this team was a standard combat team. It was an ordinary team led by a heavenly sword sect disciple. However, such a team actually had such a genius hidden within it. This made everyone even more curious. Just like that, everyone continued to move forward. After passing through more than 100 formations, everyone finally saw a group of people. It was a group of people who were riddled with injuries. They were currently healing their injuries. Huo Huli, you're actually still alive. That's great. The vertical-eyed woman saw that among this group of people, there was a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure. She was wearing fiery red tights and immediately shouted out in pleasant surprise. Ah, Lan Shi, you're alive too. That's great. The voluptuous beauty ran over hurriedly. Her extremely hot figure made everyone unable to help but glance at her. Huo Huli, how did you come here? Do you know who set up the array here? The vertical-eyed woman hurriedly asked. I don't know either. The beast tide was too fierce earlier and we were scattered. I brought a few companions to the vicinity of the ninth passage and found that there were many people here. They were controlling the array formation while receiving the survivors. In the end, the array formation broke and we entered this place. We don't know who set up the array formation. However, this array formation is very impressive. It actually absorbed the abyssal black gas. It is simply a new way to solve the problem of the lack of spiritual power, Huo Huli praised. Yes, yes, yes. The reason why the array formation of the abyss passage is short-lasting and weak is because of the lack of spiritual power. The array formation here is simply a whimsical imagination. It has solved the big problem of the spiritual power. A petite and cute girl walked over from the side. Her words were soft and cuddly, but when she spoke, everyone listened quietly. This cute little girl was not simple either. She was a deputy commander level array formation master, and her attainments in array formations were very high, so everyone naturally respected her. "The general is here," someone hurriedly reminded. "Greetings, General." Everyone bowed together, their eyes filled with respect. "This place is already safe. You guys can move freely. I'll go find the person who set up the array formations." After the female general confirmed that this place was safe, she no longer paid attention to everyone. Instead, she left in a hurry and headed toward the depths of the 9th passage. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but quickly follow. They wanted to see who was so powerful to actually set up such a powerful formation. Just like that, everyone passed through one array formation after another. After passing through 500 array formations at the entrance of the 9th passage, they still did not see the person who set up the formation. Fortunately, the corpses near the formation were getting fresher and fresher, and there were even some creatures that had just died. Everyone knew that the time to reveal the answer was finally about to appear. Finally, after passing through another 6 array formations, a group of people appeared in everyone's sight. It was a battle team that included spellcasters, shield operators, archers, a leader from the Heavenly Sword sect, and 2 disciples of the 7 Stars sect. Most of these people had pale faces as they sat cross-legged to recover. There was only a handsome young man who looked like a porcelain doll who was rapidly setting up the array formation. His hands flashed rapidly, and he set up the array formation nodes one by one like an afterimage. His technique was very exquisite. In front of this array formation, the vast undead army was fighting against the abyssal creatures. Both sides were in a stalemate, buying time for the important formation to be set up. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned as they looked at the handsome young man who was setting up the array formation like a porcelain doll. They could not believe that the person who set up the array formation was so young. Boom! 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 A golden light flashed and instantly killed all the pollution creatures on the scene. The female general quickly stood beside Li Xian in a golden light and stared at Li Xian with a burning gaze. "Help me set up the beast cores to the Kun position." Li Xian casually handed a few beast cores to the female general and continued to set up the array formation. The female general looked at the beast cores in her hand and was stunned. She smiled lightly and said, "Okay." As soon as she finished speaking, the valiant female general immediately set up the array formation and earnestly completed the task that Li Xian had given her. The survivors at the back were also somewhat surprised when they saw this scene. However, setting up the array formation was indeed very important, so everyone came over to help. Unfortunately, most of them were unable to set it up, and only the array formation masters were able to help a little. Finally, the dark array formation was completed. Along with the operation of the array formation, the abyssal black gas diffused toward the array formation. It began to strengthen the array formation and increase its power. "It's done. Let's rest for a while." Li Xian walked to the side. A few skeleton warriors brought over a rock and offered it to Li Xian to sit down. This scene caused the surrounding people to turn their heads once again. "Hello, Li Xian. My name is Chu Wangkaiu. Can you tell me the names of these array formations?" The female general looked at Li Xian with a smile. "Yes, these are dark array formations. They can absorb the abyssal black gas to strengthen the array formation. If the material is strong enough, it can even be strengthened to the level of a 7 stars array formation," Li Xian explained softly. 7 stars array formation? Really? Not far away, Huo Huli could not help but stand up. There was a shocked tone in her voice. The 7 stars array formation was the strongest array formation at the current stage. It was also the biggest barrier to stopping the abyssal creatures. If these dark array formations could reach the scale of a 7 stars array formation, then the abyssal creatures would not be able to break out of the passage at all. Chapter 364, The Power of an Advanced Dark Array Formation. Therefore, at this moment, everyone present looked at Li Xian in surprise. Even the female general, Chu Wangkaiu, was listening curiously. It's a pity that the materials are too little. To set up an advanced dark array formation, the lowest requirement is a silver rank beast core. After fighting here for so long, we've only gathered 36 silver rank beast cores. Li Xian shrugged his shoulders and explained helplessly. Beside him, a few skulls were holding some rags and fanning him gently. Don't worry, I have silver rank beast cores here. I can give them to you. The female general took out a pink storage ring and threw it to Li Xian without hesitation. A storage ring was a piece of spiritual equipment that was better than a storage bag. It had more storage space and its value had increased by tens of times. An ordinary person would not be able to get it. However, such a valuable item was actually given to Li Xian by the female general without any hesitation. This made Li Xian a little surprised. Then let's go. The next array formation will be changed to an advanced dark array formation. You guys help clean up the pollution creatures. There are too many of them. Li Xian stood up and commanded the skeleton warriors to walk out of the array formation and kill the pollution creatures in the depths of the tunnel. The survivors did not hesitate and immediately rushed out with their weapons. On the other hand, the female general did not attack. Instead, she followed beside Li Xian and silently protected him. The number of survivors was relatively large. With so many people attacking together, they killed wave after wave of pollution creatures in an instant. In just 10 minutes, they advanced to the front of the new damaged array formation. At this point, Li Xian immediately began to set up an advanced dark array formation. Using the old array formation as the prototype, he set it up bit by bit. Let us help. Huo Huli, the vertical-eyed girl, and a cute girl immediately walked over and prepared to participate in the array formation. Even the pale-faced peony also walked over and prepared to participate. Peony, you rest well. They can help. Li Xian did not ask for Peony's help. She had put in a lot of effort in the previous battle. Whether it was mentally or her spiritual power, she had to rest well. Okay, when you need me, little junior brother, just say it. Peony also knew that her condition was not good. She was worried she would affect the array formation if she helped, so she did not forcefully participate. The remaining people, under Li Xian's lead, took the silver rank beast core and various materials and began to set up the formation. The formation that was set up this time was an advanced dark array formation. It took a longer time than before, and the nodes and circuits that were set up were more exquisite. The formation patterns contained within were interlinked, like a beehive, densely packed, and connected to each other. It could be said that the arrangement of the array formation was rather complicated. Facing such an array formation, even a few array formation masters who were helping out had to be careful, worried that something might go wrong. Their array formation attainments were not low, or else they would not have come to the abyss passage to repair the formation. It was a pity that they did not dare to casually set up the array formation. Every step they took was filled with trepidation. After carefully confirming every single point, they set up the array formation. Fortunately, they were only assisting in setting up a few simple corners. With Li Xian's constant supervision, there was not a single mistake in the entire process of setting up the formation. After a period of time, the array formation was finally formed. A mysterious array formation undulated in all directions, pervading the passage in this area. The billowing black gas in the passage no longer spread outwards. Instead, it gathered toward the dark array formation in the form of a vortex. The originally simple array formation began to slowly strengthen under the infusion of the black gas. It became stronger and stronger, becoming larger and larger. In the end, the entire array formation could no longer be seen. The formation was directly enveloped by the dense gas that was emitted, forming a dense fog zone. However, Li Xian knew that the advanced dark array formation was rapidly strengthening. As long as the array formation existed for half a year, the black gas that the formation absorbed would definitely allow the array formation to advance and reach the level of a 7 stars array formation. With this array formation, it was equivalent to completely sealing off the 9th passage. If the pollution creatures wanted to charge out, they would have to pay a huge price. At that time, even if the gold rank pollution creatures made a move, it would be difficult to break the formation. Most importantly, as long as Li Xian was given time, he would be able to set up thousands of such formations. Thud! 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 Dull tremors were emitted from the abyss passage. The earth trembled slightly, as if an enormous abyssal life form had appeared. After everyone felt the vibration, their expressions changed. This vibration reminded them of a creature, the Abyss Armored Bull. The individual combat strength of the Abyss Armored Bull was ordinary, but its team combat ability was extremely strong. It was a powerful abyssal creature that could break the array formation. It was also a monster that frequently appeared in the abyss passage. At that moment, the frequency of the vibration in the passage indicated that there were at least a few hundred Abyss Armored Bulls. This caused everyone's expressions to completely change. They cautiously surrounded Li Xian and protected him in the center. "Don't worry, follow me. I'll let you all experience the power of an advanced dark array formation." Li Xian smiled indifferently and led everyone, step by step, into the dark array formation. He began to control the array formation and disperse the fog. As expected, the moment the fog disappeared, a dense crowd of Abyss Armored Bulls rushed over. There were so many of them that one could not see the end of them. Their bodies were covered in thick scales. Their sharp horns faced the front and they spat out white fog from their mouths. In addition to their robust figures and their indomitable momentum, their appearance brought great pressure on the people present. Arrow rain. Li Xian mobilized the array formation's energy and condensed pitch-black arrows in mid-air. The number of these arrows was so dense that it was impossible to count them all at once. With so many arrows taking shape, the energy consumption was enormous. However, after the energy around the dark array formation was exhausted, it quickly absorbed the black gas and continued to replenish itself. This scene also caused everyone's eyes to flicker, and they were pleasantly surprised. Whoosh! 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 Numerous arrows descended from the sky, enveloping the charging Abyss Armored Bull like a curtain of rain. With so many arrows attacking, normal people would feel fear. However, not only did the Abyss Armored Bulls not feel fear, they even sped up and sprinted. Puff! 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 The arrows fell like a curtain of rain, shooting towards the Abyss Armored Bulls that were sprinting at the forefront. The sharp arrows left many wounds on the body of the Abyss Armored Bulls. Many of the Abyss Armored Bulls' eyes were shot by the arrows, and they fell to the ground while howling in pain. However, most of the Abyss Armored Bulls' bodies were only slightly injured, and they continued to run wildly with arrows inserted into their bodies. Long spear. Li Xian drew out the darkness energy and condensed a dense number of long spears before shooting out once again. Under the extremely fast shooting speed, the sharp long spears instantly pierced through the body of the Abyss Armored Bull at the front, and it fell to the ground while howling in pain. The smell of blood filled the tunnel, and more spears appeared, sweeping the Abyss Armored Bulls wave after wave. Although the thick-skinned Abyss Armored Bull was very resistant to being beaten, there were too many spears, and its energy seemed to be endless as it continued to condense. Finally, the last Abyss Armored Bull had a spear stall over its body, and it walked toward the array formation with waning steps. It let out a final wail and then fell to the ground with a plop, dying. The scene fell into a strange silence. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. They watched as Li Xian, a child, used the array formation to kill the densely packed Abyss Armored Bulls. One had to know that even if tens of thousands of soldiers fought these Abyss Armored Bulls, they would suffer heavy casualties. However, Li Xian alone used a newly formed array formation to kill the Abyss Armored Bulls. Such a scene caused the entire scene to fall silent for a few breaths before erupting into cheers. Too strong, they've all been killed. Advanced Dark Array Formation. What an amazing array formation! Chapter 365, The Female General on the Verge of Death. Without the array formation, without the general, and without Li Xian, we wouldn't have been able to stop the Abyss Armored Bulls at all. However, they're being killed just like that, so quickly. Li Xian, your array formation has changed the fighting style. I see hope for the rise of the human race. The entire scene was filled with cheers. Everyone looked at Li Xian and exclaimed at the power of the dark array formation. They were even more astonished that Li Xian was able to set up such an amazing array formation. Some cute female array formation masters even looked at Li Xian with admiration. Even the female general stared at Li Xian with burning eyes. The surprise in her beautiful eyes could not be hidden. Although Li Xian felt normal being stared at by so many people, he did not want to be at the center of attention. He did not want to be surrounded by people. Thus, he pointed at the abyss passage and continued. There is still a wave of pollution creatures behind. Come over and practice. Try to control the array formation. Can we? Can we control it? Huo Huli moved to Li Xian's side and blinked her big eyes in anticipation as it looked at Li Xian. Of course. The full power of the advanced darkness array formation requires at least 10 array formation masters. When the array absorbs enough energy in the future, its power will be more and more powerful. Li Xian smiled as he explained, directly arranging for the formation masters to go over and control the formation. Then let's go. A few array formation masters impatiently walked to the front of the dark array formation and began to familiarize themselves with it. With Li Xian's explanation, everyone quickly learned it. At this moment, another wave of pollution creatures appeared. It was a large number of black bats. There were many of them, densely covering the entire tunnel. Their cries contained strange fluctuations that spread from the tunnel far away. When everyone present heard their cries, they felt dizzy and their scalps went numb. Only the powerful ones did not feel dizzy, but they still felt irritated. Kill them! Huo Huli's eyes were filled with flames. She immediately controlled the formation and unleashed her specialty, the super flame bomb. Boom! 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 Scorching flames rose, and thick smoke filled the tunnel along with the burning smell. The smell was extremely unpleasant, causing people to frown. However, Huo Huli did not care about it. She excitedly controlled the array formation and released one super flame bomb after another. At this moment, she was like a cannon. Under the condition of sufficient energy, she wantonly bombarded the black bats, causing them to scream in pain. The remaining array formation masters were not idle either, using their respective attributes to release their abilities. Of course, some array formation masters who were more concerned about the overall situation tried their best to save energy and release arrows and spears. For a moment, arrows flew everywhere, spears rained down, and flames rose. The entire passage was filled with smoke, and wails resounded throughout this area. After the dust settled once again, a large number of corpses had once again gathered at the scene. Everyone looked at the densely packed corpses and then looked at the dark array formation that was still absorbing energy. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. This is too awesome. I have never used a spell so straightforwardly. This is too fun. Her figure was extremely hot and excited. Her small face was flushed red and she was very excited. Huo Huli, you used too much energy just now. The majority of the energy was given to you. We don't dare to casually use spells, the vertical-eyed woman said helplessly. He, it's fine. The array formation can quickly absorb energy anyway. In the future, when the array formation absorbs more energy, I'll be able to use spells more wantonly. When I think of such a scene, I'm looking forward to it. Li Xian, you're too strong. I want to be your assistant. I'll help you control the array formation and kill the pollution creatures. Huo Huli said happily. It immediately went to Li Xian's side and wanted to follow him. Can I? I want to be your assistant too. A cute little girl came over. When she spoke, everyone immediately stopped talking and looked at the little girl with a smile. You don't have to follow me. I will set up more advanced dark array formations. In the future, you will rely on 10 abyss passages to counterattack the abyss. When the time comes, there will be many arrays that need your control. It will be the same whether you follow me or not. Li Xian waved his hand and refused. He did not want so many people to follow him. His target was the darkness elemental origin, not the girls. Although these girls were pretty, they were still far from his little Qin Yu. With a good wife like Qin Yu, Li Xian was content. Li Xian, do you plan to continue setting up the array formation? This place isn't 100% safe. I'll bring you back. When the time comes, I'll send more people to protect you. The female general suddenly opened her mouth and looked at Li Xian with a burning gaze. There's no need. Right now, the beast tide is surging at the intersection of several passageways. If we go back, we might encounter danger instead. It's better to take it slow and steady. We'll continue setting up the array formations here. With so many array formations backing us up, we can totally push all the way to the end of the abyss passage. Li Xian refused. This. The female general felt that Li Xian's words were very reasonable, but the abyss was very dangerous. The reason why the abyssal creatures did not launch a large-scale attack was not that they could not defeat humans, but because they wanted to change the environment. If the abyss knew about the genius Li Xian, they would definitely launch a large-scale attack and kill the formidable enemy Li Xian as soon as possible. Therefore, for the sake of safety, the female general said seriously, "You are very important. I won't allow you to be in any danger, and there are powerful enemies at the bottom of the abyss passage. If we push horizontally into the abyss passage, we might encounter great danger. Your suggestion is too crazy. I suggest that we stop for now." Great danger? How about this, we set up the array half the way to the 9th passage and use the remaining half as a buffer zone. What do you think? Li Xian changed his suggestion. He really wanted to go to the abyss and see if there were any good things there, but he could not rush it at the moment. He still had to maintain his identity as a genius and strive to obtain the elemental origin, so setting up half of the array was enough. Set up half? That's fine too. The female general nodded. The 9th passage was very long. Setting up array formations until they covered half of the passage was not a problem as long as they did not go too deep into the 9th passage. Alright, let's continue. Everyone, help me take out the beast cores from these monsters' bodies. Thank you. Li Xian pointed at the corpses of the monsters outside the array formation. You're welcome. This is what we should do. We can't help with the array formation, so we should do some small things. As the crowd spoke, they all rushed out and began to dig out the beast cores from the monsters' bodies as the materials for setting up the array formation. These people included female array formation masters. They did not mind the messy corpse of the monster, so they all responded positively. Their fair hands held onto their weapons as they quickly dug out the beast core, and then continued on to the next one. Their actions were clean and neat. They quickly and accurately dug out the beast core one by one, and in the shortest amount of time, they finished excavating the beast core. Seeing so many people respond positively, Li Xian realized that these people were a little different. The hope in their eyes had become even stronger. Chapter 366, Purify the Curse. Especially the female general who was protecting him at all times. She was clearly about to die, but she still protected Li Xian. This made Li Xian sigh deeply. "General Chu Wangkaiu, give me your hand." Li Xian suddenly looked at the female general. The female general was slightly stunned. Her eyes were filled with confusion, but she still chose to believe Li Xian. She raised her soft little hand. It really is a curse. It's not easy for you to live until now. Li Xian carefully felt it and realized that it was exactly the same as the curse he had been cursed with back then. Back then, he had been cursed and his body had died instantly. If he had not been reincarnated, he would have died long ago. Li Xian clearly knew the power of such a powerful curse. At the moment, the female general had also been cursed. Moreover, the power of the curse was even stronger. It was so strong that even Li Xian's expression was solemn. Do you want to help me treat my injuries? Thank you, but there's no need. There's no need. The female general revealed a bitter smile. This curse was extremely terrifying. She had sought the help of many people, but it was useless. Even a saint-rank expert could not solve it. Therefore, she had long given up on herself. She only hoped to see the hope of humanity before she died. Since she saw a genius like Li Xian, she was finally relieved. She smiled and touched Li Xian's head as she said softly, "I'm already satisfied to be able to see a genius like you and the hope of the human race before I die. Even if I die, I can leave with peace of mind." Die? Don't worry, you won't die. The curse is indeed dangerous, but you don't have to be so pessimistic. Maybe I'll be able to solve it. After Li Xian finished speaking, he held the female general's delicate hand and prepared to mobilize his purification skill. It's useless. Even the saint-rank ancestor failed. There's no one who can cure me. You've given humanity hope. I'm already very satisfied to be able to see it before I die. Really? The female general shook her head lightly. Her body had reached the point where it was incurable. There was no cure. No one could save her. There was only one future for her, and that was death. Therefore, she had come to terms with it. She did not care about life and death. Instead, she advised Li Xian not to worry about her. The people around also knew about the female general's situation. They all sighed helplessly. We've heard about the general's situation. It's said that the saint-rank ancestor brought over a dozen gold-rank Grand Supreme Elders to treat her, but they were still unable to remove the curse. I've also heard about it. It's said that this curse is unique to the abyss. It's a curse that is carried out by sacrificing lives. Its power is extremely terrifying, and it's impossible to remove. Yes, I've studied curses. This curse that consumes lives consumes a huge amount of energy. It requires countless lives to sacrifice, and it's also the most difficult curse to remove. Under normal circumstances, even the abyss is unwilling to use it. The threat the general poses to the abyss is too great. The abyss had no choice but to sacrifice so many lives to curse the general. Everyone said helplessly. They were very pained by the general's situation. At the same time, they hated the abyss more and more. They vowed to kill more abyssal creatures to avenge the general. Unfortunately, no matter how many abyssal creatures they killed, they would not be able to help the general. In the future, the general would die under the curse. This also caused the atmosphere to become heavy and depressing. Don't worry, everyone. With Li Xian around, we have seen hope. Even if I die, humans can protect their homes. Everyone must protect Li Xian well in the future. The female general noticed the heavy atmosphere and deliberately smiled to adjust the atmosphere. Everyone sighed when they heard this. They did not know what to say and could only remain silent. Li Xian, let's continue to set up the array formation. The curse has been going on for many years and can't be undone. There's no need to worry about me. The female general smiled as she looked at Li Xian. She didn't want him to worry about her. However, at this moment when the female general finished speaking, the light of the purification skill began to shine, enveloping the female general's body. This light emitted a holy light. The holy power contained within it instantly merged into the female general's body and began to purify the curse within her. As the holy light shone, traces of terrifying, disgusting, and terrifying black gas began to float up from the female general's heart and into the air. This black gas was the curse's black fog. They were like maggots that refused to leave, forming a strange octopus in the air and struggling to fly toward the female general again. However, the purification skill's light was too strong. The holy light even covered 100 meters. Under the strong holy will, the holy light continued to fall on the CD black fog, enveloping the curse's black fog. The holy flames continued to rise, burning and purifying, forming a purifying battlefield in the air. Roar! An inexplicable roar came from the black fog. The weaker ones instantly felt dizzy and almost fell. Even the stronger ones turned pale. However, Li Xian's expression did not change. He mobilized more and denser purifying power to continuously purify the black fog. The two sides formed a battlefield in the air. As the black fog was being burned, the purifying light was also being quickly consumed. The entire scene was a shocking scene. However, everyone could see that the purifying light was gaining the upper hand. The curse's black fog became less and less, and it became less and less able to support itself. Finally, only a small ball was left. The female general looked at this scene and the black fog that was burning continuously. Her eyes were wide open, and her rosy little mouth was slightly open. She really did not expect that such an unbelievable scene would occur. The curse that even a saint-rank powerhouse could not resolve was actually being resolved by Li Xian. The key point was that with Li Xian's treatment, she felt that her entire person had become much lighter. The life force from the gold rank quickly nourished her body. She could feel that even if she stopped the treatment at that moment, she could still live for another 10 years. She was shocked. She looked at Li Xian in a daze, looking at this ridiculously handsome young man. After a long time, the black fog was completely burned. The female general looked at Li Xian with a complicated gaze, and her voice was gentle as she said, Thank you for saving me. You're welcome. The treatment did not stop. The curse was only pretending to be unlifted. It will take at least 10 more times before you can completely be cured. Li Xian solemnly stated that he clearly knew how difficult it was to deal with the curse. Although a portion of the curse had been solved, the remaining curse was even more difficult to deal with. Especially since the curse would corrode the soul. Perhaps the female general's soul had already been enveloped by the curse. Thus, this matter had to be taken seriously. Li Xian did not let his guard down. It's already enough. Previously, my life had reached its end, to the point where I could pass away at any moment. However, I did not expect you to have bought me at least 10 years of life. Thank you. You have solved a curse that even a saint-rank ancestor could not solve. How do you expect me to thank you? General Chu Wangkaiu said gratefully. Chapter 367, Unexpected Soul Fruit. Thank me? That's fine too. Just cook. I haven't eaten anything in a day, so I'm hungry, Li Xian said after taking out some ingredients and cooking tools. Cook. The female general was stunned for a moment, unable to react in time. The Grand General had personally said that she wanted to repay Li Xian. With her status, as long as Li Xian raised a condition, she would basically be able to fulfill it. Status, wealth, power, cultivation techniques. All sorts of good things could be said to be available. Such a good opportunity, others would definitely fight over it. Who would have thought that Li Xian would actually let her cook? This was simply ridiculous. All right, I'll cook then. Lil Meng, come and help me. The female general's fair little face flushed slightly. Actually, she was embarrassed. There was no other way. She was good at fighting, but she was not good at cooking. Cooking was more difficult for her than killing a gold-rank powerhouse. She could only ask a cute girl next to her for help. All right. The cute girl tilted her little head and looked at Li Xian curiously. She was extremely surprised and even worshipped Li Xian for being able to cure the curse. After all, this was a problem that even a saint-rank elder could not solve. Yet, it was solved by Li Xian. This was simply unbelievable. Thus, everyone present was paying attention to Li Xian. Even Li Xian's senior sister Peony was looking at Li Xian with burning eyes, wanting to ask why Li Xian was so powerful. Li Xian could not be bothered by the crowd. He carefully thought about what to do next. He could set up a dark array formation that others could not set up. This was a huge help to the humans. If he could completely cure the female general later, his reputation among the humans would skyrocket. He would definitely attract the attention of the saint-rank ancestor. However, if he wanted to be bestowed with the elemental origin, this was not enough. He needed to make a greater contribution because the elemental origin was too precious. It was so precious that even the female general, Chu Wangkaiu, was not qualified to come into contact with it. The only person who could come into contact with it was the saint-rank ancestor. I wonder if the saint-rank ancestor is in the Abyss Fortress. What kind of contribution would one have to do to be given the elemental origin? Li Xian said to himself, thinking about how to make a great contribution. If I set up the dark array formation in the remaining 9 passages, my contribution is not small. There should be hope to obtain the elemental origin. Li Xian said to himself again. He was prepared to continue setting up the dark array formations in the next few days to increase his strength and wait for the elemental origin to completely mature. After making his decision, Li Xian also joined in the cooking. The main reason was that the cooks were all clumsy. They were able to cook until they were burnt. It was really frustrating. Li Xian had no choice but to cook personally. He directly purified the pollution from the pollution creatures, processed their flesh, and began to cook the braised pork. As a foodie, other than eating oranges, Li Xian also liked delicious food. In his previous life, he did a lot of cooking at home, so he was very good at this aspect. Thus, after he had been busy for half an hour, a rich fragrance filled the abyss passage, attracting everyone's burning gazes to look at Li Xian. Even the female general used her pair of beautiful red eyes to look straight at Li Xian, secretly swallowing her saliva. In order to hide her embarrassment, she used her fair little hands to brush the black hair by her ears, deliberately distracting herself. However, the food was too fragrant. She was a gold-rank powerhouse with sharp 5 senses, so she could smell the fragrance much more than others. Therefore, her gaze was once again fixed on Li Xian, looking at the red braised meat that Li Xian was cooking. Time slowly passed, and the fragrance in the abyss passage became more and more intense. The delicacies were gradually made with Li Xian's hands, making people drool. Finally, when the last dish was finished, Li Xian finally stopped his busyness and said to everyone with a smile. "That's enough. Everyone, eat. Finally, we can eat. It's too fragrant. Little junior brother, I want to eat this. I want to eat a big bowl." Peony came to Li Xian's side and pointed at the big pot of red braised meat. "Okay, that's the cutlery over there. You can serve everyone rice." Previously, Li Xian took out the cutlery and directly arranged for the peony to serve everyone rice. "Yes, yes." Peony hurriedly nodded and quickly served everyone rice. During this process, everyone liked the red braised meat the most. Almost everyone asked for a big bowl, and the cute little girl also asked for a big bowl. Li Xian looked at the cute little girl holding a big bowl and eating quickly. He was slightly stunned because he realized that this cute little girl ate faster than everyone else. After half an hour passed, Li Xian looked at the big pot of red braised meat being eaten. He was speechless, but at the same time, he was also surprised by the appetite of the beautiful girls. For example, Peony ate 4 bowls of red braised meat, the female general ate 3 bowls, and the small, cute girl ate 7 bowls of red braised meat. That small girl actually ate so much. She was simply a big foodie. On the other hand, Huo Huli, who had the hottest figure, ate more quietly and less. She only ate half a bowl of braised pork. Li Xian, why aren't you eating? The cute girl who had just finished 7 big bowls of braised pork moved to Li Xian's side. She stared at the braised pork on Li Xian's plate and asked. Well, I'm almost full, Li Xian said with a smile. He did not eat much of the braised pork. Most of what he ate were other delicacies, which added up to only about a bowl. The female general saw that he ate less, so she scooped half a plate of braised pork for Li Xian. In the end, she did not expect it to attract the cute girl's attention. Well, if you don't want to eat any more, can you give it to me? The cute girl blinked her big eyes in embarrassment and pursed her small lips. Here. Looking at the cute girl's embarrassed expression, Li Xian smiled and handed the plate to her. Thank you. I'll treat you to the soul fruit. It's very delicious. The cute girl took out a strange fruit from her ring and handed it to Li Xian. Soul fruit. It was the first time Li Xian had heard of such a fruit. He looked at the cute girl in surprise. This is a fruit unique to our soul sect. It can slightly increase soul power, the cute girl explained softly. Increase soul power. Li Xian looked at the cute girl in surprise. It was a good thing that could increase soul power. However, Li Xian was not sure if this thing was useful to Li Xian. He took the soul fruit and ate it without hesitation. In an instant, a warm current appeared in his heart and started to fuse with his soul, increasing his soul power. It can really increase my soul power. Li Xian was very surprised. In the past, when he was in the summoning beast world, he had obtained many good things that could increase his soul power. Unfortunately, these things were useless later on. Especially after Li Xian's soul had reached gold rank, other than the soul growth brought by the contract, there was nothing else that could increase his soul power. However, he did not expect that there was a kind of soul fruit that could actually increase his soul power. This was a pleasant surprise to Li Xian. I didn't expect that a delicious meal would bring about such an unexpected harvest. I wonder if there are many of these fruits? If I can consume them for a long time in the future. When Li Xian thought of this, his eyes lit up and he could not help but look at the cute girl. Are there many of these soul fruits? Can you give me some more? What kind of plant did this come from? This. The cute girl did not know how to answer for a moment. She lowered her head helplessly as if she had something to hide. Can't you say it? If you really can't say it, then forget it. Li Xian shook his head and said. No, it's not that I can't say it. Actually, this is not from a plant. It's because of a special ability, the cute girl explained. Chapter 368, Special Constitution. Special ability. Li Xian was stunned. He was very surprised that there was such a special ability. He could not help but ask, is it an innate skill? No, it's a special constitution. Our soul sect's requirements for accepting disciples are extremely high. We must have a special constitution. Any constitution is fine. For example, the Huokonke. Her constitution belongs to the fire attribute while my constitution belongs to the spirit attribute. They are both extremely rare constitutions. After we were recruited into the soul sect, we needed to learn the special secret technique of the soul sect. We had to expend our own soul power to condense soul fruits of different attributes. This process was very difficult. We had to learn the basic knowledge for several years, and we also had to strengthen our own strength and soul. I also just learned how to condense soul fruits, but unfortunately, I can only condense 12 in a year. The cute girl explained softly and told him her situation. So it's like this. Does Huokonke condense fire attribute soul fruits? Li Xian asked again. Yes, but she's still young and hasn't reached the level of condensing soul fruits, the cute girl explained again. I see. Is there a lot of people in your sect who can condense soul fruits? Li Xian continued to ask, preparing to buy some soul fruits. Not much. We can only sell 50 soul fruits every month to buy all kinds of array formation knowledge and array formation resources to improve the foundation of the section. If you want, I have 3 more. I'll give them to you when I condense soul fruits in the future, the cute girl said again. Okay, I'll teach you array formation knowledge later, Li Xian thought for a moment and said. Alright, will I be able to eat red braised meat in the future? It's very delicious, the cute girl said like a little greedy cat. Sure, I'll treat you to red braised meat later. Li Xian smiled, feeling that the other party was a little foodie. Thank you. Here, these 3 soul fruits are for you. The cute girl happily took out the accumulated soul fruits and handed them to Li Xian without any hesitation. All right. Li Xian raised his hand to receive them. In order to eat the braised pork, this girl did not even mention anything about array formations. She was really a glutton. Of course, the soul fruits could be considered to have some benefits to him. It was better to have a slight increase in soul power than not having any. At the moment, transcendence fruits could no longer increase his soul power when he ate them. The soul fruits had become the only external object that could improve his soul. After decisively eating the 3 soul fruits, Li Xian took out some of his notes on array formations and passed them to the cute girl as a reward. Li Xian, it's best not to eat too many soul fruits. Try to use increasing your spiritual power as the foundation. After all, it will take several years to reach gold rank. When your spiritual power reaches half-step gold rank, your soul will definitely be stronger than your spiritual power. There's no need to eat the soul fruit. When the time comes, you'll still have to temper your soul. The female general reminded him gently, saying something that surprised Li Xian. Okay, I got it. Li Xian thought about the knowledge of the gold rank. Normally, it was extremely difficult to reach the gold rank and one had to live for many years before they could reach the gold rank. After years of experience and battles, the soul would improve faster than the spiritual power. Therefore, when the spiritual power reached half-step gold rank, the soul had already reached its limit. Only some geniuses would need to pay attention to the improvement of their soul if their spiritual power was improving fast enough. Li Xian's situation was quite special. His fundamental strength was his soul. He could only display powerful strength by relying on his skills. Therefore, he only needed to improve his soul. This also led Li Xian to walk on a different path, which was completely different from other people's cultivation methods. I'll find an opportunity later to properly understand the soul sect that the cute girl mentioned. I'll see what their secret technique is, and maybe I'll be able to use it in the future. Li Xian secretly decided to set another goal for himself. After he made his decision, Li Xian led everyone to continue setting up the array formation, and at the same time, he taught the cute girl the array formation knowledge. Time passed bit by bit, and the small beast tide continued. Commander Zhou and the others who were guarding the entrance of the 7 Stars Grand Array Formation had solemn expressions as they waited for the return of the great general. However, they had waited for so long, yet they still had not seen her. This caused their expressions to become even more solemn, and the atmosphere at the scene became even more oppressive and heavy. Commander Zhou, send someone to take a look at the great general's soul lamp. I'm a little worried. The one-armed old man looked at Commander Zhou. All right, Deputy Commander Lu, go and take a look at the great general's soul lamp personally. Immediately. Commander Zhou gritted his teeth. Yes, Commander Zhou. Deputy Commander Lu was also very worried. He immediately left and headed to the place where the soul lamp was placed. The remaining people continued to wait. Qi Xingzi thought of something and could not help but say. If they can come back alive, let them leave their soul lamps behind, especially junior brother Li Xian. That's true. If Li Xian can come back alive, I won't let him participate in any missions. I'll definitely do my best to protect him and nurture him to study ancient array formations. I have quite a few ancient books that are written in ancient languages. Later, I'll personally teach him to study literature and learn how to create powerful ancient arrays, said the one-armed old man. Old Man He is right. I agree with this suggestion. I agree as well. The group was very worried about Li Xian and the female general. They hoped that everyone would hurry back. Some even mentioned that they would send an army to rush in and save Li Xian and the others. Luckily, Deputy Commander Lu ran over and reported that the female general's soul lamp had not been extinguished. Everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. Time passed once again. The small beast tide's trend gradually weakened. Finally, the small beast tide ended. Commander Zhou immediately led his army and charged into the abyss passage. However, the moment they entered the passage, they could see the corpses of the pollution creatures. Seeing so many corpses, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Commander Zhou ordered the soldiers to clean up immediately. At the same time, he sent the elite soldiers led by Deputy Commander Lu to look for the female general and Li Xian. After a while, Deputy Commander Lu ran back from the 9th passage with a group of elite soldiers and reported the situation there. What did you say? The 9th passage is safe and sound? There are many strange array formations? I thought there are quite a few survivors. Commander Zhou was surprised. Yes, this kind of array formation is very strange. It doesn't need spirit stones to operate. I can't understand it at all, Deputy Commander Lu said blankly. He had also learned about formations before. The level of formations could only reach the 2nd stage, so he could be considered a formation master with some small achievements. Even so, he still could not understand the 9th passage's array formation. This made him somewhat doubt his life. No spirit stones? Bulsh *T. Spirit stones are the energy source of array formations. How can formations operate without spirit stones? If you don't understand array formations, then don't talk nonsense, the one-armed elder reprimanded. It's true. Those array formations really don't have spirit stones. I guarantee it, Deputy Commander Lu guaranteed. Let me tell you. Spirit stones are the fundamental energy of an array formation. It's just like how a person needs to drink water and eat food. Without spirit stones, an array formation can't operate at all. As a second-tier array formation master, don't you know this? How did you even get your array formation badge? Did you use the back door? The one-armed old man reprimanded. Chapter 369, 3 years later. No, this is true. There really aren't any spirit stones in that array formation. My soldiers have all seen it, so they can guarantee it, Deputy Commander Lu explained helplessly. Yes, my lords. We've all seen it, but there really aren't any spirit stones. It's very strange. The soldiers at the back hurriedly spoke up for Deputy Commander Lu and described the scene they had seen. However, the one-armed old man and the others were unwilling to believe it. They had studied array formations for many years, and many array formation masters were very confident in their own array formations. From their knowledge, they had never heard of array formations not using spirit stones, so they still refused to believe it. They felt that Deputy Commander Lu was talking nonsense. Let's go and take a look. Commander Zhou was still willing to believe Deputy Commander Lu. Although he also felt that it was somewhat inconceivable that array formations did not use spirit stones, he decided to wait until he saw the situation at the scene before making a decision. After making the decision, the group continued to set off, heading toward the 9th passage in a grandiose manner. Along the way, they also discovered that the 9th passage was different. They discovered that there were many more corpses of contaminated creatures here, and many of them seemed to have been killed by the array formation. When they arrived in front of the dark array formation, they saw that the array formation was rapidly operating and emitting a tyrannical aura. All of them revealed shocked expressions as they looked at the dark array formation in disbelief. It really doesn't need spirit stones. How is this possible? How did this happen? Isn't this too unbelievable? Someone said in astonishment. Wait, this is the abyssal black gas. This array is actually absorbing the abyssal black gas. It actually used the power of the abyssal black gas to form the array formation. The one-armed old man said in astonishment. It's actually real. This is truly a genius idea. Quick, look at these formation patterns. The structure is too detailed. It's like a beehive, interlocking with each other, said a fat array formation master. Updates by VIP Novel. Com. What a powerful array formation technique. These formation patterns have a very special structure. Strange, what kind of loop is this? What are the functions of these formation patterns? I actually can't understand it. Old man Bai frowned. Can't understand it? Master Bai, even you can't understand it. You're an array formation grand master. An array formation master said in surprise. Indeed, I can't understand it. This array formation is too exquisite. I feel that if I participate in the array formation, I can at most set up some side arrays. I can't understand the core array formation at all. Old man Bai frowned as he stared at the dark array formation. He realized that the array formation was too profound. Even he, an array formation grand master, could not understand it. The surrounding people also looked carefully. The more they looked, the more shocked they became. It was as if they had discovered a new continent. Their eyes were burning as they stared at the dark array formation and studied it. Did you guys notice it? The change in the energy absorption of the array formation has allowed me to see the hope of humanity. The one-armed old man suddenly said. Yes, I agree with this point. The array formation has solved the energy problem that we have been unable to solve for a long time. It has even solved the abyssal black gas problem. This is truly an unconstrained idea. Who was the one who set up the array formation? The one-armed old man said solemnly. Could it be Li Xian? Our abyss fortress has existed for many years. The problems that exist have never been solved. However, Li Xian has changed in an instant. Other than him, I can't think of anyone else, the one-armed old man said again. But he's still a child. Although I also think it's him, this is too shocking. Old man Bai could not believe it. He wanted to see it with his own eyes first. Let's go to the depths of the array formation and see who set up such an amazing array formation, Old man Bai suggested. Okay, let's go. The group set off again in an imposing manner. They passed through one dark array formation after another. After spending a lot of time, they finally saw the person they wanted to see. That was Li Xian's small figure in front of the array formation, setting up the array bit by bit, commanding the group to set up the array formation at the corners, controlling the overall situation. Beside Li Xian, the gold rank general was silently protecting him. Her originally pale face had become rosy, and her lifeless vitality had become extraordinarily lively. Such a scene, finally made everyone believe everything, believing in Li Xian's talent. At this moment, everyone saw Li Xian as hope. They swore in their hearts that they would protect Li Xian and preserve this hope. At that moment, of course, they would protect Li Xian and reward him with all sorts of treasures when he returned to the Abyss Fortress. Just like that. Under the protection of the people, Li Xian left the 9th passage and returned to the Abyss Fortress, becoming the one to get first priority protection. The gold rank female general guarded Li Xian every day, which made Li Xian very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Li Xian's goal was to make a contribution and obtain the elemental origin, so he did not refuse to be protected. Therefore, in the following time, his performance was quite excellent, and his age was also controlled to grow slowly. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In the Abyss Passage, a mighty army was guarding the various passageways, using the formation to crazily fight against the Abyss creatures. At this moment, all the passages were set up with dark array formations. There were only 5,000 meters left from the bottom of the abyss. It could be said that the passages that allowed the abyssal creatures to invade the human world had been completely sealed. This also led to the great explosion of the abyssal creatures. In the past 3 years, they had launched hundreds of frenzied attacks. Even the large beast tide had appeared more than 30 times, and there had even been 5 super large beast tides. In these 3 years, there were not many casualties among humans, even fewer than in the past 50 years. The ones who suffered the most casualties were the people protecting Li Xian because there were too many assassinations. In these 3 years, all sorts of assassinations against Li Xian appeared. There were all sorts of attacks, and it was hard to guard against them. There were even those who attempted to assassinate Li Xian when he was asleep. Under the protection of many people and Li Xian's hidden strength, all the dangers were safely passed through. At this moment, Li Xian was sitting on the Grand Marshal's throne, quietly looking at the first passage of the abyss. His sharp eyes swept past the dark array formation and those abyssal creatures that roared and charged. At this moment, Li Xian had already grown to the age of 15. His long black hair was tied behind his back, and his white clothes made his handsome appearance more and more perfect. He was like an immortal that was attracting the attention of others. The strength that he displayed had reached the high-level silver rank. It could be said that he had improved to this level in 3 years. It could be said that he was quite abnormal and terrifying. Most of the disciples at that time were still at the black iron rank and bronze rank. However, Li Xian had already reached the upper silver rank, so the difference in strength was huge. Fortunately, his master was at gold rank. With the supply of many resources and his extremely powerful talent, it was possible for him to reach this speed, so it did not cause much of a stir. The only thing that almost caused a stir was the meeting with the saint rank ancestor a few days ago. Li Xian was still very worried about experts at this level. In order to prevent the saint rank ancestor from noticing anything, Li Xian found an opportunity to return to the summoned beasts world and frantically harvest all sorts of skills. He committed suicide over 1,000 times and obtained over 1,000 skills. Finally, he met a very good skill. That was the soul transformation. Chapter 370, Comprehending the Barrier's Embryonic Form. This talent allowed him to transform his soul into anything he wanted. With this skill, Li Xian transformed his gold rank soul into a silver rank one. Only then did he meet the saint rank ancestor. He did not encounter any problems and passed the test safely. Unfortunately, he still did not obtain the elemental origin. The saint rank ancestor only promised that the elemental origin was about to mature, so he would bring Li Xian to watch the mature process and help him comprehend the ability. At the same time, he also gave him the position of the Grand Marshal of the Abyss Fortress. He wanted Li Xian to lead the army and attack the Abyss Passage. He also wanted Li Xian to set up all the dark array formations until the bottom of the Abyss Passage. He wanted to find the Abyss Crack and attack the Abyss from there. That was how the current scene came about. This mission was very difficult. The closer they were to the Abyss Crack, the more monsters there were. Currently, the various passages were only 5,000 meters away from the Abyss Crack. However, these 5,000 meters of monsters were densely packed, one by one. There was no end to them at all. Li Xian led his men to kill through the tunnels for an entire day, but the monsters were still like the tide. It was simply impossible to kill them all. This also resulted in a stalemate in the battle, unable to advance any further. Li Xian smoothed the long hair by his ears. His sharp eyes swept across the generals and commanders, and finally, his gaze fell on a young girl carrying the lightning blade on her back. This was the deputy commander he had recruited. Her strength had reached the mid-level silver rank. At the same time, she was able to fight above her level. Her combat strength was extremely valiant. As for her, she was the chosen one of this world, Lei Wushuan, that fiery and beautiful young lady. Now that the battle is at a stalemate, Lei Wushuan, do you have any ideas? Li Xian asked. Reporting to the Grand Marshal, there are too many monsters. I suggest that we gather all the experts and attack the first passage together. We will advance quickly and strive for time to set up the dark array formation. Updates by VIP Novel. Com. As long as we can set up the array formation, we can defend according to the array and move forward steadily. Lei Wuxuan carried her long saber on her back and bowed respectfully. I don't think it's appropriate. Commander Zhou walked out from the crowd. He first bowed to Li Xian and then said seriously, a large number of people from the Abyss sect are hiding in the army. They were bewitched by the Abyss and became fanatics of the Abyss. They were also hiding in the army. No one knows when they would attack. If the experts are mobilized and if they take the opportunity to destroy the array formation, then we will lose more than we gain. This. When everyone heard this, they chose to remain silent, because this matter was really troublesome. The people of the Abyss sect were humans. They could not be seen from their appearance. No one knew how many spies of the Abyss sect were hidden in the army. Fortunately, they had sealed the Abyss, so these people were restricted in this world. Their strength could only reach the bronze rank peak, and they were unable to break through to silver rank. Thus, there would not be problems if there were silver rank experts guarding. If the experts of the various passages were transferred away, then things would be troublesome. It was very likely that the array would be continuously destroyed. This also caused everyone to fall silent. They did not know how to solve this problem. Only the beautiful girl, Lei Wuxuan, wanted to say something, but she did not know what to say. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Lei Wuxuan, if you have something to say, just say it, Li Xian said faintly. Reporting to the Grand Marshal, I can find out who is from the Abyss sect, Lei Wuxuan answered seriously. Oh? How? Li Xian was curious. I feel that I can find out who is from the Abyss sect based on my feeling, Lei Wuxuan said seriously. Feeling? When the crowd heard this, they started to discuss it among themselves. They thought that Lei Wuxuan's words were too unreliable. Some even looked down on her. The main thing was that this matter was too ridiculous. Who would find someone based on their feeling? It could not be that whoever Lei Wuxuan said was from the Abyss sect would be from the Abyss sect, right? If Lei Wuxuan said that Li Xian was from the Abyss sect, would everyone believe her? Therefore, everyone only treated Lei Wuxuan's words as a joke. All right, Lei Wuxuan stays behind. The rest of you can leave. Li Xian frowned and said. Yes, Grand Marshal. Everyone bowed and left, leaving behind Lei Wuxuan, who stood quietly, and the female general, Chu Wangkaiu, who was always by Li Xian's side. Chu Wangkaiu, go with Lei Wuxuan to search the various passages. As long as Lei Wuxuan says anyone is suspicious, immediately bring them over and arrange them in the skeleton army. Li Xian suddenly looked at the valiant female general beside him. Chu Wangkaiu was a little stunned when she heard this. She also felt that it was ridiculous for Lei Wuxuan to look for a spy based on her intuition. However, what surprised Chu Wangkaiu was that Li Xian actually believed her. This surprised Chu Wangkaiu. Besides her, Lei Wuxuan was also very surprised. She could not believe that Li Xian actually trusted her so much. Go. I hope that the problem will be solved before daybreak. At daybreak, we will attack the first passage with all our strength, Li Xian said seriously. All right. Although Chu Wangkaiu still wanted to say something, she ultimately chose to believe Li Xian. She took Lei Wuxuan away and went to check out the spies in the various passages. After they left, Li Xian was silent for a long time. In his mind, he thought of the power of the saint rank ancestor and the terrifying power. This power, which was called the domain, made Li Xian very envious and wanted to master it. Unfortunately, the domain was too far away for him. He was still learning the barrier, which was the embryonic form of the domain. During these 3 years, Li Xian spent most of his time studying. His goal was the female general's blood-colored barrier. If he could condense a barrier, he would have a chance to obtain a domain in the future. Unfortunately, after 3 years of comprehension, Li Xian's progress was very slow. He could only form a small and exquisite ball of light. This was only after he obtained 1,000 skills and had a deeper comprehension that he had a chance to comprehend the small ball of light. However, looking at the small ball of light in his hand, Li Xian felt helpless. It was too small and had no effect at all. I'll continue to comprehend it. I hope that I can form a barrier as soon as possible so that I can use it. Otherwise, I would be too embarrassed to let others see this small ball of light. Li Xian shook his head helplessly. The small ball of light was too small. Li Xian felt that it was quite embarrassing. He was too embarrassed to let others see it, so he had hidden it. Fortunately, with the small ball of light, Li Xian felt that his comprehension speed had increased by a large margin. It was just like building a house. It was as if he had learned the general steps of building a house. In the future, he only needed to build a bigger house. Therefore, Li Xian dragged the small ball of light with his left hand and continued to comprehend. Time slowly passed, and soon, it was the second day. The next morning, the sun shone on the earth, bringing vitality to all things. Li Xian was still comprehending with his eyes closed. The ball of light in his hand had become bigger, from the size of a mouse to the size of a football. Finally, it had a little bit of appearance. Li Xian had a flash of inspiration in his mind at the moment. He did not want to miss this good opportunity, so he did not stop comprehending. He still had his eyes closed, and the spiritual power around his body was constantly surging. Outside the room, the female general and Lei Wushuan, who had been busy for the whole night, rushed back with travel-worn clothes. They walked quickly to the door, ready to report the results. However, when they walked into the room, the female general suddenly raised her hand to stop Lei Wushuan. "What's wrong, Sister Wang Kaiu?" Lei Wushuan asked in puzzlement. "Shh, keep your voice down. He actually reached this step. It's too fast, really too fast," the female general said while trembling. "Ah? What do you mean?" Lei Wushuan was at a loss. He did not understand what this was. This is the embryonic form of the barrier. It's the initial stage of the formation of the barrier. Normally, only those at the gold rank peak have the chance to comprehend it. Moreover, it takes decades or even hundreds of years. In order to comprehend the blood-colored barrier, I went into seclusion for 30 years in the blood-colored valley. Only then did I comprehend the blood-colored barrier. I didn't expect that he would comprehend it in 3 years. The female general's expression was complicated. As she lamented Li Xian's exceptional talent, she felt inexplicably sad. As a super genius, she spent 30 years comprehending the blood-colored barrier, and it had already shocked the entire world. However, Li Xian had comprehended it in 3 years. This was simply inhuman. Thus, although Chu Wangkaiu was happy for Li Xian, she was also very sad in her heart. She was so depressed that she complained that Li Xian's talent was too much, and it was too depressing. "It's actually like this." Lei Wushuan was surprised, and her eyes widened in disbelief. It was because the saber behind her had also started to secretly communicate with her and understand the knowledge about the barrier. The expert in the blade secretly transmitted his voice. "Disciple Wushuan, Li Xian is definitely extraordinary. You have to hold on to him. This guy comprehended the barrier in 3 years. He is simply a monster. I used 80 years back then." 80 years. Chapter 371, Strange Vertical Pupils. 80 years? Why is it taking so long? Master, aren't you a genius? Lei Wushuan secretly transmitted his voice and asked. "Of course, I'm a genius. 80 years is already very quick. Others used more than 100 years. In my era, almost no one could surpass me. However, I didn't expect that in this era, there are actually 2 people who are stronger than me." The female general beside you, Chu Wangkaiu, is a super genius. She's much stronger than me. However, I didn't expect that Li Xian was even more tyrannical. I used 80 years to comprehend it, and this kid used 3 years. He didn't even need to fight, and he just sat lazily reading every day. This is simply not human. Damn it, comparing people is really infuriating. This kid comprehended it in 3 years. This is simply unreasonable. The expert from the lightning blade grumbled gloomily. It was obvious that he had been dealt a heavy blow and said a bunch of envious words. This. Lei Wuxuan was also frightened. She looked at the ball of light in shock and looked at the flashing light. She wanted to see something, but unfortunately, she could not understand anything. There was no other way. The barrier was a very high-level power. Only those at the gold rank peak could begin to comprehend it and prepare to break through to the half-step saint rank. However, she did not expect Li Xian had started to comprehend it so early. The key point was that he had only used 3 years. This also frightened the expert in the lightning blade. Even the talented Chu Wangkaiu was stunned and stood still. It was obvious that she had suffered a blow. It took them a long time to recover. Lei Wuxuan said in a low voice, "Sister Wangkaiu, what about the invasion of the abyss?" Updates by VIP Novel. Calm. Let's pause for now. We'll talk about it after Li Xian is done. Comprehending the barrier is too important. He absolutely cannot be disturbed, not to mention that he is the hope of humanity. Chu Wangkaiu said seriously and stood guard at the door to prevent anyone from disturbing Li Xian. Lei Wuxuan did not dare to be negligent. She also stood guard quietly and looked around vigilantly to prevent anything from happening. Time passed slowly. Soon, 3 hours had passed. The ball of light in Li Xian's hand grew a little bigger. It changed from the size of a football to the size of a basketball. Overall, there was a small improvement. Not bad. Li Xian opened his eyes. His gaze swept across the scene in the ball of light, and he vaguely had an even greater realization. However, he still had things to do. This was the time to put away the ball of light and attack the first passage. Let's go. Prepare to attack the first passage. Li Xian stood up and walked out in large strides. Li Xian, I suggest that the battle be postponed. You should speed up the comprehension of the barrier. This is very important, Chu Wangkaiu said seriously. It's okay. I know what to do. Li Xian nodded. He valued the elemental origin. He could only get it if he made more contributions. As long as he could break through the first passage, he would be able to see the space crack. Moreover, Li Xian's contribution and reputation would be improved unprecedentedly. It was the first time someone could break through the abyss passage and see the abyss crack. No one could compare to such a contribution. At that time, the elemental origin would definitely belong to him. No one had the right to compete with him. Thinking of this, Li Xian immediately mobilized the experts in the army and charged into the first passage to begin the counterattack. Of course, those abyss sect people who had been found did not know what was going on. Just like that, they became cannon fodder and were mixed in with the skeleton army, becoming the vanguard. Boom! 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 The battle was about to start. The skeleton army of more than 10,000 charged in from the dark array formation in a mighty manner. They clashed with the densely packed pollution creatures and began to fight crazily. The experts at the back also joined the battle circle, one after another, providing support. The battle proceeded in an orderly manner. The Abyss sect spies felt that something was wrong, but they did not dare to expose their identities, because if they did, they would die even faster. They could only fight bitterly. After they had achieved meritorious deeds and were injured, they would have a chance to return to the Dark Array formation. Needless to say, one person performed very well. After fighting for half a day, he was actually valued by Li Xian and allowed to return. This caused the people of the Abyss sect to see hope. Each and every one of them killed the pollution creatures crazily and helped the humans instead. However, these spies did not know that those who were allowed to return would soon be dealt with in the dark. At the moment, they only gave the spies hope and made them kill the polluted creatures crazily. Time passed little by little, and the battle progressed little by little. After a day of battle, a region was finally cleared, and it was time to set up a dark array. Li Xian did not hesitate and immediately led everyone to set up the dark array formation, trying his best to maintain the results of the battle. Then, they continued to attack and fight according to this method. They spent a whole month's time. Finally, the first passage of the abyss was opened, allowing everyone to see the scene near the abyss crack. There, a terrifying giant ape monster was waiting quietly, its eyes looking coldly at everyone present. Behind the giant ape was a dense spatial rift. At the location of the largest spatial rift, there was actually a vertical pupil embedded in it, and it was emitting the power of palpitations. The vertical pupil saw the humans that appeared in the first passage, and suddenly a green light appeared, enveloping the spies in the skeleton army. Ah! Screams of pain rang through the first passage. The spies covered their heads and screamed in pain. Blood oozed out from their facial features. They fell to the ground in fear and died. What is that? Why do I feel fear in my heart? Commander Zhou was so scared that his scalp went numb. He took a few steps back and his face turned pale. He was not the only one. Other than Li Xian and Chu Wangkaiu, everyone else looked the same. Even Chu Wangkaiu swayed a little. It was obvious that she had suffered a loss. Li Xian, let's retreat. Chu Wangkaiu hugged Li Xian and quickly retreated, worried that something would happen to Li Xian. It's fine, don't worry. Li Xian felt a little helpless in Chu Wangkaiu's embrace. The main thing was that it was too ambiguous, and he did not want to get involved too much, so he comforted Chu Wangkaiu and told her to stop. Li Xian, it's very dangerous here. The giant ape's strength is definitely not inferior to mine. The main point is that the vertical pupil is too terrifying. I'm worried that it's the means of a saint-rank powerhouse. Chu Wangkaiu explained in worry, but she did not let go of Li Xian. Instead, she hugged him tightly and continued to lead Li Xian to retreat into the distance. Only a saint-rank powerhouse could deal with another saint-rank powerhouse. Unless the saint-rank ancestor came, no one could deal with that vertical pupil. Alright, let's retreat first. Li Xian waved his hand, and a black-robed skeleton walked out from the black vortex and quickly conveyed Li Xian's orders. Furthermore, the black-robed skeleton man was actually able to command the remaining skeleton army to be in charge of the rear, preventing them from being attacked. What was surprising was that the giant ape did not attack. Instead, it stood in the first passage, staring coldly at Li Xian. A violent killing intent seemed to have materialized, enveloping the first passage. Li Xian was not afraid. While he was being carried away, he still had time to look at the giant ape, sizing it up with interest. Bang! The giant ape lifted its foot and crushed the stone beside it. Then, it pointed at the stone and then at Li Xian, revealing a cruel smile. Hee hee! Li Xian smiled. He did not care about this threat. Instead, he recalled the vertical pupil. In the vertical pupil, he saw a golden thread. Chapter 372, Origin Level Dark Element Control. It's that golden thread again. It's completely different from gold rank power. It's very similar to Qin Yu's golden thread. Why is the golden thread in the vertical pupil? Li Xian was puzzled. He vaguely thought of a possibility and thought of a person. Back in the abyss, Li Xian had seen a tattered flag with the word Tian written on it. It was possible that there was a supreme expert with the word Tian in his name. This person had fought many enemies in the abyss. The key was that this person might be related to Qin Yu. He might be Qin Yu's elder or something like that. This possibility was very high. Otherwise, that strange golden thread would not have listened to Qin Yu so easily and followed Qin Yu obediently to help her comprehend the golden thread. Although the power of the golden thread that Qin Yu comprehended was much weaker, as long as Qin Yu's strength increased, the golden thread would become more and more strange and extraordinary. Just like the last time he sneaked back, he saw Qin Yu's growth. Her thread was already becoming more and more powerful. At the silver rank, she was invincible among her peers. This kind of growth surprised Li Xian. At the same time, he also felt that Qin Yu and the golden thread had some kind of relationship. It must be her elder or something. Unfortunately, Li Xian felt that his strength was still too weak, so he could not investigate further. The key point was that even Qin Yu was becoming stronger rapidly. Li Xian felt a sense of urgency. As Heaven's chosen one, Ye Fan's improvement speed is extremely fast. However, compared to Qin Yu, Ye Fan is much weaker. Qin Yu's improvement speed is too fast. Li Xian sighed. Speaking of which, the stronger Qin Yu became, the more soul power he would receive. Li Xian should be very happy, but he still felt a lot of pressure in his heart. What if Qin Yu reached gold rank and caught up to him? Would that not make him look useless? Updates by VIP Novel. Com. Of course, this stage would still take very long. Qin Yu was not even at the half-step gold rank. She still had a long way to go. This period of time was enough for Li Xian to rise to the mid-level gold rank and get the elemental origin. As long as he had the elemental origin, Li Xian's combat power would increase dramatically. If he could comprehend the barrier, he could even break into the Divine Imperial Palace. Thinking of this, Li Xian left and returned to the Abyss Fortress with his army. What followed was a heavy meeting and reporting of the situation at the Abyss Crack to the Saint Rank Ancestor. 3 days later, Li Xian received the order from the Saint Rank Ancestor and received a silk cloth that was emitting a strange light. In the study room, Li Xian sat in front of the desk, squinting at the scroll and looking at the contents of the silk cloth. The Saint Rank Ancestor can't come? Has the Beast Tamer sect already reached this level? Li Xian's brows were tightly furrowed. There was also a spatial rift on the Beast Tamer sect's side. It had been opened by the Abyss 10 years ago. At that time, it was fortunate that the Saint Rank Ancestor had participated in the battle and risked his injuries to block the completion of the rift. Unfortunately, the spatial rift had already appeared. The abyssal creatures on the other side were eyeing it covetously, making the already difficult situation even more precarious. Fortunately, Li Xian was there to turn the tide and set up a dark array formation, stabilizing the situation in the Abyss Fortress. The situation here could be considered stable, but the Beast Tamer sect had instead become a key area of defense and control. Even the Saint Rank Ancestor had to guard it every day and did not dare to leave. It's a pity that the Beast Tamer sect isn't suitable to set up the array formation. It's very troublesome, and I'm still too weak. Li Xian sighed. If he had the strength of a Saint Rank, the Abyss would definitely not attack this world as recklessly as it was at the moment. The threat of 2 Saint Ranks was still stronger. In addition, he could summon an army of undead, which was also a problem for the Abyss. Moreover, Li Xian could also sneak into the spatial rift and go to the Abyss to investigate the information about the Abyss. He would know himself and the enemy, and he would be able to make a better plan. If the strength of the Abyss was not as powerful as he had imagined, he could stir up trouble in the Abyss and plunder the elemental origins everywhere to increase his strength. In this way, he could also draw in a portion of the power of the Abyss, preventing them from attacking other worlds at will. It could also be considered as helping many worlds in disguise. Therefore, Li Xian wanted to reach Saint Rank as soon as possible, but it was a pity that he was too slow. After absorbing so much soul power, he had not even reached mid-level gold rank. According to his calculations, he would still need at least 10 years or even longer to reach the mid-level gold rank. Saint Rank is too far away. I'd better focus on what's in front of me and absorb this thing first. Li Xian's right hand brushed across the silk cloth, and a seven-colored light flashed. A black elemental origin appeared in Li Xian's hand, and it was soft like soft candy. I finally got it. Li Xian revealed a smile. After working hard for so long, he stabilized the Abyss Fortress and broken through the first passage. He also had the guarantee of Chu Wangkaiyu and the 7 Stars Sect Master. Li Xian finally got the elemental origin that he wanted. Unfortunately, I owe them too much. The 7 Stars Sect Master's guarantee for me is already very heavy. I didn't expect Chu Wangkaiyu to actually use her life to guarantee for me. Li Xian shook his head. Ever since he came to this world, he had always had the mentality of a passerby. It was a pity that after staying for a long time, he would eventually meet some people who valued him and believed in him. For example, his master, Huo Ling'er. She and all the gold rank members of the 7 Stars sect had vouched for Li Xian and believed in him. As for Chu Wangkaiyu, this valiant female general, she had actually signed a contract and used her life to vouch for him. The value of this guarantee was even greater than all the gold rank guarantees of the 7 Stars sect. This also made Li Xian feel very helpless. Forget it, since she trusts me so much, then I'll properly protect this world. I'll consider it a repayment to them. Li Xian sighed and held the elemental origin to carefully observe it. A profound power flashed on the origin, causing Li Xian to fall into a state of ecstasy. A moment later, Li Xian broke free from his daze. Circles of water ripples rose from his back, and his entire body disappeared in the illusion. When he reappeared, Li Xian had already arrived at a certain basement, a place that only he knew of. He took a deep breath. Half of Li Xian's soul came out of his body. The upper half of his body was separated from his soul. In the next second, Li Xian pressed the elemental origin into his soul and started to absorb it quickly. Buzz! The 7-colored radiance started to shine, and the mysterious darkness power surged crazily, enveloping his entire body. Under this darkness power, Li Xian completely merged into it, as if he had turned into darkness and disappeared. Time passed bit by bit, and soon, 7 days had passed. The black fog that enveloped Li Xian gradually dissipated, and his closed eyes slowly opened. Wisps of black light floated from the corners of his eyes, causing Li Xian's temperament to change greatly. So that's how it is. The origin is already similar to instinct and is at the limit of power. The next step is the rules. Li Xian was in a trance. He could clearly feel that his control over the darkness power had reached the limit. He was already at the limit of the darkness power. As long as he was willing, he could condense his dark barrier within a year. Chapter 373, The Strange Little Red Shoes. This is really good stuff. The darkness power has increased by at least 30%. Even the number of dark creatures summoned and the strength of the summoning has increased tremendously. Very soon, I will be able to comprehend the dark barrier. The burning light in Li Xian's eyes became more and more solid. It was as if clouds were coming out of his eyes and floating in the air, making Li Xian more and more extraordinary. He closed his eyes quietly, and the overflowing power began to converge. Soon, all the strange images disappeared, and Li Xian returned to his original appearance. Now, the Abyss Fortress cannot be attacked by force. It must be in a stable state. The Beast Tamer sect has a saint-rank ancestor guarding it, so there's no need to worry for the time being. Right now, my only goal is to increase my strength. Next, I should look for a new world and plunder the elemental origin of other worlds. Li Xian said to himself. This was so that he could increase his strength as much as possible, and he could prepare for the big battle in the future. Then let's go. It just so happens that I can experiment with the origin level dark element control. Just how strong is it? After Li Xian finished speaking, he took out a communication jade talisman and passed it to the Chu Wangkaiyu, as well as the 7 Stars Sect's Huo Ling'er and his many subordinates. He told them that he had found a path to increase his strength and that his strength would soar the next time he returned. After reading the reply, Li Xian looked at the concern of Chu Wangkaiu in the letter in the communication jade talisman and smiled. He felt that he owed quite a big favor. Very soon I will return. Following Li Xian's words, his soul began to separate from his body. Under the power of the summoning rule, he headed toward the summoned beast's world. After that, he fell into endless darkness. That was the darkness of loneliness, death, and fear. It was also the place where everything ended. However, updates by VIP Novel. Com. After he had the origin level dark element control, he realized that he did not have that kind of fear anymore. He even felt like he had transformed. It was a very strange feeling. Ding! You have died. Random resurrection. Following the mechanical voice, Li Xian's world changed again. When he woke up again, he was already in the middle of the ocean, in the blue sea water. This time, I became a shark? Let me see what talent is. Li Xian muttered as he checked out his skills. He discovered that he had obtained 3 more skills. One was teeth strengthening, one was body strengthening, and the other was to use elemental ability to perform an underwater vortex. In short, they were not great skills. Li Xian integrated them into his other skills and was too lazy to continue researching. He directly used descent. Whoosh! As he activated his descent skill, Li Xian used Qin Yu as his coordinates and descended from the summoned beast's world to Qin Yu's side. He saw Qin Yu bathing in a wooden bucket. Hubby, you're here. Qin Yu's gaze turned cold when she heard the voice. A tyrannical aura swept across her surroundings. However, when she saw that it was Li Xian, she immediately restrained all of her aura. My little Qin Yu has become stronger again. Li Xian's soul separated from the shark's body and used heroic spirit transformation to stay by Qin Yu's side. His right hand wrapped around Qin Yu's slender waist. He carried her on his shoulder and took large strides toward the soft couch. Hubby! Qin Yu's little face was slightly red. She said embarrassedly, and then she was thrown onto the soft couch. Then, the two of them fell into their own world. 3 days later, while Qin Yu was reluctant to part, Li Xian took the golden thread Qin Yu gave him and returned to the summoned beast's world. This golden thread was very unusual. It was condensed from Qin Yu's soul, and it could fuse into Li Xian's soul to protect him. It was a powerful soul protection method. Li Xian had many soul-type skills, so it was easy for him to protect himself. However, Qin Yu insisted on giving it to him, so Li Xian accepted it. Then, the reincarnation began again. Li Xian received more and more skills, so much that he could not even remember clearly. Every reincarnation, his strength improved slightly. As long as his soul could endure it, he did not need to stop at all. I can still reincarnate at least 50 more times. It's a pity that the best reincarnation only brought me to District 11. I wonder what District 1 to 10 looks like? Croak, croak. Li Xian lay on the lotus leaf and muttered. He instinctively called out twice. When he realized that it was a lazy toad's call, he shook his head speechlessly. In the summoned beast's world, there should be 100 districts. When I came, it was District 99. Through continuous reincarnation, I have been to many zones, even District 11. However, I've never been to District 1 to 10. I'm really curious, I want to see how strong those zones are. Croak. Li Xian was very curious. When he was in District 11, Li Xian had obtained a skill, Soul Transformation. This was an extremely powerful skill that helped him avoid the detection of the saint rank ancestor. Through this skill, Li Xian realized that there were differences between skills. The better the skill, the higher the district. Let's give it a try. According to my wishes, there is a certain probability of getting close to districts 1 to 10. I'll try reincarnating. Li Xian knew that he could slightly influence his reincarnation. Although the probability was not high, there was a chance of getting close. With this thought in mind, Li Xian once again committed suicide and returned to the darkness. Ding! You have died. Random resurrection. Following the mechanical voice, Li Xian slowly opened his eyes. What he saw were the blood-red earth and the blood-red sky. A twisted blood moon floated in the sky, exuding an oppressive aura. Li Xian did not know why, but he felt that this blood moon seemed to be smiling at him, a strange smile. He felt that this world was very quiet. There was not a single sound, not even the chirping of insects or birds. It was so quiet that it made one's heart palpitate. Inexplicably, Li Xian's back was cold, and a creepy feeling surged up in his heart. It was as if something was touching his back, but Li Xian had already activated his God's perspective. There was nothing around him. He could only see that this was District 3 from his God's perspective. Holding back the shock in his heart, Li Xian looked behind him, but he did not see anything. However, when Li Xian turned around, he suddenly noticed from the corner of his eye that there was a pair of small leather shoes in front of him, a pair of small red leather shoes. What made Li Xian solemn was that he did not see anything from his God's perspective. He did not even know how the small red leather shoes appeared. An inexplicable chill came from his neck. It was as if something was breathing on his neck. A feeling of extreme palpitation surged into his heart. Die! Terrifying flames rose around Li Xian's body. His entire body was enveloped in flames, turning his surroundings into a terrifying sea of fire. However, Li Xian did not feel at ease at all. Instead, he felt that something was strange and felt that something was wrong. That was because that pair of little red leather shoes had appeared on his feet at an unknown time. It was as if he was wearing a pair of little red shoes. No matter what, he could not take them off. It was as if they were growing on his feet. He, you're not dead. The laughter that sounded like silver bells rang in his ears. Li Xian's heart was inexplicably palpitating. He did not hesitate to use all of his offensive skills. Chapter 374, The Rule District and the Rule World. Boom! 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 A terrifying power rose and rapidly spread in all directions with Li Xian as the center. All kinds of skills were used almost at the same time. For a moment, holy light shone, blazing flames rolled, violent winds whistled, and a dark aura rose. All kinds of elemental skills enveloped Li Xian, and the entire space was like a hellish field. However, after using all these abilities, Li Xian's expression did not relax at all. Instead, it became more and more serious. This was because the little red shoes had unknowingly moved up from under Li Xian's feet and appeared on his knees. Li Xian did not even know when the little red shoes had appeared on his knees. He, you're not dead. Laughter rang out once again. Li Xian had an inexplicable feeling that this voice seemed to have come from his own eyes. It was extremely strange. Suddenly, Li Xian's God's perspective discovered that his left eye had disappeared without him knowing. There was not a single drop of blood flowing out of his left eye, leaving only a black hole. A strange feeling surged into his heart once again. A strong sense of danger rose in Li Xian's heart. His heart felt as if it was being pricked by needles, sending waves of piercing pain. Without hesitation, Li Xian decisively used his last resort and self-destructed. Boom! Updates by VIP Novel. Calm. A loud boom and thick smoke billowed. Li Xian's world fell into darkness and returned to the deathly silent land of death. It was also the area where Li Xian appeared every time he died. He, you didn't die. Strange laughter appeared again. A red flash appeared at the corner of Li Xian's eyes, and a pair of faded little red shoes appeared on his waist. Ding! You have died. Random resurrection. Following the mechanical voice, Li Xian saw the light again. This time, the area he was in seemed to be around District 90. The area was very large, and he was not sure where it was at the moment. However, Li Xian knew that the summoned beast's world was a huge circle. The outermost area was 100 districts, followed by District 99 and District 98. The closer he went to the center, the smaller the area was, and the more experts there were. Li Xian did not know why, but he knew that he was in big trouble. It was that pair of little red shoes already appeared on his arm, and scarlet blood was flowing out of his ears. At this moment, other than self-destruction, he had no other ability to deal with it. Boom! He self-destructed again, and the heat wave swept in all directions, scaring the summoned beasts to flee in fear. He, you're not dead. In the dark world. Li Xian was silent in the darkness. A pair of little red shoes stepped on his shoulder. The color was a little lighter than before. Ding! You're dead. Random resurrection. Boom! The explosion appeared again. Li Xian began to self-destruct again and again. After self-destructing crazily, he found that the little red shoes were getting lighter and lighter, and the laughter was getting softer and softer. After self-destructing 40 times, the little red shoes finally disappeared, but Li Xian's mood was very heavy. It was because the special golden thread Qin Yu gave him had collapsed. The moment the little red shoes disappeared, strange red energy spread out and enveloped Li Xian's soul. At the critical moment, the golden thread appeared and died together with the red energy. What the hell is this? Li Xian's heart was still filled with fear. At the same time, he felt some lingering fear. He felt as if he had provoked an existence that he should not have provoked. After carefully checking his own condition, he discovered that his soul had lost his left eye, his right ear, 3 fingers, and 5 toes. His other condition was still considered fine, and he did not suffer any greater injuries. However, when he opened the data panel and saw the new skills, he was pleasantly surprised. Wait, the golden thread is connected to Qin Yu's soul. She must have been affected. Li Xian did not dare to be careless. He immediately used his descent skill and returned to Qin Yu's bedroom. He saw Qin Yu lying unconscious on the ground. At this moment, Qin Yu's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Her aura was like a candle in the wind, and it could dissipate at any time. Seeing this scene, Li Xian rushed over like lightning, holding Qin Yu in his arms to heal her, and checking her condition. Her soul is severely damaged. Fortunately, I have a way. Li Xian heaved a sigh of relief, and hurriedly brought Qin Yu back to the summoned beasts world, back to the Ash Wolf area, and back to their bedroom. Both of them had suffered soul injuries, but soul fusion could heal soul injuries. In addition, the two of them were already husband and wife, so soul fusion was the best method. Thus, Li Xian did not hesitate to start healing his soul injuries together with Qin Yu. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The injuries of the two of them had finally recovered after spending a month's time. After checking and making sure that there were no hidden injuries, only then did they heave a sigh of relief. Thank you. This time, it's all thanks to you. Li Xian looked at Qin Yu gratefully. At the same time, he realized that his strength was not enough. It's okay. I have also benefited from this misfortune. We have all gained quite a lot. Qin Yu leaned her head on Li Xian's shoulder and leaned against him as she said softly. This time, we have indeed gained quite a lot. Li Xian nodded his head in agreement and dropped the data panel. Ding! Li Xian, Ash Wolf Lord, 61.23 million honor points. Master, Qin Yu, Little Fatty. Physique, Soul Heroic Spirit. Soul, Low-level Gold Rank. Origin, Dark Element. Control, Fire, Earth, Water, Wind, Ice, Lightning, Wood, Light, Poison, Space, and other elements. Skills, Rule Talent, Reincarnation Pool, Psychokinesis, God's Perspective, Heroic Spirit Transformation, Dragon's Might, Mantis Puppet, Big Soul Hand, Treasure Seeking, Companion Spiritual Equipment, Self-Destruct. Rule Talent. Looking at his data interface, Li Xian's gaze landed on the rule talent. His eyes flashed with joy as he clicked on this talent. Rule talent, one of the 9 supreme skills. It can be summoned by the rule's realm. There is a chance to obtain the rule power and a large amount of soul power. Looking at the introduction of the rule talent, Li Xian really wanted to give it a try. He felt that as long as he was willing, he could be summoned away. He did not need to enter the summoning array. The main thing was that this was a rule type, which basically solved the summoning problem. However, he was not in a hurry to act. Instead, he browsed through the memories in his mind. Previously, when he was reincarnated to Zone 3, which was the area of the strange little red shoes, Li Xian forcefully copied all the memories of that body, but he didn't have time to look at them. Now that it was safe, he could take a good look. With curiosity, Li Xian browsed through the memories in his mind, and his expression gradually became serious. Rule District. Li Xian understood the name of District 3. It was called the Rule District, and all kinds of rule creatures lived there. The rule creature that he reincarnated into was called Rule Farmers. They were very weak and belonged to the lowest level of creatures in the Rule District, which was the bottom of the food chain. The one who had killed the Rule Farmer was the Little Red Shoe. When Li Xian reincarnated, the Little Red Shoe had already left. The reason why Li Xian had been affected and almost died was because of the remnant power of Little Red Shoes. Just a little bit of power is already so amazing. Li Xian's expression was grave. He decided not to casually approach districts 1 to 10 in the future. He would consider approaching the districts 1 to 10 after reaching the saint rank. As a rule creature, I can respond to the summons and go to that mysterious world. Joy surfaced in Li Xian's heart. Through his memories, he discovered an interesting world, which was the Rule World. The danger level of the Rule World could be said to be very high, but it was also very low. According to Li Xian's estimation, the chances of him surviving were very high. However, he had to act according to the rules. The Rule World was filled with rules, and under the rules, it was also filled with soul power that made Li Xian drool. Chapter 375, Rule Farmer. If I go to that world, I'll be able to reach the gold rank peak in the shortest amount of time or even half-step saint rank. Li Xian said to himself, his heart filled with anticipation. However, for the sake of safety, he decided to condense the blood-colored barrier before deciding. Of course, he still needed Qin Yu's golden thread to save his life. This golden thread had helped Li Xian greatly. If it were not for her, Li Xian would have suffered serious injuries. He might have needed to recover for decades. Thinking of this, Li Xian told Qin Yu about this matter. Qin Yu naturally had no objections. She nodded her head without hesitation. She was even prepared to condense a special golden thread within 3 days, regardless of the cost. You don't have to work so hard. Take it slow. Just condense the golden thread within a month. I still need to comprehend the blood-colored barrier. I still need at least a month. Li Xian quickly said. He did not want Qin Yu to consume too much energy. This little girl was usually very clever, but when it came to him, she was like a little fool. Li Xian was really afraid that she would consume too much energy. Under his strict requirements, Qin Yu decided to slow down the condensation speed, extending it from 3 days to a month. Just like that, time slowly passed in Li Xian's comprehension of the barrier, and soon another month passed. Early in the morning, Li Xian, who was feeling refreshed, held Qin Yu's slender waist and returned to her world. After some exertations, he returned to the summoned beasts world and began to try to go to the Rule World. The Rule World was very strange. The entire world was like a game. Everything was set up. Everyone had to follow the rules. It was very inconceivable. Li Xian stood in the city lord's mansion's hall. He clasped his hands together and condensed his own body according to the rule talent, which was the body of the Rule Farmer. This was something that came with his skill. Any rural farmer was the same. Their appearances were exactly the same as if they were carved out of the same mold. Updates by Com. After condensing the body of the rural farmer, Li Xian's eyes flashed with starlight. He saw a starry sky and the stars that shone in the starry sky. There were bright and dark stars, big and small. Each of them represented a calling. For safety reasons, Li Xian chose a smaller and dimmer star and answered the call. Swoosh! A pitch-black tunnel suddenly appeared. Li Xian's body floated away automatically, heading toward the end of the tunnel. Darkness. It was endless darkness again. That kind of loneliness once again enveloped his body and mind. Fortunately, Li Xian had the darkness elemental origin, so he had a very strong resistance to the loneliness. He even felt a little adapted to it. In this kind of darkness, a grey door that was constantly rotating slowly appeared, like a vortex appearing in front of him. Without hesitation, Li Xian plunged into the vortex and completely disappeared. Creak. A creak similar to the sound of a door opening and closing sounded. Li Xian shivered and slowly opened his eyes. What entered his sight was a rough grey wooden board. The disorderly tree patterns extended from the board in all directions. What made Li Xian frown was that these tree patterns seemed to be a smiling face. Inexplicably, when Li Xian thought of the smiling blood moon in District 3, he felt a little uncomfortable. He took a deep breath and thought about how he could self-destruct and resurrect, the newly mastered blood-colored barrier, the 2 special golden threads given by Qin Yu to protect his life, and the great benefits of this world. Li Xian suppressed the irritation in his heart and turned his head to look around. He found himself in a strange little wooden house. The wooden house was very small, about 10 square meters. Li Xian was standing in a corner of the wooden house like a wooden sculpture on a dark round plate. Beside him, there were 4 similar discs. There was a faint vortex flashing on the disc. He turned his head and continued to look at the wooden house. He found that the floor of the wooden house was the same as in his memory. It was black, but there was a flash of white from the gap in the door. This made Li Xian a little puzzled. According to his memory, the door should have been black, but it was white at the moment. This was not right. With doubts filling his heart, Li Xian could not help but use his god's perspective to observe. What shocked him was that his god's perspective, which could scan hundreds of kilometers, was actually suppressed by some kind of power and could only see a 1-meter radius. Such a scene made Li Xian even more surprised and cautious. At the same time, he carefully tested his ability and found that many of his abilities could not be used. It seems that the physical passive skills were the affected the least. If my head falls off, I should be able to press it back on. Li Xian said to himself. He used his god's perspective to observe. As he was close to the corner of the wooden house, his god's perspective just happened to see a small area outside the wooden house. Unfortunately, he could only see the black land. There were no plants in sight. This was somewhat similar to what he remembered. This made Li Xian feel a little at ease. The only thing that made Li Xian puzzled was why there was a hint of white at the door of the wooden house. Whoosh! A strange sound rang out. 4 figures slowly appeared on the 4 circular discs on Li Xian's left. They were exactly the same figures. They wore coarse cloth clothes and had bald heads. Their faces were dull, and they looked dull and silly. There was not the slightest bit of intelligence. After these figures appeared, they stiffly raised their hands and formed a wooden hoe. Then, they carried the hoe and walked out mechanically. Li Xian frowned when he saw this scene. He instinctively raised his hand and touched his head. He realized that he was also bald, and his clothes were exactly the same as theirs. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, Li Xian also formed a wooden hoe in his hand and placed it on his shoulder. He pretended to be expressionless as he followed behind them and slowly walked out. Creak! The door of the wooden house rang, and a dark gas surged into the wooden house. Li Xian quietly walked forward step by step. From the corner of his eye, he finally saw a hint of white. So, it's a person, a silver man. Li Xian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He finally understood what was going on, and his mood finally calmed down. It was because other than that man, the scene was more or less the same as he remembered. Li Xian, who had calmed down, followed the team and finally stopped in front of the silver man. For the sake of safety, Li Xian stood at the back stiffly, secretly sizing up the white-clothed man. This man looked very much like an ancient scholar. He was dressed in white, and there was a long sword at his waist. He was holding a book in his hand. Li Xian glanced at it, but he could not see the words on the book clearly. A soft sound suddenly sounded. The white-clothed figure suddenly walked in front of Li Xian and carefully sized him up. His black and white eyes seemed to be able to see through Li Xian. He seems to be a little agile. Could he be an elite farmer? The white-clothed man's right hand gently moved in the air. Soon, an illusory interface appeared in everyone's field of vision. Number 6. Occupation, farmer. Combat power, 11. Specialty, weeding, planting, exterminating insects. Ownership, God's domain, Guziao House territory. Potential, unknown. Combat power, 11. Potential, unknown. Interesting. He actually summoned a special farmer. That's great. I, Guziao Hao, am also lucky. The white-clothed figure looked at Li Xian in surprise. After carefully sizing him up, he continued. I wonder how the other farmers are doing? Take a look at their attributes. Guziao Hao took a step to the right and selected a bald man beside Li Xian. His index finger once again checked the void, and an illusory interface appeared once more. Number 5. Class, farmer. Combat power, 10. Specialty, weeding, planting, exterminating insects. Ownership, God's domain, Guziao House territory. Potential, 13. His potential is so low. The previous batch of farmers had an average potential of 15 points. This time, there's actually a farmer with 13 points. It's too bad. Guziao Hao shook his head and continued to check the information of another farmer. Chapter 376, God's Domain World. Number 4. Occupation, farmer. Combat power, 10. Forte, weeding, planting, pest control. Ownership, God's domain, Guziao House territory. Potential, 14. Guziao Hao clicked on another farmer's information and discovered that his potential value was still very low, which was only 14 points. This kind of potential made Guziao Hao very helpless. Fortunately, when he saw the 3 strong farmers standing behind him, he nodded his head in satisfaction. These 3 farmers were the first batch he had summoned. Their potential was no less than 15. Unfortunately, 7 of them had died, leaving only 3. I reckon that the potential of the first batch of farmers isn't low. Unfortunately, many have died. Fortunately, there's number 6 in the second batch. His potential is unknown. Guziao Hao sized up Li Xian once more. Then, he took out an ancient token and shouted at the farmers. Listen carefully. I'm your lord, Guziao Hao. I am a lord of a region in God's domain. From now on, your mission is to assist me in strengthening the base and increasing your strength. Now, in the name of a lord, I will bestow upon you your levels. When you reach level 10, you can look for me to advance. I will bring you great benefits. Updates by Com. After Guziao Hao finished speaking, he waved the ancient token. In an instant, a mysterious light flashed. Li Xian felt as if a certain shackle on his body had been struck. A hint of information appeared in his field of vision. Serial number 6. Level 10/10 experience points. Class Farmer. Combat power 11. Specialty: weeding, planting, exterminating insects. Ownership: God's domain, Guzio House territory. Potential: unknown. Looking at the sudden appearance of the information, Li Xian remained expressionless. He continued to stand there stiffly. All right, you guys will follow number 1 to mow the grass outside the base. Be careful, don't die. Gu Xiaohao glanced at everyone, then looked at Li Xian's attributes. He instructed them to leave. They received the order. Everyone carried their hose and walked forward stiffly. Along the way, Li Xian secretly looked around and realized that this seemed to be a manor. It was about the size of a football field. There were very few buildings here. There was a large wooden house with the words Lord's Manor written on it, and there was also a small wooden house that Li Xian had just appeared in. Li Xian glanced at the sign on the small wooden house and realized that it had the farmer's dormitory written on it. The surroundings of these two wooden houses were wooden stakes similar to a fence, surrounding the entire manor. What surprised Li Xian was that the inside of the manor was very bright. It was like daytime, but when he looked at the area outside the fence, it was pitch black outside. Li Xian had a lot of passive skills, such as night vision, darkness observation, darkness affinity, darkness detection, and supervision. In short, a lot of passive skills allowed him to see more clearly in the darkness. However, Li Xian realized that when he looked outside, it was still pitch black. He could see the area within a 3-meter radius that was grayish-black more clearly, which made Li Xian furrow his brows. Listen up. I am farmer number 1. I will take you to the outside of the territory to weed. Plants are our important resources and food. Whoever can weed a blade of grass will have a chance to eat the blade of grass. If you fail to hoe the grass, you will only be able to drink soup. Also, you have to pay attention. Your observation range is 1 meter. This is God's domain world. Only the inside of the territory has light. The outside world is darkness. You must be careful of wild beasts in the darkness. For example, the lone wolf. Their observation range is 1.5 meters. It's very dangerous. 7 of our companions have already been eaten by a lone wolf. I hope you can come back alive. Farmer number 1, who was leading the group, explained that he was very different from ordinary farmers. He was more agile and intelligent. Perhaps it was because he was from the first batch of farmers. In addition to the increase in their levels, they no longer appeared dull. They were just a little more methodical in their actions. Yes. The farmers collectively answered and walked forward slowly. The moment they walked out of the territory, all the farmers instinctively gripped their hoes tightly and became a little afraid. Their surroundings were really black, so they could only see a 1-meter radius. The unknown darkness made everyone feel fear. However, the farmers did not dare to disobey the Lord's words. They could only hold their hoes and walk forward step by step around the territory, wanting to lean against the fence of the territory and find weeds safely. Li Xian silently followed at the back. His passive skills gave him an advantage. Others only had a radius of 1 meter, but he actually had a radius of 3 meters. This range of observation was very good. It was double the range of lone wolf that farmer number 1 had mentioned. With curiosity, Li Xian followed everyone around the territory. He did not find any weeds. Occasionally, he would see traces of hoes. It seemed like someone had hoed them before. Next, 2 people in a group, freely search for weeds. Do not leave more than 5 meters away from the territory, farmer number 1 gave another order. After his order was given, farmer number 5 walked mechanically to Li Xian's side. He looked at Li Xian, then raised the hoe and pointed to the east. Weed. Weed. Li Xian imitated farmer number 5 and also replied with the word weed. Then, the 2 of them walked forward mechanically. As they walked, Li Xian's treasure-seeking skill suddenly sent a notification to him, informing him that there was a treasure ahead. Treasure? Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect to receive a notification as soon as he arrived in this world. One had to know that his treasure-seeking skill was getting stronger and stronger. He was no longer interested in ordinary treasures. However, he did not expect that as soon as he arrived in this world, his treasure-seeking skill had a reaction. He was curious. Li Xian and farmer number 5 continued moving forward. Soon, they saw a large grey stone. It was about 1.5 meters in diameter and had an ordinary shape. There was nothing special about it. Li Xian found that behind the large stone, there was a wild grass with green leaves and red stems. It looked a little like the purslane on earth, also known as the hemp god vegetable. The target of the treasure-seeking skill was precisely this wild grass. With curiosity, Li Xian walked to the side of the big rock and prepared to go around it. Farmer number 5 saw Li Xian's actions and said mechanically, "There's no wild grass. Go to the west." "No." Li Xian looked at the purslane that was 1.5 meters away. He suddenly remembered that ordinary farmers could only see a radius of 1 meter, so he understood that he did not see it. However, Li Xian knew that purslane was the wild grass they were looking for. "Follow me." Li Xian decided to be more cautious. He brought farmer number 5 along to mow the grass. In case of danger, he could also have a helper. Number 5. You. Number 6, listen to me. Farmer number 5 opened his mouth stiffly. His words were a little mechanical, as if his number was higher and his authority was higher. Move freely. Li Xian thought for a moment and did not plan to turn hostile. He was going to find an excuse to look at purslane first. "No, alone, it's dangerous. I'm stronger." "Listen to me," farmer number 5 said dully again. He was very stubborn. Li Xian was a little annoyed when he heard this. Although he should be cautious, he could not follow farmer number 5 like an idiot. Besides, with his self-destruct skill, he could just return to the summoned beasts world. Therefore, Li Xian did not answer farmer number 5. He turned around and walked toward the plant behind the big rock. He and farmer number 5 were separated by a little distance. After taking a step, no one could see him. He walked directly to the back of the big rock and looked at the purslane. Chapter 377, Purslane. The moment he got close to the purslane, Li Xian felt that his treasure-seeking skill was notifying him even more. It was obvious that it was pointing at this wild vegetable. The wild vegetable doesn't look special. Let's cut it down and take a look first. Li Xian raised his hoe, aiming it at the purslane. Bang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly sounded. Sparks flew between the hoe and the purslane, causing Li Xian's eyes to jump. So hard! Li Xian could not believe it. He had many passive skills and his strength had been greatly increased. Even so, he couldn't even pick a weed. Instead, his hands were numb from the shock. Number 5 is coming. Li Xian saw number 5 walking around, obviously looking for him. Unfortunately, number 5 could not find Li Xian even though they were less than 3 meters apart. On the contrary, number 5 could not see him, so he nervously walked back and forth, opening his mouth and saying something. Unfortunately, Li Xian could not hear him. "We're so close, but I can't hear anything. This world isn't simple. Let's mow the grass first and see what this thing can do." Li Xian did not feel any danger. If there was any danger, he would have been notified. After all, when the little red shoe appeared, it gave him a crazy reminder. Although he was in the unknown darkness, Li Xian did not feel any sense of danger, so he continued weeding in peace. Updates by Calm. Clang. 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 The sound of weeding continued. Li Xian's hands were numb from the tremors. He could only use more skills to suppress the tremors. At the same time, he activated his transcendent level monstrous strength and continued weeding. Clang. 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 Clang! As the tyrannical power was mobilized, the porcelain finally had a trace of damage. A bit of juice flowed out from its roots. After hesitating for a moment, Li Xian looked at the memory he had copied earlier. Thinking that after weeding, they would take the weeds back to eat, Li Xian was relieved. He dipped his finger into the juice and tasted it a little. In an instant, the warm current rippled in his body. His hands, which had been numbed by the shock, had actually recovered. There was no longer any tingling, and his physical strength had recovered a little. It recovers physical strength? Good stuff. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised, but he found that number 5 was walking back and forth. After walking a while, he was getting closer to Li Xian's area a little. There seemed to be some kind of rule that made it easy for them to walk together. Li Xian thought for a moment and stopped mowing the grass. Instead, he stepped on the black ground and walked around. At this moment, his treasure hunting talent prompted him again. As he spoke, he continued walking. Very soon, he saw another porcelain, a few meters away. The size of this porcelain was a little bigger and more colorful than the current one. Should I cut this big one first? Li Xian frowned. Considering that he had just come to this world, it was better to be careful. Therefore, he did not cut the grass. Instead, he walked back and looked at number 5. At this moment, number 5 was still 2 meters away from him, but he could not see him. He was still walking in the darkness. If this continued, it would not take long for him to find Li Xian. Since it is easy to find the porcelain, does this mean that the porcelain is very common in this world? I will look for it again. Li Xian walked a few meters west. Under the hint of his treasure-seeking skill, he saw some porcelain and some other weeds. However, his sense of danger made Li Xian realize that there was danger there. He returned to the back of the big rock and found that number 5 was getting closer and closer. Li Xian thought for a moment and took a step toward number 5. Suddenly, he heard number 5's voice. I found you. It's dangerous. You can't run around. Number 5 said and walked toward Li Xian mechanically. He found that Li Xian had walked forward a little more. He also followed him. Suddenly, he found that Li Xian was holding a hoe and weeding. You actually found the weeds. Number 5's eyes widened as if he saw an unbelievable scene. He stood still. What's wrong? Li Xian asked tentatively. You are amazing. Number 5 gave a thumbs up. Although his expression did not change much, he was praising Li Xian using his actions. Under normal circumstances, farmers with higher rankings would find the weeds more easily. However, like number 6, Li Xian found the weeds before number 5. This naturally surprised number 5. Li Xian did not say anything when he saw this scene. He deliberately continued weeding the weeds in a dull manner. In the end, he was so shocked that his hands went numb. Let's go together. Number 5 walked over and raised his hoe to help. The two of them busied themselves incessantly. It took them a whole morning to remove a single weed. The moment the weed was removed, a ball of light suddenly floated away and turned into a big one and a small one, surging towards the two of them. Experience points +2. Serial number 6. Level 1 2/10 experience points. Class Farmer. Combat power 11. Specialty weeding, planting, exterminating insects. Ownership God's domain, Guzio House territory. Potential unknown. I still need 8 experience points to level up. Li Xian glanced at the data panel. When he thought of the porcelain nearby, he could not help but think of weeding them. However, he did not act rashly. Instead, he picked up the weeds on the ground and prepared to go back and take a look. It was noon at the moment. It was time to go back and take a look at the situation and see the harvest of the other farmers. With this thought in mind, Li Xian reached out to pick up the porcelain on the ground. However, he found that it was not light. It was as if he was holding a stone that weighed 10 pounds. Fortunately, this little weight was nothing. Not to mention him, even number 5 beside him could pick it up. Hence, Li Xian carried the softened porcelain as they walked toward Gu Xiaohao's territory. In Gu Xiaohao's territory, the majority of the farmers who had left returned and stood before Gu Xiaohao. Most of these farmers were empty-handed. Only number 1 and number 2 held a rock in their hands. I can't find a single weed. One farmer died. The other 2 farmers haven't returned. I wonder if they're still alive. God's domain's quests are too difficult. Gu Xiaohao sighed. He took out the simple token and placed it on the ground. Immediately, a halo of light appeared. Gu Xiaohao took the stones that farmer number 1 and farmer number 2 brought back and threw them into the halo of the simple token. Immediately, the token began to glow. One of the energy scales had increased slightly. I don't have enough energy. I can only summon one more farmer. If this continues, it won't work. Should I ask my father for help? With my father's divine power, he should be able to provide a small amount of support. Gu Xiaohao looked at the token's scale. He wanted to ask his father for help, but he was worried that it would violate the rules of God's domain world. He could only sigh helplessly. Gu Xiaohao, who was in distress, suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the territory's entrance. He discovered that the 2 farmers he had summoned had actually returned safely. They had even brought back a weed. They actually brought back porcelain. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. Gu Xiaohao shouted excitedly and ran to Li Xian like a rabbit. He grabbed the porcelain and said happily. Good, good, good. This porcelain is big enough to be cut into 2 halves. Half of it can be used to replenish energy, and the other half can be used to eat. I finally don't have to go hungry today. Chapter 378, Increased Soul Power. Gu Xiaohao was extremely excited. Only then did he remember Li Xian, who had brought back the porcelain. He clicked on Li Xian's attributes in surprise. 2 experience points. Not bad. In this case, you contributed the most. Gu Xiaohao clicked on farmer number 5's attributes. Seeing that farmer number 5 had also increased 1 experience point, he immediately understood everything. Number 6, your performance is very good. I have high hopes for you. Work hard and level up. If you reach level 10, I will give you a big reward. Gu Xiaohao made a promise to Li Xian. Then, he went back to the ancient token and put the weeds on the ground. Then, Gu Xiaohao took out a long sword from his waist and cut the porcelain in half under the white light. After doing all this, Gu Xiaohao put half of the porcelain into the token to recharge. When the energy had increased by a small scale, he smiled. Tisk, tisk, I can finally make up for all the farmers. Gu Xiaohao was very happy. He turned around and ran back to the big wooden house of the Lord's mansion. He took out a big black pot and quickly set it up. Then, Gu Xiaohao took out a water gourd and poured clear water into the big black pot. Then, he put the other half of the porcelain into the big black pot. Flame. Gu Xiaohao took out the book in his hand and said a word. Immediately, the flame appeared under the big black pot and continued to burn. Soon, a pot of hot food appeared. Everyone, come and eat. Updates by Com. Gu Xiaohao took out a few big bowls from somewhere and began to distribute food to everyone. Number 1 and number 2 brought back a stone each. They could drink 2 bowls of soup. The rest of the farmers could only drink 1 bowl of soup. Yes, it was just soup. They could not even eat the porcelain. When it came to Li Xian, Gu Xiaohao had filled 4 bowls of soup and 2 roots of the porcelain. This instantly attracted everyone's attention. The surrounding farmers all looked at Li Xian with envy. Farmer number 5, who was next to Li Xian, was lucky enough to drink 2 bowls of soup and eat 1 porcelain because he was eating with Li Xian. This made farmer number 5 extremely excited. He looked at Li Xian from time to time as if he was looking at the boss. Under everyone's attention, Li Xian tried his best to maintain an indifferent expression. First, he took a small sip of the soup. In an instant, his body felt warm, and his entire body felt clear from the inside out. Without hesitation, Li Xian increased the speed of drinking the soup. Soon, he finished a large bowl of soup. Then, he realized that his experience points had actually increased by 1 point. Suppressing his curiosity, Li Xian drank 2 more bowls of soup and gained 2 experience points. Finally, he picked up the remaining bowl of soup and looked at the 2 porcelains in it. If even the soup could increase experience points, then the plants must have a good effect. Li Xian was looking forward to tasting the porcelain, but he found that the taste was not good. It was the same as the porcelain in his previous life, and neither was delicious. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After Li Xian finished the last bowl of food, he stared at his data panel. Very soon, his experience bar started to increase. It slowly rose to its maximum value. Then, a layer of golden light surrounded his body. Serial number, 6. Level, 2 1/20th experience points. Class, Farmer. Combat Power, 12. Specialty, Weeding, Planting, Exterminating Insects. Ownership, God's Domain, Guzio House Territory. Potential, Unknown. Looking at his data panel and seeing his level rise from level 1 to level 2, Li Xian's heart filled with joy. This was because he discovered that the instant he leveled up, his soul had improved a little. This small amount was not considered small. It was equivalent to Qin Yu providing a month's worth of soul power. One had to know that Qin Yu was different from others. The soul power she provided was very high. Compared to the little fatty, it was much more than the feedback from the other masters. Such a simple leveling up could allow Li Xian to obtain so much soul power. If he continued to level up, Li Xian's soul would become stronger and stronger. He might even be able to reach the gold rank peak at the fastest speed possible. Haha, not bad. I've indeed reached level 2. If I get enough experience points in the future, I can also level up my skills. Seeing Li Xian's golden light when he was leveling up, Gu Xiaohao was very happy. He smiled as he talked about the importance of skills. Okay. Li Xian replied with a dull expression. His gaze fell on the skills that he was good at. He saw weeding, planting, and killing insects. Previously, these 3 skills did not have any experience points, but now that he had reached level 2, these 3 skills could be upgraded. High-level skills were definitely stronger than low-level skills. For example, weeding. If he had level 2 weeding, then the weeding speed would be much faster. Of course, Li Xian paid more attention to strengthening his soul. According to the memories of the previous copy, other than leveling up, there was a special golden stone that could also strengthen the soul. However, the memory of that copy was very little and one-sided. Li Xian did not get any more information, so he could only search for the golden stone by himself. Alright, everyone, let's remove the weeds after eating. I hope everyone can bring back more weeds and plants. Gu Xiaohao saw that everyone had finished eating and urged everyone to remove the weeds. It was obvious that he was in a hurry to get the weeds. Hearing Gu Xiaohao's order, everyone gathered their hose and slowly turned around to walk out of the base. It was still a 2-person team. This time, when they arrived at the gate, farmer number 5 did not ask Li Xian to follow him like last time. Instead, he stood quietly beside Li Xian. Where are we going? Li Xian looked at farmer number 5. I'll listen to you. You're amazing. Farmer number 5 gave him a thumbs up. It was obvious that he thought Li Xian was better. Let's go. Li Xian thought of the weeds near the big rock and decided to go there first. He would let farmer number 5 mow the weeds. At that time, he could shake off farmer number 5 and go around to look for the golden rock. If he could not find it, he would level up as soon as possible and see what would happen after he reached level 10. The main reason was that after he reached level 2, the suppression of his various abilities had become a little smaller. His God's perspective, which could only detect a radius of 1 meter, could actually detect a radius of 2 meters. His eyes, which could originally see 3 meters, had now reached around 3.2 meters. This was a big surprise for Li Xian. His biggest advantage was his various skills. In the end, he had been greatly suppressed before. At that moment, he finally saw hope. With anticipation, Li Xian walked step by step. Soon, he arrived near the big rock and deliberately pretended to look around. Farmer number 5 saw Li Xian randomly walking in circles. He hesitated for a moment and wanted to command again. After all, he was number 5, and Li Xian was number 6. However, after watching Li Xian walk for a while, he actually came to a plant. He was completely convinced. "You're great. From now on, you're number 5, and I'm number 6. Farmer number 5 raised his thumb again. Whoosh! A faint golden light flashed from farmer number 5's body, then floated up and landed on Li Xian's body. In an instant, the number 6 on Li Xian's data actually became number 5, and the sequence position suddenly moved forward. For some reason, Li Xian had a feeling that his voice had increased a little. "Weed." Li Xian smiled in his heart, pointing to the porcelain ordered. Chapter 379, The Strange World. Yes. Number 5, no, number 6, the farmer on the opposite side, obediently raised his hoe and began to hoe the ground bit by bit, very seriously. Seeing this scene, Li Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. He turned around and walked toward the surroundings, beginning to explore this area. In the darkness, Li Xian saw a larger area. In addition to his God's perspective, he could see a clearer area of 2 meters. Li Xian's search speed became even faster. He walked east first. With the help of his treasure-seeking skill, he walked in the darkness for 20 meters. Finally, he saw 2 stalks of wheat and smelled the fragrance of the mature wheat. A strong sense of danger surged in his heart. Li Xian secretly observed while quickly retreating. When the sense of danger disappeared, he understood what he saw. 7-star ladybug? It actually gave me such a strong sense of danger. This world is not simple. Li Xian slowly retreated and cautiously returned to the surroundings of the big rock. After thinking for a moment, Li Xian adjusted his direction and turned his head to walk toward the south. With his treasure-seeking skill, after Li Xian walked for 30 meters, he saw a large locust tree in the distance. The locust tree was about the thickness of a water bucket. Its branches and leaves were luxuriant, and there were white locust flowers that gave off a hint of fragrance. After Li Xian smelled the fragrance, he wanted to go over to pick it up, but the sense of danger indicated that there was danger there. Li Xian carefully examined it and found that there were creatures that were similar to bees flying around. These bees gave Li Xian a stronger sense of danger, even higher than the 7-star ladybug. It could be said that as long as he got close, he would definitely die. Updates by Com. Li Xian did not get close. Instead, he slowly retreated and returned to the surroundings of the big rock. "I'll go to the west to take a look. I remember there are some plants there." Li Xian adjusted his direction again and walked towards the west step by step. After walking for a few steps, he saw those plants again and at the same time, he felt a sense of danger again. Among these plants, there were a few purslines and a few unknown weeds. However, what really caught Li Xian's attention was the creature hidden in the grass. It seems to be a cricket. It's a bit troublesome. Let's go around it first. Li Xian was not clear about the creature's range of observation. After thinking for a while, he decided to give up on approaching it. If he could weed, he could level up. There was no need to take any risks. Therefore, Li Xian decided to slowly level up first. After walking past the weeds, Li Xian continued to walk west. He saw 2 black stones on the ground. The black stones were very similar to the big stones from before. However, the black stones could be picked up, and the big stones were too big. Not to mention him, even if all the farmers came, they would not be able to take the big stones away. He picked up the 2 black stones casually. Li Xian studied them for a while, but he could not find anything. He could not even put them in his portable space. He could only put them in his pocket. After walking for another 3 meters, Li Xian saw traces of blood on the ground. He could faintly see the footprints of dogs, which seemed to be the footprints of wolves. Let's go back first. Li Xian quickly turned around and left. In the darkness, he returned to the side of the big stone and walked to his companion who was weeding, which was the farmer who was ranked number 6. At this moment, farmer number 6 was slowly weeding. The hoe was raised and then dropped. In the midst of the sparks, he slowly wanted to hoe down this purslane. In the darkness, he was weeding alone. He was obviously very afraid. From time to time, he would look back and forth, wary of danger. This also caused his weeding speed to be much slower than in the morning. When Li Xian walked over, farmer number 6, who was weeding, finally let out a sigh of relief. You're back. MMHM, it's my turn. Li Xian walked over and started weeding. In the midst of the sparks, he waved his hoe. Due to his level up and the fact that his soul had become stronger, he could use more talents and be less suppressed. Hence, his weeding speed was faster. The 2 of them spent more than half the afternoon weeding this even larger purslane. They obtained experience points. Experience points plus 2.5. Looking at his harvest, Li Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. He picked up the purslane from the ground and looked at it carefully. The purslane was very hard when it grew, but after it was hoed down, the plant became soft and could be eaten, but it was a little heavy. After looking at it for a while, Li Xian did not see anything special about the purslane. He only vaguely realized that this thing could not be put into his portable space. It was very strange. Maybe it's because of the rules. Everything must be done according to the rules, Li Xian muttered to himself. Considering that there was still time, Li Xian brought farmer number 6 and walked toward the east again. This time, he went around the wheat and scanned the surroundings. Finally, he saw a piece of broken black wood. To Li Xian's surprise, there was a mushroom-like fungus on the broken wood. It seemed edible. Li Xian did not go near the mushroom. Instead, he observed for a while from 2 meters away. After confirming that there was no danger, he left and prepared to pick it up next time. After all, he had gained a lot today. Number 6's observation range was too small. From the beginning to the end, he could only see darkness. He could not see anything and could only follow Li Xian blankly. Seeing Li Xian walking back, number 6 scratched his bald head. He had no idea what was going on. Another stone. Li Xian walked in front and saw a larger black stone on the ground. He picked it up without hesitation and put it into his pocket. Number 6 saw this scene and immediately cast an envious gaze at Li Xian. This stone was relatively big and was worth at least 5 bowls of soup. Let's go back. Li Xian touched the 3 stones in his pocket and carried the heavy purslane as he walked toward the base step by step. At the base, the rest of the farmers had already returned to the base because they were hungry. They stood in front of Gu Xiaohao and handed over the items they had brought back. This time, number 1, number 2, and number 3 had brought back a stone. Gu Xiaohao was quite satisfied. Unfortunately, the remaining farmers still had not found anything. Gu Xiaohao sat on a wooden chair and injected the stone into the token. When he saw that the token's energy scale had increased very little, he frowned. The energy is still not enough. I'm just a little bit away from being able to build farmland. Sigh. Gu Xiaohao shook his head. He felt that God's domain world was too difficult. He did not even dare to walk out of the base. I wonder how Sister Fox's base is developing? Her mother's divine power is vast. Her mother should be able to bring her more help. I'm so envious. Gu Xiaohao sighed. He wanted to go out and search for materials himself. However, when he thought about the dangerous outside world and how he was a saint, his death would be in vain. He decided to live for a period of time and wait until he built a barracks. Building a barracks also requires energy. How can I have so much energy? It's too difficult. Gu Xiaohao looked at the farmers who had only brought back 3 stones. He was really helpless. Fortunately, he still remembered Li Xian, so he still had a trace of hope. In this kind of hope, 2 figures slowly walked out of the gate with even bigger porcelain in their hands. Ha ha ha, as expected, you didn't disappoint me. That's great. Gu Xiaohao was so excited that he jumped 3 feet high. Like a rabbit, he dashed in front of Li Xian and took the porcelain, calculating the energy he could obtain in his mind. Chapter 380, Danger of the Night. And stones. Li Xian quietly took out 3 stones from his pocket. 2 small ones and a large one. He handed them all to Gu Xiaohao. He had planned to keep them secret, but unfortunately, he could not figure out what the stones were and could not put them into his portable space. He gave them to Gu Xiaohao to level up as soon as possible. There were a lot of stones anyway. 3 stones. Well done. I now announce that your status is Vice Captain, and your sequence number is number 2, Gu Xiaohao announced excitedly. As his voice fell, golden light shone around Li Xian. His sequence number became number 2, and his authority increased a little. This scene caused all the farmers present to look at Li Xian enviously. Only farmer number 1 frowned. Go, go, go. Cook and eat. Gu Xiaohao waved his hand and led everyone to surround the black pot. He cut the porcelain into 2 halves and boiled half of it before injecting it into the simple token. The other 3 stones were also injected into the token, and the energy on the token instantly increased by a level. I can finally build a farm. This is awesome. Gu Xiaohao did not have time to eat. He immediately ran to the southeast corner of the base and waved the simple token. Soon, with a dazzling light, about 1 acre of farmland appeared in the southeast corner. The land was abnormally fertile and was very suitable for planting plants. Finally, there's farmland. Next, it's time to look for seeds. Updates by Com. Gu Xiaohao looked at his farmland with satisfaction, but when he thought of the problem of seeds, he had another headache. He had no choice. Even weeds were hard to find, let alone seeds. He could only tell the farmers to pay more attention to the seeds. Next was mealtime. Due to Li Xian's outstanding performance, he ate more food, and his experience points increased. This also caused the farmers to look at Li Xian with envy. Even farmer number 1 looked at him with envy. Everyone, go back and rest. Tomorrow, continue to look for plants and stones. If possible, try to find as many seeds as possible. After eating, Gu Xiaohao reminded everyone a few more words. Then, he went back to his big wooden house and locked the door to rest. When Li Xian saw this scene, he was puzzled. He felt that this fellow seemed to be running away. Holding back the doubts in his heart, Li Xian walked towards the farmer's dormitory. However, just as he reached the door, he heard the howl of a wolf coming from outside the territory. Black fog also rose around the base. A stifling aura swarmed over from all directions as if it wanted to devour the entire base. Li Xian realized that the bright environment in the base was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. A strong sense of danger made Li Xianyi quickly step forward and walk into the small wooden house. Clang! After everyone entered the small wooden house, Li Xian put away the wooden latch before looking out from the crack in the door. Whoosh! 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 A strange sound came from outside the door. Li Xian felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if something terrifying had appeared in his territory. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Li Xian took 2 steps back and found that the other farmers were huddled together. They held their heads and did not dare to look outside. They were all trembling like little quails. Li Xian did not dare to be careless and closed his eyes like them. He held his head and did not look outside. He only used God's perspective to secretly observe. Suddenly, from his God's perspective, Li Xian saw a white shadow float past. Because it was too fast, Li Xian could not see what it was at all. However, the small wooden house trembled for a moment, as if it was hammered by a powerful force. A faint sense of danger rose in Li Xian's heart. He withdrew his God's perspective and realized that the sense of danger had not changed. He opened God's perspective again, but the sense of danger was still the same. This made Li Xian confused. He did not know where the problem was, nor did he see what the problem was outside. Bang! A heavy sound suddenly came from the door of the wooden house. Li Xian suddenly realized that there was a pair of footprints on the ground at the door, but there was no one in front of the wooden house. Suppressing the doubt in his heart, Li Xian continued to be like the other farmers, quietly watching and listening to the sounds outside. Bang! 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 The sound of the collision continued, and there was always a sound coming from outside. Sometimes there were footprints, sometimes they disappeared, and sometimes there were even 2 pairs of symmetrical footprints. It was very strange. The sound continued for a full 5 hours, and then the sound suddenly disappeared, and the footprints also disappeared. The outside became very quiet, too quiet. Li Xian was inexplicably a little flustered. He did not dare to be careless and immediately withdrew his God's perspective. He did not dare to look outside again. Instead, he closed his eyes and rested like the other farmers. Time passed little by little. The strange silence became more and more obvious. It was so quiet that it made one's hair stand on end. Fortunately, this feeling did not last long. It only lasted for 10 minutes. After that, there was no longer this strange silence. Everything returned to normal. At this moment, the farmers in the wooden house finally let out a sigh of relief. They adjusted their bodies and began to sleep soundly. The sense of danger in Li Xian's heart had also disappeared. He looked out through the crack in the door and did not find anything unusual. He used his God's perspective to observe once more, but he still did not see any danger. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Leaning against the corner, Li Xian narrowed his eyes and thought. He always felt that this strange quiet feeling was too frightening. He did not know what caused this. I'd better level up as soon as possible. This world is too strange. Li Xian said to himself as he slowly passed the night in his sleep. In the early morning, light entered the wooden house through the crack in the door. The farmers who were sleeping slowly got up. One by one, they walked out of the wooden house and stood outside with hose in their hands. Li Xian did not sleep the whole night. However, he had the help of many skills. Even if he was suppressed, it would not affect him. Thus, he walked out in high spirits and secretly looked around. There were no special changes in the base. It looked almost the same as before. The only difference was that there was a thin scratch in the southeast corner of the wooden house. This scratch had reduced the thickness of the wooden house by half. If it happened again, a hole would appear in the wooden house. Li Xian remembered this scratch and decided to not approach the southeast corner when he rested at night to prevent any accidents. The sun is really nice. Unfortunately, the area outside the base is still a black hole. This damned God's domain world. Gu Xiaohao walked out. As he looked at the sun in the sky, he stretched. His words were somewhat contradictory, but these were all facts. Only in the base could they see the bright sky and the sun. Outside the base, they could only see a black hole. Everyone had to be careful to prevent being attacked. Little ones, let's go. Bring back more plants. Now that the farmland has been built, the next step is to build barracks. I need more energy. Gu Xiaohao shouted and called for everyone to set off. He himself was patrolling in the base, wandering around the base, not daring to leave. Li Xian did not pay attention to this somewhat timid lord, but followed Captain Number 1 and walked out of the black hole of the base. Chapter 381, Level Up Again. When they arrived at the entrance of the base, Number 1 suddenly looked at Li Xian and said seriously, "You're very powerful, but I'm still the most valued one. I know a special place, and we will definitely bring back more things today." "Oh? Then bring more." Li Xian nodded and led his little brother, Farmer Number 6 to the east in large strides. When Number 1 saw this scene, he fell silent as if he had not expected such a scene to happen. This also caused Number 1 to be at a loss. He did not know what to say for a moment. He could only watch as Li Xian led Number 6 into the darkness. There was a moment of silence. Number 1 did not know what to do. In the end, he led the remaining farmers toward the west. On the other side, Li Xian continued to walk east, thinking about how many harvests he would bring back today. He was not far from leveling up at the moment. Leveling up quickly would allow him to exert more power and become safer. Naturally, he could not wait to level up. The only thing he had to pay attention to was that he could not act too freakishly and expose too much of himself, causing unnecessary trouble. Let's pick the mushrooms first. A single mushroom won't have much of an effect. Let's confirm whether the mushrooms are edible or not. As Li Xian spoke, he continued to move forward along the path in his memory. Very soon, he saw a broken piece of wood and found the mushroom. The moment he saw the mushroom. Updates by Com. Number 6's eyes suddenly widened behind him. He could not wait to go over. However, he turned his head to look at Li Xian again and gave him a thumbs up. "Vice Captain, you're the best. Go and pick. I'll take a look around." Li Xian signaled Number 6 to pick the mushrooms while he stood quietly not far away. "Okay." The hoe in Farmer Number 6's hand turned into a billhook. He walked to the side of the mushrooms and began to chop the mushrooms bit by bit. As sparks flew, the mushrooms were chopped until they moved slightly. Li Xian watched quietly. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he came closer. He carefully looked around and turned around to observe the surroundings. His observation range was relatively wide, so he could see most of the dangers ahead of time. For example, he had just walked a dozen steps to the left. With the help of his treasure-seeking skill, he found hogweed. However, the little white bug on it gave him a sense of danger. Naturally, Li Xian would not act rashly. He walked around the hogweed and walked a dozen meters to the east. He saw two strange stones on the ground. The stones had a certain texture and a hint of iron-brown color. "I'll just take them with me. What if they are useful?" Li Xian picked up the hoe and picked up the two brown stones. When he found no bugs, he put them into his pocket. Then, he walked a dozen steps forward and saw a small red-leafed grass. Li Xian did not feel any danger. He assessed his strength and found that it would not take long for him to hoe out the red-leafed grass. In order to gain experience points, Li Xian waved his hoe and began to cut down the grass quickly. At the same time, he used his transcendent level monstrous strength to cut down the grass crazily amidst the sparks. After working for 2 hours, the red-leafed grass was finally cut down. At the same time, a ball of light fused into Li Xian's body. Experience points +3. The experience points are not bad. Li Xian was very satisfied with the experience points he gained. Seeing the juice flowing out of the red-leafed grass, he considered whether he should try it. Considering that he did not have any sense of danger and that he had many skills, he carefully touched it and tasted it. It seems like the effects of herbs can heal injuries. Li Xian analyzed it carefully. He felt that the red-leafed grass was pretty good and its value was not low. He tried to put it into the portable space, but it still could not be put in. It seemed like the rules were different or it was suppressed. Shaking his head, Li Xian circled the surroundings once more. He gradually familiarized himself with the surroundings. He saw quite a number of plants and rocks, and he also detected a large amount of danger. For example, he encountered a white snake on the way. The snake's observation range was even higher than lone wolf's. It actually reached 2 meters. If it was not for Li Xian's intentional probing, he would not have been able to detect it. Of course, snakes were also categorized. Li Xian met another blue snake. Its detection range was only 1.5 meters. There was a huge difference between the various snakes. Li Xian carefully tested the situation in the east. In the end, he felt that it was about time. He carried the red-leafed grass and walked toward the mushroom. However, when he walked around the broken wood where the mushroom was, he saw farmer number 6 waving his hoe and smashing a palm-sized black ant. The key point was that there were many black spots on farmer no 6's body, especially his ankles, which had all turned black. It was obvious that he had been poisoned. Bang! 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 Farmer number 6 used all his strength to smash the big ant a few more times, causing it to be on the verge of dying. However, farmer number 6 fell to the ground first, without any breath. This. Li Xian looked at the dead farmer number 6, then looked at the struggling big ant that was smashed into the soil. Li Xian took a step forward, raised his hoe, and started to smash the ant. Bang! 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 Li Xian's strength was even greater. With the level buff, he smashed the ant to death in less than a minute. Then, a ball of light fell out and fused into Li Xian's body. Experience points +3. This. Li Xian looked at the experience points and found that he was about to level up. Then, he looked at the dead farmer number 6, and the half-chopped mushroom. He sighed. An ant can kill a person. It seems that it is imperative to speed up the leveling up. Li Xian shook his head and looked around the mushroom. After confirming that there was no danger, he turned the hoe into a billhook and slashed at the mushroom. Amidst a large number of sparks, Li Xian spent 2 hours before finally chopping the mushroom down. Buzz! A golden light flashed, and Li Xian was the center of the light in the darkness. His level had reached level 3, and his soul power had increased by another section. It was equivalent to Qin Yu's soul power for around 35 days. It seemed that as his level increased, the amount of soul power he gained would also increase. Take a look at the attribute panel. Li Xian brought up the attribute panel. Serial number, number 2 Vice Captain. Level, 3 1/30th experience points. Class, Farmer. Combat power, 13. Forte, Weeding, Planting, Pest Control. Territory, God's Domain, Gu Zio House Territory. Potential, Unknown. At level 3, my combat power has increased by a little. My suppressed talents have been further liberated. Li Xian carefully observed his surroundings. In the darkness, his vision could see 3.5 meters. His god's perspective had also increased, allowing him to display more of his strength. Overall, it's pretty good. Looks like I still have to continue to level up. Li Xian secretly made up his mind and prepared to continue working hard to level up and obtain more soul power. I'll go back in a little while. This time, I've obtained 2 plants. I'll definitely spend a little more time. Only then will it make sense. Li Xian muttered and began to wander around the surroundings. With his stronger observation ability, he became more and more familiar with the situation around him. It could be said that the area within 50 meters of the east of the base was almost completely explored by Li Xian. As for the area 50 meters away, Li Xian did not come into contact with it. The strong sense of danger reminded him that the area 50 meters away was very dangerous. If his level was not high enough, it was best not to seek death. Therefore, Li Xian cautiously wandered within 50 meters. When it was almost time, he returned with the red leaf grass, mushrooms, ant corpses, and 2 brown stones. I wonder how Gu Xiaohao will react if I bring so many things back? If nothing unusual happens, then I'll be able to level up with more confidence. Li Xian looked at the 2 brown stones in his hands and vaguely felt that they were very valuable. 1 brown stone seemed to be equivalent to 10 stones that he had brought back previously. Of course, Li Xian was only making an estimate. The specific situation still needed to be verified. With anticipation, Li Xian slowly walked toward the base and walked alone in the darkness. Inside Gu Xiaohao's base, 2 farmers stood quietly. Their bodies were covered in blood. Their faces were pale and covered in wounds. Chapter 382, Leveled Up Again. These 2 farmers were farmer number 1 and farmer number 3. They were also the first batch of people to be summoned. If Li Xian had not been promoted, they would still be farmer number 1 and farmer number 2. At the moment, other than the 2 of them, none of the other farmers had returned. Clearly, something bad had happened to them. In front of them were 10 stones, similar to the stones that Li Xian had brought back the previous day. Logically speaking, the harvest of the 10 stones should have been quite good, but unfortunately, only 2 farmers had returned. This made Gu Xiaohao's expression turn ugly, and his face even turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn it, how did you lead the team? So many farmers died, and these stones only add up to 100 energy points. I can only create 1 more farmer. Gu Xiaohao angrily kicked farmer number 1, and he was so depressed that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. I'm sorry, my lord. I was too hasty. Number 1 hurriedly admitted his mistake. He was so guilty that he did not dare to look at Gu Xiaohao. You. Forget it, forget it. Be more careful in the future. Don't be too hasty. Gu Xiaohao was very helpless. He clearly knew that the farmer he created would not betray him. Every time they went out, they risked their lives. Their goal was to find resources. Since so many people had died, although he was angry, he could only sit there gloomily and use the ancient token to absorb the stones bit by bit. After the 10 stones were quickly absorbed, Gu Xiaohao looked at the energy in the token and shook his head helplessly. There is not much energy left in the token. Adding the energy you just provided, it can only produce 4 farmers. If we don't get more energy points, we will have to sell our farmland. Gu Xiaohao looked at the farmland in the southeast corner of the base. He had spent a lot of effort building it. If he sold it, the price would be reduced by half. Updates by Com. Thinking of the predicament of not having any energy, Gu Xiaohao sat there gloomily, feeling very distressed. At this moment, he felt something. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the gate. Then, he saw a figure returning with a full load. You actually brought back a rare white mushroom. Is this the red-leafed grass? This is a medicinal herb that can heal injuries. There are even iron ores? There are actually 2 pieces. It's too strong. Gu Xiaohao looked in surprise at Li Xian who walked in from the door. He could not believe that Li Xian had brought back so many things. It was as if he was dreaming. Wait, is this the corpse of a big ant? You experienced a battle. Are you injured? Gu Xiaohao ran over quickly. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Li Xian was not injured. He also realized that Li Xian's companion had not returned. However, it was already very good that he could return safely after encountering a giant ant. One had to know that the corpse of a giant ant alone was worth 120 energy points, which was more expensive than a farmer. In addition to the white mushroom, red-leafed grass, and 2 pieces of iron ore, Gu Xiaohao felt that these could make up for the farmers in an instant. Good, good, good. Number 2, you're really my lucky star. I must reward you. Tell me, what reward do you want? Should I give you 2 farmers as subordinates, or raise your level. 100 energy points can help you raise one level. Gu Xiaohao looked at Li Xian seriously and decided to nurture Li Xian to protect his safety. There was no other way. Farmer number 1 had lost so many companions and only brought back 10 ordinary stones. The total energy was only 100 energy points. The 2 iron ores that Li Xian had brought back were worth 200 energy points. In addition to the 120 energy points from the ant corpse, there was also the red-leafed grass that could heal injuries and the white mushroom that had a higher nutritional value. With so many good items, Gu Xiaohao realized that Li Xian was extraordinary and valued him even more. Therefore, he looked at Li Xian and made 2 suggestions, asking what Li Xian wanted. "I want to level up," Li Xian said seriously. His companions were all burdensome to him. Leveling up was the most fundamental thing, especially a legitimate upgrade. How could Li Xian let it go? "Okay, I'll level up for you." Gu Xiaohao took out the ancient token. First, he injected 2 iron ores, an ant corpse, half a red-leafed grass, and half a white mushroom into the token. Then, he took the token and drew a strange symbol in the air. Buzz! A golden light flashed, and Li Xian was bathed in the golden light. His level had also risen from level 3 to level 4. The moment he leveled up, Li Xian's soul power had increased once again. It was equivalent to the 40 days of Qin Yu's feedback. It could be said that he had gained quite a lot. Serial number, number 2 Vice Captain. Level, 4 1/40th experience points. Class, Farmer. Combat power, 14. Specialty, weeding, planting, exterminating insects. Ownership, God's domain, Gu Xiaohao's territory. Potential, unknown. Very good. Work hard and level up. You must reach level 10 as soon as possible. When the time comes, I'll give you a big gift. Gu Xiaohao checked Li Xian's attributes and nodded in satisfaction. Following this, he placed half of the red-leafed grass into his pocket and took the half-eaten mushroom to cook. As he ran, he muttered to himself that he would summon a few more farmers after dinner. Not long after, the mushroom soup was ready. Li Xian once again enjoyed special treatment. Under the envious gazes of farmer number 1 and farmer number 3, he received the mushroom soup and mushrooms. After dinner, Gu Xiaohao waved the simple token in front of the farmer's dormitory and started to summon new farmers. Soon, a golden light flashed and covered the entire wooden house. Not long after, 5 farmers with dull expressions slowly walked out of the small wooden house and stood in front of Gu Xiaohao mechanically. Their potential is not high, and their combat ability is worrying. It seems that we need to build a barracks as soon as possible and summon soldiers. By then, we can protect the farmers. Gu Xiaohao muttered to Li Xian. He valued Li Xian more and more. He did not want anything to happen to Li Xian, so he naturally had to send people to protect him. Number 7 and 8, from now on, you will follow number 2, which is also your vice captain. Protect his safety well and do your best to protect him. Gu Xiaohao pointed at the 2 farmers and ordered them to protect Li Xian well. Yes. The 2 farmers with dull expressions answered. Their bodies stiffened as they walked behind Li Xian and protected him like bodyguards. Number 1, who was not far away, watched silently. He looked very dejected as if a part of his authority had been stripped away. Number 1, you will lead the rest of the farmers. Your talent is not bad. Make good use of it. Don't be as eager to achieve instant success as you are today. Gu Xiaohao looked at number 1. Yes, my lord. I will work hard. This time, I will definitely make good use of my talent. Farmer number 1 replied solemnly. It was as if his entire being had transformed, emitting a special fluctuation. Not bad, go and search for things to gain energy points. Gu Xiaohao looked at the serious farmer number 1 and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, my lord. Everyone set off again and walked out of the base. Farmer number 1 did not say anything to Li Xian. Instead, he led everyone and strode toward the west. Li Xian glanced at farmer number 1. He was somewhat curious about the fluctuation he had just experienced. That fluctuation was obviously different from that of an ordinary person. What is it? Forget it. I'll go and search for things to gain energy points first. I'll try to level up more. Li Xian did not think any more. He brought farmer number 7 and farmer number 8 to the east. After reaching level 4, his god's perspective had reached 4 meters. He could also see a little more than 4 meters with his vision. He could easily see things in the darkness. What is this? Li Xian suddenly looked at the black earth. There seemed to be something in the protruding soil. Chapter 383, The Mysterious Fruit. Could it be a fruit? Li Xian quickly took a few steps forward and tried to observe the soil from his god's perspective. He understood that this was the real world. Even if he had reached level 4 and the suppression had become smaller, it would still be very difficult for him to look too deep into the soil. With this thought in mind, Li Xian carefully probed with his god's perspective. With his powerful god's perspective, he could only see a centimeter underground. This depth was enough. Li Xian indeed saw his target. It was an egg, a mysterious white egg. There were some strange patterns on this mysterious white egg, and a faint life force emanated from it. Li Xian carefully examined it. After confirming that there was no danger, he slowly approached it and carefully dug with a hoe. When farmer number 7 and farmer number 8 saw this scene, they were somewhat at a loss. They did not understand what was going on. As they watched, their eyes quickly widened. It was because a fist-sized white egg had appeared in their field of vision. Food. Farmer number 7 spoke. His eyes were clearly more intelligent than farmer number 8's. You guys dig. Be careful. Don't break this egg, Li Xian ordered. Okay. When farmer number 7 and farmer number 8 heard the order, they began to dig carefully, revealing the white egg inside bit by bit. I don't know what kind of egg it is. Updates by Com. After digging it out, Li Xian picked it up and looked at it. He was a little confused about what kind of egg it was, but he felt that it was edible, so he simply put it into his pocket. Let's go. Li Xian continued to lead the group forward, walking towards the area where the weeds were found yesterday. Very soon, they arrived in front of the 2 weeds. Under Li Xian's orders, the 2 farmers began to dig hard. After assigning tasks to the 2 farmers, Li Xian turned around and walked into the darkness, toward the wheat not far away. The last time he saw the wheat, he wanted to take it away, but he felt a sense of crisis at that time. Since his level had increased and he had the ability to exterminate insects, he could give it a try. Along the way, Li Xian picked up 2 pieces of crushed stones on the road. They were crushed stones that had very low energy points, which could not be compared to iron ore. There might be iron ore at the place where the iron ore appeared earlier. I'll look for it later. Maybe I'll find something unexpected. Li Xian muttered and slowly came to the wheat area. He saw the 2 stalks of wheat, but there was no 7-star ladybug. Instead, he saw a white bug on the wheat. The sense of danger is very weak. It seems that with my current strength, I can easily destroy this bug. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. He held the hoe as he slowly approached. He gave the white insect a fierce poke and directly poked the insect down from the wheat. Crack! A strange sound rang out. Along with this sound, circles of water ripples spread in all directions. Li Xian only felt that his brain was in a daze as if it had been hit by a heavy blow. Fortunately, Li Xian's talent was extraordinary. He quickly blocked this feeling and then looked at the insect seriously. Surprisingly, the bug's speed was very slow. It crawled toward the distance bit by bit as if it was trying to avoid Li Xian. So that's all you have? Die! Li Xian waved the hoe and hit the bug's head hard. Bang! With a muffled sound, the bug screamed and curled up into a ball. Bang! 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 Li Xian was not going to be merciful. He smashed the bug hard. After 8 consecutive hits, a ball of light finally appeared. Whoosh! As the ball of light surged into Li Xian's body, his experience points increased by 4 points. Not bad, not bad. The experience points are more than I imagined. Li Xian was in a good mood. He quickly picked up the bug's corpse and collected it properly. Then, he walked around the wheat and examined it carefully. After confirming that it was safe, he began to collect the wheat. The 2 stalks of wheat were very big. They were a circle larger than the ones Li Xian had seen in his previous life. Each grain was full of vitality. The seeds were big, so there was a smaller number of seeds on the whole wheat. Experience points +1. After Li Xian peeled off a seed, a ball of light suddenly surged into Li Xian's body, and then his experience points increased. It can actually be like this? The total number of seeds on these 2 stalks of wheat is estimated to be 20 to 30. In other words, as long as I finish picking all of them, I can level up again. The surprise came too quickly. Li Xian could not believe that there would be such a big harvest. I'll collect the seeds immediately. Li Xian was really happy. He quickly peeled the seeds and picked all the seeds under the prompt of the experience points. At the moment when the seeds were taken, the 2 stalks of wheat directly withered and disappeared like ashes burned by fire. Seeing this scene, Li Xian took 2 steps back, because a sense of crisis had appeared. Under the withered wheat, an earthworm slowly drilled out. The earthworm's size was similar to that of the earthworm from his previous life, but its mouth was open, revealing its serrated teeth as it roared in all directions. Li Xian retreated relatively quickly and was 2 to 3 steps out of the earthworm's observation area. It could only howl above the soil and finally drilled back into the soil. The power contained in this fellow is not strong. Why do I feel so uncomfortable? It seems to be the same feeling as when I was cursed. Could it be that killing this earthworm will cause me to be cursed? Li Xian stood 2 meters away and observed silently. In the end, for the sake of caution, he did not act rashly. Instead, he looked at his attribute panel. Serial number, number 2 Vice Captain. Level, 5 1/50th experience points. Class, Farmer. Combat power, 15. Forte, weeding, planting, exterminating insects. Territory, God's domain, Guzio House territory. Potential, unknown. Not bad. The suppression is getting weaker. I can use psychokinesis now. Although its range is only half a meter, it's enough. It can be said that these 2 stalks of wheat have helped me a lot. If I can find a few more, my level will definitely rise quickly. Li Xian could not wait to find more wheat. At the same time, he thought of the farmland at the base. He felt that if he planted the wheat on the farmland before picking it, he might be able to obtain a large number of experience points. Wait, it shouldn't be so simple. If farming can help me level up quickly, then there's no need to explore the outside world. There must be other things to say. Forget it, let's not worry about this for now. Let's go find the wheat first. Li Xian did not stay here. Instead, he went back to check on farmer number 7 and farmer number 8. After confirming that they were safe, he headed southeast. After searching for a while, Li Xian did not find any new wheat. Instead, he saw a plant with a red fruit. This plant was about the height of a water cup. It had emerald green leaves and a ruddy fruit. It looked a little like a small tomato, but it was glowing. One look and one could tell that it was not an ordinary plant. Li Xian stared at this plant. He felt that the power contained in the fruit was very helpful to him. However, he did not go over because this plant was located in an area that was 50 meters away from the base, which was more than 50 meters away. Li Xian could feel that the level of danger within 50 meters and beyond was not at the same level. It was not an area that he could step into at the moment. That intense sense of danger also clearly indicated that if he crossed the 50-meter zone, he would definitely encounter big trouble. However, the red fruit was too tempting, and his treasure-seeking skill was even crazily hinting. Li Xian was unwilling to give up. Chapter 384, Eat a Fruit and Reach the Mid-Level Gold Rank. After a moment of silence, Li Xian decided to give it a try. After all, with the hoe, he could reach the fruit while he was in the 50-meter zone. Li Xian stood at the border of the 50 meters and reached out the hoe to hook the red fruit. He first tried to touch the plant with the hoe. During this process, Li Xian did not encounter any danger. He only felt that the black fog around him became denser. This made Li Xian slightly relieved. He could not help but slowly approach the red fruit. Then, with a sudden push, the fruit was sent flying toward him. In an instant, the red fruit rolled toward Li Xian. From the area of 51 meters, it came to an area of about 10 centimeters in front of Li Xian. Roar! An earth-shattering roar resounded through the sky. Li Xian only felt his scalp go numb. He fell into a great terror. Without hesitation, Li Xian turned around and ran. His psychokinesis burst forth, wrapping the red fruit in his hand and swiftly running towards the base. The furious roars continued to ring out. Li Xian did not dare to be careless and continued to run wildly. The red fruit in his hand caused his treasure-seeking skill to quickly prompt. "I'll eat it immediately." Li Xian knew that the red fruit was attracting the roar. If he continued, no one knew what kind of danger he would encounter. He might as well directly swallow the fruit. This way, even if he died, he would still be able to make a profit. Thus, he swallowed the fruit into his mouth quickly. The moment he swallowed the fruit, a warm current flowed through his body. Li Xian's soul rapidly advanced, as if he was riding on a rocket. Updates by Com. In a short period of time, Li Xian's soul actually broke through the low-level gold rank and reached the mid-level gold rank. Such a harvest was a pleasant surprise. Mid-level gold rank, this is great, this is really great. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. The range of his god's perspective expanded again, to a radius of 6 meters. His psychokinesis was also affected, reaching a radius of 1 meter. This surprise came too quickly. Li Xian felt that even if he was killed at that moment, everything would be worth it. According to his previous estimation, he was still a certain distance away from the mid-level gold rank. He would have to work hard for at least half a year. However, he did not expect that one fruit would be enough. This made Li Xian want to roar twice. What a world with so many treasures! Even if it's dangerous, it's worth fighting for. Li Xian muttered as he ran. Suddenly, a sharp tentacle rushed over and pierced his heart from 50 meters away. Li Xian stopped running and slowly fell to the ground. The moment he fell, the tentacle detached from his heart. Bang! Li Xian lay on the ground motionlessly and his breathing rapidly decreased. The tentacle shook in the air and retracted back at lightning speed. Then, a victory-like roar was heard. Although the roar sounded a few times, it was getting further and further away. It was obvious that it was heading into the distance. On the black ground, Li Xian was lying quietly. After a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes and slowly stood up. He patted the dust off his body, touched his heart that was healing itself, and nodded his head in satisfaction. The sense of danger has completely disappeared. I'm safe now. Li Xian turned his head and looked at the darkness 50 meters away. He felt that although this was dangerous, it was not a wasted trip. The main point was that he realized that the monsters in this world were simple-minded. That meant that he could be bold. Thinking of this, Li Xian did not return to the base. Instead, he walked to a weed not far away and picked up the hoe to get busy. After reaching level 5, coupled with the increase in his soul to gold rank, his strength was displayed even more. It did not take long for Li Xian to finish the weeding. He received 3 experience points. After doing all of this, Li Xian turned around and walked toward farmer number 7 and farmer number 8. Seeing that the 2 farmers were still weeding, Li Xian was relieved. He did not want his 2 subordinates to die again. With the 2 tool wielders around, he could still act as a shield occasionally. However, the 2 farmers were still weeding the previous weed. They had only weeded less than half of it. This showed the huge gap between the 2 sides. I'll go help too. It just so happens that I have experience points. I can't let the 2 farmers earn them all. Li Xian walked over to help with the weeding. With his strength, the speed of weeding increased greatly. After the 3 of them worked hard for a while, the 2 weeds were successfully weeded, and the 3 of them obtained a certain amount of experience points. Li Xian, who had a full harvest, brought the 2 farmers not far away and weeded 2 more weeds, obtaining some experience points. After doing all this, it was time to go back for dinner. Li Xian happily brought a bunch of harvests and 2 farmers to the base. In the base, farmer number 1 safely brought back all his subordinates, and also harvested 5 ordinary crushed stones and a weed. Such a harvest made Gu Xiaohao extremely happy. He finally smiled and raised his hand to pat number 1 as praise. Not bad, not bad. Indeed, nurturing you is worth it. Your talent is not bad. You're worth nurturing. Thank you, my lord. Farmer number 1 revealed a smile. The pressure in his heart due to Li Xian's rise had finally been greatly reduced. With Gu Xiaohao's praise, farmer number 1 was no longer afraid of Li Xian snatching that spot. Thinking about the spot that could change his fate, farmer number 1 hoped that he could reach level 10 as soon as possible. Through this spot, he could change his fate. Time slowly passed. Gu Xiaohao continued to charge the ancient token. Unfortunately, the total value of the broken stones was only 50 energy points. Although there was still a weed, half of it had to be used for food, and only half of it could be charged. The energy is still not enough. I wonder how much energy number 2 will bring back this time. I'm looking forward to it. Gu Xiaohao could not help but think of Li Xian. Gu Xiaohao also attached great importance to Li Xian, whose potential was unknown. He even decided in his heart that if Li Xian brought back so many good things in the morning, he would definitely work harder to nurture Li Xian and transform him. With this thought in mind, Gu Xiaohao waited silently. However, the sky in the base was getting darker and darker, and Li Xian still had not returned. This made Gu Xiaohao frown. Nothing can happen. I have high hopes for you, Gu Xiaohao muttered. After he finished speaking, 3 figures walked in from the main gate of the base, carrying a pile of things. When Gu Xiaohao saw this scene, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he ran over like a rabbit. I can't believe there are so many rewards. There are even white snake eggs. I can finally have a good meal. You guys did well, very well. Gu Xiaohao looked at so many things and jumped around excitedly. He was as happy as a monkey. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that Li Xian's level was a little off. His level was 1 level higher, which made Gu Xiaohao frown. At the same time, Li Xian took out some wheat kernels from his pocket and handed them to Gu Xiaohao. This is... Looking at the wheat kernels that Li Xian handed over, Gu Xiaohao was completely shocked. He looked at Li Xian in astonishment. You actually got wheat kernels. You're too strong. You're really my lucky star. Now your experience points are right. Haha, this is so awesome. I must reward you. I must. Gu Xiaohao was overjoyed. He excitedly took out the simple token and kept waving golden light at Li Xian. As the golden light shone, Li Xian was enveloped in the golden light once more. His level suddenly rose by 1 level. Serial number, number 2 Vice Captain. Level, 6 1/60th experience points. Class, Farmer. Combat Power, 16. Specialty: weeding, planting, exterminating insects. Territory: God's domain, Gu Zio House territory. Potential: unknown. Looking at Li Xian's level, Gu Ziohao said with a smile. Come on, number 2, I have a special quota. I will give this quota to whoever reaches level 10 first. It's either you or number 1. There is only one quota now. Chapter 385, Drops. Quota. Li Xian frowned. He did not know what the quota was for. Yes, farmers are the most basic of the soldiers. Although number 1 is an elite farmer, he is still very weak. This quota will allow you to transform. Gu Ziohao smiled. He did not say anything more. Instead, he called everyone to go to the farmland to plant wheat and water. There's not much water left. In the beginning, everyone can get a portion of water for free. They can use it for 10 days. It's already the 8th day today, so there's not much left. Gu Ziohao looked at the water bag and shook his head helplessly. He felt that it was really too difficult to develop a base in God's domain. There was a lack of things in every aspect. Gu Ziohao, who felt helpless in his heart, could only entrust his energy to quickly accumulate enough to build a barracks. While Gu Ziohao was muttering to himself, Li Xian was thinking about the quota. Since it could transform him, it must be a very good thing. Naturally, he could not let it go. As for his opponent, number 1, this guy was actually an elite farmer and had a special talent. He was indeed extraordinary, but Li Xian was confident that he could surpass him. Relying on his many talents, Li Xian was confident that he could rise to level 10 tomorrow and get the quota. With this thought in mind, Li Xian began to plan the direction of his exploration the next day. He did not plan to go to the east anymore. Firstly, there was a chance of encountering the existence that was roaring. Secondly, there were fewer weeds and monsters. The rest were not suitable for him to come into contact with now. With this in mind, Li Xian decided to go to the south tomorrow and explore the area there. Updates by Com. Alright, the wheat has been planted. I don't know when it will grow back. Number 2, you have made a great contribution. Come, let's eat. Today, you and I will eat the white snake egg. Gu Ziohao was very happy. He led everyone to the area where the big black pot was located and began to boil the food. This fellow took out an exquisite small pot from somewhere. The big pot boiled half a piece of weeds, and the small pot boiled the entire white snake egg. After the food was ready, the farmers, including farmer number 1, could only drink weed soup. Only Li Xian followed Gu Ziohao. Not only could they drink weed soup, but they could also taste the white snake egg. Seeing such a scene, even farmer number 1 was envious. In reality, Li Xian was a little confused. When he ate the white snake eggs, he did not gain any experience points until he had finished eating half of the egg. Obtained a small amount of God's domain world knowledge. A piece of information flashed through his mind. Li Xian immediately understood some of the situations in this world. Knowledge Hui. Li Xian was surprised, and he roughly understood some of the plants outside. For example, the white snake egg contained the inheritance of knowledge. For example, the black ant's body was strong, and it could also use poison. For example, the insect that Li Xian killed that day was called the spirit insect, and it had very strong damage to mental power. There was also the sharp-toothed earthworm. Whoever killed this earthworm would be cursed, and they would encounter bad luck. In short, although the knowledge in his mind was not much, Li Xian was very satisfied. It also allowed Li Xian to find an opportunity to cheat outside to strengthen his soul. He knew of a magical plant called the mystical spirit flower. Eating this flower could strengthen the soul, and there were quite a number of them. It was very common to see it 50 meters away. As for the red fruit, Li Xian still did not know anything about it. The main thing was that there was too little knowledge, so Li Xian still needed to continue eating the white snake eggs. In addition, with the base as the center, there was a tenfold difference between the danger within 50 meters and the danger outside 50 meters. This was the content of the knowledge, and it made Li Xian feel extremely fortunate. Tomorrow, I'll eat some more white snake eggs tomorrow. Li Xian secretly made up his mind and prepared to secretly take action tomorrow to obtain more knowledge about this world. Alright, the weather is getting late. Everyone, go back and rest. It should be safer tonight. Gu Xiaohao looked at the sky and said this before lazily walking toward his cabin. Li Xian was puzzled, but when he thought about the danger from last night, he still returned to the cabin early to prevent any accidents. What surprised Li Xian was that it was indeed very quiet that night. There was not the slightest bit of danger. It was completely unlike the previous night, which made one's hair stand on end. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly on the base, making the entire base feel warm. If it were not for the dark hole outside the base, Li Xian would have let his guard down. Little ones, you have to work hard to find a water source today. Whoever finds the water source first will be rewarded with a level up. Let's go, Gu Xiaohao said loudly. Yes. The farmers nodded in agreement. Carrying hoes, they strode out of the base and walked into the darkness. Following behind Li Xian were farmers number 7 and number 8. They were like bodyguards, one on the left and the other on the right. Li Xian scanned the surroundings using his god's perspective, moving forward step by step in the dark world. Hey! Li Xian suddenly saw 5 ants fighting on the left side of the edge of the exploration. Their target was a fat insect. The two sides were fighting fiercely. The fat bug was bigger, but under the siege of the ants and the influence of the poison, the battle gradually slowed down. The speed became slower, and the poison became affected it even more. Seeing this scene, Li Xian saw that the 2 ants were injured, and the fat bug was covered in wounds. He felt that he had a chance to gain experience points. Follow me. Li Xian looked at the 2 farmers behind him and immediately led them in the direction of the ants. When they were about to get close, Li Xian said to number 7, who was more agile. Take 2 steps forward and immediately retreat. Yes. Farmer number 7 did not understand. With his low detection range, he could not see the ants and bugs in the darkness. He could only follow Li Xian's orders and take 2 steps forward. However, after taking these 2 steps, he saw 5 ants and a big bug. This scared farmer number 7 so much that he hurriedly retreated. As he was too close, the ants and insects naturally saw this scene. One of the ants turned around and charged at the farmer. The rest of the ants continued to fight, fighting with the large insect. On this side, after farmer number 7 retreated to Li Xian's side, he wanted to say something, but he could not say it at the moment. It's coming. Li Xian raised his hoe high and suddenly smashed it in front of him. At the same time, a black ant rushed over and was just hit. Bang! 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 With the support of the transcendent level monstrous strength, Li Xian smashed it crazily. After more than 10 hits, a ball of light finally rose. Experience points plus 2.5. Li Xian glanced at number 7. His act of luring the monster also gained 0.5 experience points. Go over and lure another one over, Li Xian ordered. Yes. Farmer number 7's eyes revealed a change of emotion. It seemed that he did not dare to go over. However, facing Li Xian's order, farmer number 7 could only go over. Soon, he attracted another ant. After Li Xian's random attacks, he gained 2.5 experience points. Continue. He began to lure the ants again. Unexpectedly, all 3 ants were attracted over. Attack together. I'll leave the injured 2 to you, Li Xian ordered. He waved his hoe and rushed over. Bang! 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 The 3-on-3 battle instantly started. Li Xian took the lead and challenged the strongest ant. In a flurry of attacks, he crushed the ant to death. The remaining two farmers fought with great difficulty. If the ant had not been injured, the two farmers would have lost a layer of skin even if they had not died. Fortunately, Li Xian was able to provide timely support. He rushed over and smashed the ants randomly. Very quickly, all the ants were dealt with. Experience points plus 2.2. Experience points plus 2.2. Looking at the experience points gained, Li Xian was very satisfied. Thinking of the fat bug, he gave an order. Take care of the ant corpses and wait for me to come back. After saying that, Li Xian dashed toward the fat bug and found that it was dying. Go to hell! Li Xian immediately swung his hoe and smashed it toward the fat bug. Bang! Experience points plus 5. Following the sound of the notification, Li Xian nodded in satisfaction. However, he suddenly realized. Next to the fat bug, there was actually a small ball of light. It looked like a drop from a monster-killing game. It can give drops? Oh right, this world is very similar to a game world. It's normal for a drop, but why don't ants drop anything? Don't tell me there's a special requirement. Li Xian did not know the fat bug, so he did not know what kind of monster would give drops. He was going to bring it back to Gu Zio house so that he could see what it was. Let's see what's in the light ball first. Li Xian walked toward the light ball curiously and was ready to see the dropped item. Chapter 386, The Magical Little Hedgehog. Whoosh! As Li Xian got closer, the small ball of light floated up and quietly floated in the air, emitting a sparkling light. Li Xian's right hand gently touched the ball of light. In an instant, the ball of light shone and a piece of enlightenment information surged into Li Xian's mind. It's actually the enlightenment of a barrier, and it's also the earth barrier. How is this possible? Li Xian could not believe that he had actually obtained the comprehension of a barrier here. After all, a barrier was the embryonic form of a domain, and it could transform into a powerful domain in the future. Moreover, a domain was the exclusive ability of a saint rank, and it was also the symbol of a true expert. An ordinary person would need several decades of comprehension to obtain it, but at the moment, there are actually such benefits. Good, good, good. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. He repeatedly praised in his heart and could not wait to absorb these insights to increase his comprehension of the earth barrier. Soon, Li Xian opened his eyes. A faint light flashed in his eyes as earth elements rippled around him. Very good, very good. As long as I accumulate more earth-type insights, I will definitely be able to comprehend the earth barrier. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. He quickly scanned the surroundings using his god's perspective, trying to find more targets. Unfortunately, other than seeing a few weeds, he did not find any new targets. He could only arrange for the two farmers to look around. Follow me. Li Xian picked up the fat worm and ordered the two farmers to bring the ants to the area where the weeds were. Updates by. There were 3 blue flowers here, which were also valuable items. Li Xian ordered the farmers to cut the weeds while he wandered around. Since his level was high enough, the suppression in all aspects had been decreasing. For example, his transformation skill could already be used. However, the time it could be used was suppressed by the world, so it could not be used for a long time. The other skills were the same. The scope of God's perspective had also been expanded a lot. As long as it was activated, one could easily see an area of a few meters around them. God's perspective could even penetrate the black earth and observe a small amount of underground scenes. Under such observation, Li Xian's range of activity naturally expanded, and he saw more and more things. After confirming that the surrounding environment would not threaten his two subordinate farmers, Li Xian began to explore a larger area. He even ran to the border area of 50 meters. What a pity! There's no red fruit. What kind of fruit is it? Li Xian was curious. He wanted to eat some more red fruit, but he did not see it again. Helpless. Li Xian could only continue wandering. On the way, he picked up iron ore and a purple-leafed grass, increasing his experience points once again. An ant nest. I actually found an ant nest. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. He quickly walked to the ant nest and carefully observed the scene. However, looking at the densely packed ants walking back and forth in the ant nest, Li Xian thought for a moment and decided to leave. There was no other way, there were too many of them. So many ants were very difficult to deal with. Li Xian did not want to do something that he was not confident in. After walking past the ant nest, Li Xian continued to walk forward. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It was because he saw a hedgehog. A small hedgehog that looked harmless to humans and animals. However, the hedgehog gave Li Xian a very strong sense of danger. Even if Li Xian's head was chopped off, he could still reinstall it. However, facing this hedgehog, Li Xian still felt a strong sense of danger. However, Li Xian did not retreat. Instead, he sized up the little hedgehog from afar. This was because there was a fruit that looked like a grape on the back of the hedgehog's spikes. This fruit made Li Xian's treasure-seeking skill frantically prompt. It must be something good. I have to get it. As for the danger, so what? When I was 50 meters away from the red fruit, the owner of the roar was even more dangerous. I still managed to get the red fruit. Although this hedgehog isn't easy to deal with, as long as I can eat the fruit, I'll be summoned again if I die. However, it's best if I don't die. I'm still thinking about what the name list is. The main point is that I have a method that I might be able to try. Li Xian narrowed his eyes as his body transformed from a human into a hedgehog. His appearance was not much different from that of the little hedgehog. With his probing, Li Xian moved forward bit by bit. When he arrived 5 meters away from the little hedgehog, the hedgehog suddenly turned its head and looked over. What a powerful detection range! It can actually see an area of 5 meters. Li Xian was surprised. He could not believe that the hedgehog's detection range was actually 5 meters. After all, Lone Wolf's detection range was only 1.5 meters, while an ordinary farmer's detection range was only 1 meter. From this, it could be seen that the little hedgehog was extraordinary. Fortunately, with his various talents, Li Xian still had some confidence. Otherwise, he would not have taken advantage of the situation. Squeak! Squeak! When the little hedgehog saw Li Xian, its small black eyes were filled with confusion. It did not seem to understand why it would see its own kind here. With its low intelligence, it was immediately stunned by what it saw. Squeak! Squeak! Li Xian imitated the little hedgehog and called out twice as well. He was careful not to get close to the little hedgehog to prevent any accidents from happening. Squeak! Squeak! The little hedgehog called out to Li Xian twice again. Its small eyes were filled with curiosity and a hint of happiness. Following that, the little hedgehog jumped twice. The grapes on the spikes behind it suddenly floated up and fell into the little hedgehog's hands. Then, it hugged the grapes with its 2 small claws and pretended to hand them over. However, it did not approach Li Xian easily, as if it was afraid of scaring Li Xian away. Is this for me? Li Xian carefully analyzed his sense of danger and realized that the sense of danger had decreased drastically. It was not as dangerous as before. It seemed that the little hedgehog's hostility toward him had decreased significantly. With caution, Li Xian carefully took 2 steps forward and carefully looked at the little hedgehog opposite him. The other party's ability to take the fruit from its back seemed to be a bit like psychokinesis. Squeak! Squeak! When the little hedgehog saw Li Xian take 2 steps toward it, it became even happier. In fact, it even seemed to be dancing with joy. Following this, the little hedgehog mobilized an invisible force and passed the grape to Li Xian. It slowly landed in front of Li Xian, waiting for him to pick it up. It should be psychokinesis. Sensing the familiar power, Li Xian hesitated for a moment before taking the small fruit and carefully swallowing it. When he ate it, his psychokinesis skill immediately vibrated, and he naturally used it, increasing the range to 2 meters. Such an unexpected gain made Li Xian very happy. He could not help but want to get more small fruits, so he walked a little further and looked at the little hedgehog opposite him. Squeak! Squeak! The little hedgehog was very happy. It pointed to the distance and waved at Li Xian as if asking Li Xian to follow it to another place. It seems like there are similar fruits in the distance. Li Xian muttered to himself. He estimated that he could use his transformation skill for some time, so he tried to move forward a little. When he was 50 centimeters away from the little hedgehog, he stopped moving forward. The little hedgehog jumped around happily. It ran a few steps to the west and then turned back to look. Chapter 387, A Bumper Harvest. After confirming that Li Xian was following behind, the little hedgehog happily continued to move forward. As it led the way, it would occasionally turn its head to look at Li Xian. Just like that, the human and hedgehog moved forward on the black land. They walked past many weeds, passed through a large banyan tree, and finally arrived at an area of 50 meters. Li Xian hesitated because the little hedgehog wanted to go over the 50-meter zone. This was not an area that could be easily stepped into. The danger was too high, and Li Xian was really worried. Squeak! Squeak! The little hedgehog saw that Li Xian was not going to leave. It cried out twice, but Li Xian still did not want to get close. Squeak! Squeak! The little hedgehog danced for a while as if telling Li Xian to wait here. Then the little hedgehog left the 50-meter zone and entered the grass 50 meters away. Not long after the little hedgehog left, Li Xian took a few steps back. After confirming that the little hedgehog could not detect him, he immediately changed into human form. The suppression is too fierce. I still need to level up. Otherwise, my transformation skill won't last long. After returning to his human form, Li Xian let out a breath. He felt his body become much more relaxed. Then, he used God's perspective to scan the surroundings. Then, he condensed a hoe and chose a weed in the surroundings. He began to hoe the weed to earn experience points. Time passed. Soon, an hour had passed. After Li Xian cut this weed, he suddenly sensed something. The hoe in his hand disappeared. Then, he transformed into a hedgehog and hid at the side. Soon, a familiar figure appeared. Updates by. The little hedgehog slowly crawled out from the lush green grass. On the spike on its back, there were more than 10 grapes and more than 10 unknown fruits. Some were similar to hawthorns, some were similar to blueberries, and some were similar to jujubes. The most important thing was that there were 2 eggs floating on both sides of the little hedgehog's body. One should be a white snake egg, and the other one was unknown. After the little hedgehog walked out from the grass, it stepped on the black ground and quickly crossed the 50-meter border. Then, it kept looking around for Li Xian's figure. Squeak! Squeak! Without seeing Li Xian, the little hedgehog was very anxious. It kept shouting, and its small black eyes were filled with anxiety. Hearing this voice, Li Xian slowly walked out of the darkness and arrived within 3 meters of the little hedgehog. Squeak! Squeak! When the little hedgehog saw that Li Xian was still there, it was so happy that it jumped and danced. Then, it gave all the fruits it brought to Li Xian and dropped them in front of Li Xian. Li Xian was very surprised by so many things, but he would not let go of the opportunity to improve his strength, so he immediately tasted these fruits. What surprised Li Xian was that the abilities of these fruits were all different. For example, the hawthorn could increase soul power. Although the increase was not as great as the red fruit from last time, it was still equivalent to the amount of soul power that Qin Yu could provide for 1 month. The big jujube could strengthen the body. Unfortunately, Li Xian valued the soul more. After eating 1 big jujube, he did not eat the rest of the big jujubes. Instead, he started to eat the blueberry. Blueberries are not bad. They can strengthen water elemental power and skills. Not bad, not bad at all. Li Xian said to himself. He ate most of the things, leaving only the big jujubes. He threw them back to the little hedgehog. The little hedgehog saw that Li Xian did not like eating the big jujubes, but it did not care. Instead, it ate them. It seemed that it liked eating big jujubes very much. After it finished eating, the little hedgehog used its psychokinesis to make the 2 eggs float in the air. At the same time, it waved its little claws. Suddenly, flames gathered and enveloped the 2 eggs, starting to burn them. Li Xian clearly saw that the flames did not burn the 2 eggs. Instead, they were roasting them from a certain distance away. It was obvious that it was making food. Such a scene and such a human-like method made Li Xian very surprised. He felt that the creatures in this world were really magical. Squeak! Squeak! A few minutes later, Eric fragrance filled the surroundings. The little hedgehog passed the 2 roasted eggs to Li Xian while squeaking non-stop. Li Xian hesitated for a moment but decided to eat them. His strength was weak at the moment, so he absolutely could not let go of any opportunity to increase his strength. At most, when his strength increased in the future, he would take care of this little hedgehog. It could be considered as repayment to it. After considering it for so long, Li Xian used his psychokinesis to peel off the shells of the 2 eggs and began to quickly savor the delicacies. Needless to say, the taste of these 2 eggs was very good. When he ate them until his stomach was warm, a large amount of knowledge began to flow into his mind. Obtained a certain amount of God's domain world knowledge. Following the notification, Li Xian instantly understood the name of the fruit from before. For example, the blueberry was called the blue fruit. It had the effect of strengthening the water element and water-type skills. Another example was the white egg, which was a wild chicken egg. Eating it could increase one's perception of danger. Another example was the grape that strengthened one's psychokinesis. It was called the psychokinesis fruit. Eating it would strengthen one's psychokinesis without any side effects. In short, this knowledge was extremely important to Li Xian. It allowed him to understand God's domain world more and more. The only thing that made Li Xian feel regretful was that there was still no information on the red fruit from before. It seemed that the fruit was not an ordinary item in this world. Whatever, I'll level up first. Now that I have the little hedgehog's help, my leveling plan might be faster. Li Xian secretly made a plan and thought about the next upgrade route. I'll go to the big locust tree first. There are bees there. Since there are bees, there's honey. Eating it will definitely bring great benefits. Also, picking wheat will increase experience points. I wonder if picking locust flowers will increase experience points. Will the little hedgehog be able to beat those bees? Li Xian muttered to himself. He was looking forward to the honey. There were many good things in this world. Naturally, the honey would not be too bad. It would definitely have an extraordinary effect. Therefore, Li Xian squeaked twice and led the little hedgehog in the direction of the big locust tree. Their speed was very fast. It did not take long for them to reach the surroundings of the big locust tree. They saw dozens of bees gathering honey on a slanted branch. Squeak! Squeak! The little hedgehog was very happy when it saw the bees. It quickly released a flame and enveloped the dozens of bees. In an instant, they were burned to ashes, leaving only one bee alive. The little bee was scared out of its wits and immediately flapped its wings and fled. The little hedgehog hurriedly chased after it and led Li Xian to run 50 meters away. In the end, Li Xian stopped at the 50-meter border and did not follow. The little hedgehog squeaked twice, indicating that it would return after a period of time. Then, it burrowed into the grass and went to chase the little bee. Li Xian took this opportunity to find a corner and return to his human form. He strode to the side of the big tree and carefully observed it. The tree branch that the bees were dancing on just now gave me a very weak feeling of danger. I'll try to go up and pick locust flowers and leaves. Li Xian's used his psychokinesis on his body. He floated onto the large locust tree bit by bit and landed on the tree branch that the bees had picked just now. He began to try to pick the locust flowers and leaves. Experience points plus 0.1. Experience points plus 0.1. After picking a leaf and a locust flower, Li Xian suddenly stopped. What followed next was ecstasy. It was because this big locust tree is very lush. The leaves and locust flowers were too many to count, and he had only picked one. Chapter 388, Special Quota. Although a leaf only gave 0.1 experience points, Li Xian did not dare to imagine how many levels he could reach if he plucked all these leaves. With deep anticipation, Li Xian moved quickly. His two hands moved quickly, and he even mobilized his psychokinesis to help him pluck the leaves. With all his effort, Li Xian plucked a pile of leaves in a short while, and his level rose once again. Good, good, good. I'll keep picking and try to level up one more level before the little hedgehog comes back. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised and continued to pick quickly. His experience points kept increasing, and he was in a sea of happiness. At this moment, Li Xian's eyes lit up. He found a small bird's nest on the branch of the big locust tree. There were still white eggs in the nest. There are actually 3 eggs. Good stuff. I definitely can't miss it. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. He carefully approached the branch over there. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger enveloped his heart. Li Xian hurriedly retreated and returned to the branch area where the bees were. As expected, there is danger on every branch. The bees on this branch have been dealt with, so I can pick here. If I dare to approach other areas, I will be in big trouble. Not only that, I have to pick the leaves here as soon as possible. Otherwise, the creatures on the other branches might approach this side. Li Xian realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately continued to busy himself. He quickly picked the leaves and locust flowers, mobilizing all his strength to pick them. Time slowly passed. Updates by Li Xian picked more and more, and his experience points increased rapidly. His level continued to rise amidst the golden light. Li Xian did not know how much he had picked, but he knew that the suppression on him was getting lower and lower. He could even condense the big soul hand. Then, the 2 big soul hands helped him pick, but unfortunately, the mantis puppet skill and the dark creature summoning skill were still suppressed to the point that they could not be used. Li Xian felt that it was a pity. Thud. A golden light flashed. A golden light shone around Li Xian's body once more. His level had reached level 10, and his strength had greatly increased. Serial number, number 2 Vice Captain. Level, level 10 max level, need to change classes. Class, Farmer. Combat Power, 20. Specialty, Weeding, Planting, Pest Control. Ownership, God's Domain, Guzio House Territory. Potential, Unknown. Looking at his data panel and seeing that he had finally reached level 10, Li Xian was extremely happy. I've finally reached level 10. It's too fast. It's a pity that I won't get any experience points if I continue picking. I don't know if it's because I'm at the max level or because my level is too high. I won't give any experience points. Let's stop for now. Li Xian descended from the sky and placed the leaves and locust flowers he had picked around the big rock. Then, he called his 2 subordinates over and asked them to transport the leaves and locust flowers to the base. With so many leaves and locust flowers, the 2 of them would probably need to run more than 10 times to transport them. It was very tedious, but they could not cancel this step because through these leaves, they could prove the reason for their level increase. Just like that, Li Xian guarded these leaves while waiting for the little hedgehog to return. Unfortunately, the little hedgehog still did not return at noon. Li Xian drew a pattern at the border, roughly indicating that he would return in the afternoon. If the little hedgehog came back, he would ask it to wait here. Li Xian did not know whether the little hedgehog could understand it or not. In any case, he had tried his best. He brought a bunch of harvest with him. Li Xian rushed back to the base, covered in dust. He saw farmer number 1, who was frowning, and Gu Xiaohao, who was excited as if he had been injected with stimulants. Ha 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 ha, number 2, you are too strong. You actually got so many leaves and locust flowers. Although the energy points contained in a single leaf isn't much, it's enough for me to charge the token. I have to reward you. Gu Xiaohao was extremely excited. If it were not for the fact that he had to absorb these leaves as soon as possible, he would have been jumping around. Even so, when he absorbed the energy points from the leaves, he couldn't stop trembling. He felt that he had never encountered such a good thing. He realized that ever since he summoned Li Xian, this base seemed to have welcomed a new life. The energy points were increasing at an extremely fast rate. Every time, Li Xian would bring back a lot of things. Most importantly, he even brought a big surprise this day, which made Gu Xiaohao so happy that he wanted to cry. Therefore, he had to reward Li Xian. He had to reward him well. For example, he had to give the quota to Li Xian, the important quota for the true transformation. Number 2, I've decided to give you that quota. You must be very curious about what that quota is, right? Gu Xiaohao looked at Li Xian solemnly. Yes. Li Xian was extremely curious. As a level 10, he did not need to pretend to be dull like before. It's very simple. The quota is a transformation. It can allow you to advance. You are now a farmer, the lowest level of armed forces, and your combat strength is low. Later, I will first give you a class change and then give you that quota. It can allow you to evolve and have a high chance of evolving into a rare class. It is also called the Little Hero. Gu Xiaohao explained patiently with a smile, without the slightest bit of impatience. If it was any other farmer, Gu Xiaohao would not have bothered. However, Li Xian was too outstanding, and Gu Xiaohao decided that he had to train him with all his strength. Number 2, there are many types of little heroes. For example, warriors with special talents, mages, summoners. In short, this quota is very important. In the future, he can even transform into a hero. Gu Xiaohao said faintly, his eyes shining with starlight. Hero. Li Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, hero. Once a little hero reaches level 100, he has the chance to change classes and become a real hero. He can control great power and dominate this area. Gu Xiaohao continued to explain, his eyes filled with anticipation. Li Xian listened to Gu Xiaohao's explanation, his heart filled with anticipation. He wondered how much his soul would increase if he became a little hero. How much of his suppressed power would be unsealed? Li Xian was really curious. He looked at Gu Xiaohao with endless anticipation, waiting for him to help him change his class and use that slot. Not far away, farmer number 1 looked at him silently, his eyes filled with bitterness. As the first farmer to be created, and an elite farmer who had used a special treasure, farmer number 1 was not weak. He even had a special talent. However, the slot that was originally reserved for him was going to be given to someone else this day. This made farmer number 1 very bitter, and he became abnormally dispirited. The main reason was that he had appeared several days before Li Xian, and his level had always been higher than Li Xian's. However, Li Xian had leveled up too quickly, and in a short period of time, he had surpassed him. This caused farmer number 1 to feel extremely uncomfortable. However, he was destined to fail. This was because Gu Xiaohao had taken out an ancient token, and at the same time, Gu Xiaohao had also taken out a mysterious hexagonal stone. Buzz! The hexagonal stone emitted a glow, reflecting in the air. In the air, a figure gradually formed. It was a middle-aged figure that looked similar to Gu Xiaohao. The moment this figure appeared, all the farmers present felt a terrifying pressure. It came from the suppression of the higher level against the lower level. Chapter 389, Class Change. Father. Gu Xiaohao looked at the illusory figure in the sky and shouted happily. Didn't I say to only summon me that when your energy is enough to build barracks? It's only been a few days, and you're already summoning me. The illusory figure in the sky looked at Gu Xiaohao and asked with some dissatisfaction. Father, the energy points to build barracks is full. Look. Gu Xiaohao raised the token in his hand high up. The scale on it had reached the barracks stage, and it was even higher than that. It has been accumulated so quickly. How could it be? The illusory figure was surprised. It's farmer number 2. His potential is unknown. He helped me find many plants and helped me accumulate energy points quickly. Gu Xiaohao pointed at Li Xian and praised him generously. Potential is unknown? I didn't expect you to summon a special farmer. Not bad. Give him a class change in a while so that he can bring you more help. The illusory figure looked at Li Xian with admiration. Okay, father. Gu Xiaohao nodded and continued. I plan to give him a special quota after the class change so that he can become a little hero. No. The illusory figure refused without hesitation and continued. Farmers with unknown potential have appeared in the God's domain world many times. Most of them had good development in the early stages, but not in the later stages. This spot cannot be given to him. But number 2 is really strong. He helped me find a bunch of energy points. He is very special. His future development should be good, Gu Xiaohao explained. Take a look at this first. The illusory figure waved his hand, and the space rippled slightly. A strange blood-colored stone appeared from the space and landed in Gu Xiaohao's hand. This is the Dragon Blood God Stone. Gu Xiaohao was shocked when he saw the blood-colored stone. He looked at his father in disbelief. You guessed it right. It's the Dragon Blood God Stone. You're building barracks now. When you're building the first soldier, use the Dragon Blood God Stone. Then your first soldier will become a Dragon Blood Warrior, and then you will give the quota to the Dragon Blood Warrior, making the Dragon Blood Warrior transform into a little hero. When the time comes, the Dragon Blood Warrior will be a Dragon Blood hero and will be very powerful. Are you sure you want to give the quota to the farmers? The illusory figure continued. Gu Xiaohao hesitated when he heard this. He looked at Li Xian, then thought about the powerful Dragon Blood hero, and immediately knew what he should choose. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, Father, you're right. The Dragon Blood hero is indeed powerful. I know what to do. Yes, develop the base as soon as possible. The first wave of attacks will start soon. Develop well, the illusory figure said and slowly faded away. Yes, father. Gu Xiaohao bowed and watched his father disappear into the world. Then, Gu Xiaohao glanced at Li Xian, then at the Dragon Blood God Stone in his hand. He walked to the Lord's wooden house and waved the ancient token in his hand. Build the barracks. Boom. With a muffled sound, the ancient token emitted a rich light. Then, the earth shook, an ancient wooden barracks appeared next to the Lord's wooden house, emitting a bleak and murderous aura. Looking at the new barracks, Gu Xiaohao crushed the Dragon Blood God Stone in his hand and condensed a ball of red blood that floated in the air and gradually flew into the barracks. Create the first warrior. Following Gu Xiaohao's words, a light flashed in the barracks. Soon after, the light dissipated and a figure that was emitting a powerful aura slowly walked out of the barracks. This figure was tall and sturdy, a little over 2 meters tall. His eyes were like copper bells, emitting a brutal aura. What was shocking was that this person's face and skin actually had dragon scales. It really is a Dragon Blood Warrior. That's great. Gu Xiaohao felt the aura emitted by the Dragon Blood Warrior and was extremely excited. He wanted to immediately use the quota for the Dragon Blood Warrior, but unfortunately, the energy points were not enough, so he could only temporarily give up. Dragon Blood Warrior, from now on, your name will be Long Zhan. Gu Xiaohao said excitedly. Yes, my lord. Long Zhan's voice was loud and clear, and he carried a huge sword that looked like a door on his back. He looked mighty and domineering. Good, good, good. Long Zhan, from now on, you're free to move around. Go outside the base and search for energy points. Try to get enough energy points as soon as possible. I'll let you become a little hero, Gu Xiaohao immediately said. Yes. Long Zhan nodded. He carried the huge sword and walked out of the door, emitting a domineering aura. The path he took coincided with farmer number 1. When these farmers saw Long Zhan coming over, they hurriedly made way for him, not daring to stop him. Only farmer number 1's body was emitting a strange light. He glanced at Long Zhan a few times before walking to the side. Long Zhan glanced at farmer number 1 with disdain. He raised his head and walked out of the base proudly. His entire person was filled with arrogance from the inside out. You guys should also go and search for energy points. Gu Xiaohao waved his hand and ordered everyone to go out and search for energy. With the Dragon Blood Warrior, he realized the difference between the Dragon Blood Warrior and the ordinary farmers. His mentality was also changing rapidly. However, he looked at the halo under farmer number 1's feet. Thinking about his talent and the first wave of monster attacks that would happen soon, Gu Xiaohao had the intention to increase the strength of farmer number 1. At this moment, Gu Xiaohao turned to look at Li Xian. Thinking about the energy points in the ancient token, almost all of it was accumulated by Li Xian, and that he did not give Li Xian the quota he promised, Gu Xiaohao felt a little guilty. Wait a minute, number 2, your level has reached level 10. I'll give you a class change. You can become a new class that is stronger than farmers, such as fishermen, lumberjacks, and miners. You can choose one of the 3. As Gu Xiaohao spoke, he waved the ancient token to envelop Li Xian. The remaining bit of energy was also exhausted at this moment. Buzz! As the light rippled, 3 options appeared in front of Li Xian. He immediately chose lumberjack, and then his entire body began to transform from the inside out. Crack! As if something had broken, Li Xian's entire body shook violently. A feeling of enlightenment surged into his heart. At the same time, he also obtained a skill that could be summoned as a lumberjack's rule talent. In other words, even if he died and was once again summoned to this world, he would appear as a lumberjack instead of a weak farmer. It could be said that he had improved greatly. In addition, his soul power had also increased by a section, which was equivalent to Qin Yu providing 100 days of soul power. At the same time, the suppression of his various skills had weakened once again. Number 2, since you are no longer a farmer, give yourself a name, Gu Xiaohao said after giving it some thought. Li Xian, you can call me Li Xian, Li Xian said. Sure. As Gu Xiaohao spoke, he pointed at Li Xian. Following this, his attribute panel appeared. Name, Li Xian. Level 10/20. Class, Lumberjack. Combat power, 30. Good at logging, weeding, planting, and pest control. Home, God's domain, Gu Xiaohao's territory. Potential, unknown. You have retained the abilities of a farmer. Is that what makes you special? Gu Xiaohao saw the ability that Li Xian was good at, and was very surprised. However, these abilities could not be compared with Dragon Blood Warriors. He finally shook his head. Go earn some energy points. After saying this, Gu Xiaohao said to farmer number 1, your talent is not bad. Hurry up and level up to level 10. I'll let you change your class as well. Yes, my lord. Farmer number 1 was extremely happy. He hurriedly led the farmers away. Li Xian glanced at Gu Xiaohao and did not say anything. He carried the axe that he had condensed and left as well. At this moment, his range of observation had greatly increased. A normal lumberjack's range of observation was only 2 meters, which was twice as much as a farmer's. If he was blessed with all kinds of skills, he could see 10 meters, while God's perspective could see 12 meters, which was an extremely rapid increase. Unfortunately, he did not get the quota. Li Xian was a bit unwilling and thought about whether he should find an opportunity to kill the Dragon Blood Warrior. Chapter 390, Level Up Quickly. Li Xian actually valued that quota a lot. He had fought so hard just to get it. However, he did not expect that the quota would eventually fall to the Dragon Blood Warrior. Although this guy had not gotten it yet, once they had enough energy points, Gu Xiaohao would definitely use it on the Dragon Blood Warrior. Moreover, the energy points requirement should not be too much. There should be so many energy points in the barracks, so this matter would be more troublesome. Li Xian's brows were tightly knitted. In the end, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. We'll talk about it later. Let's level up first. Everything else is illusory. The soul is the foundation of everything." Li Xian felt his soul power and felt that many of his skills had been released a little. He revealed a smile. He felt that he might be able to explore over the 50-meter border. Let's continue to look for the little hedgehog. This time, there are no farmers following me. I can move freely. Li Xian had already become a lumberjack, and his combat power had increased from 20 points to 30 points. With such combat power and various talents, Li Xian could already explore an area 50 meters away. Adding on the fact that there were not any farmers following him, he took large strides towards the 50-meter border. From afar, he saw the little hedgehog guarding the 50-meter border. Li Xian was not surprised to see it. What surprised him was the variety of fruits on its back. In addition, there was a lot of honey floating on the little hedgehog's head. The natural color of the honey made Li Xian's appetite soar. Putting away the axe, Li Xian's body changed and he became a hedgehog again. At the same time, he found that the suppressive force was much less, and the transformation skill could last longer. Li Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. He quickly arrived not far from the little hedgehog and walked to the area where he could see. Squeak! 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 Updates by. The little hedgehog was originally waiting anxiously. When it saw Li Xian appear, the little hedgehog jumped around happily. It used its psychokinesis to immediately give everything to him. It was extremely similar to a loyal dog. Li Xian did not stand on ceremony. He took everything in one go and tasted the effects of these fruits one by one. Needless to say, these fruits were all good things. Some strengthened the fire element, some strengthened the water element, some strengthened the soul, and some strengthened the spirit. In short, the effects were extraordinary. Li Xian gave up on the fruits that strengthened his body and ate the rest. As for the last bit of honey, Li Xian carefully tasted it. In an instant, a sweet fragrance filled his mouth, and his whole body was warm. Li Xian carefully observed and found that the strength of his companion's spiritual equipment had actually increased by a little bit, which made Li Xian pleasantly surprised. After the companion's spiritual equipment reached transcendent level, it hasn't changed. Other than the soul becoming stronger and the power of the companion's spiritual equipment becoming stronger, there are basically no changes. Moreover, the companion's spiritual equipment can evolve into the companion holy equipment. Now that I've eaten a little bit of honey, the companion's spiritual equipment has a reaction. Does that mean that I've found the path of evolution? Li Xian's gaze toward the honey had completely changed. He felt that there was hope for his companion's spiritual equipment to evolve into the companion holy equipment. With deep anticipation, Li Xian began to devour the honey with gusto. During this process, Li Xian realized that the companion's spiritual equipment was becoming stronger bit by bit. Although there was still a long way to go before it could evolve into the companion holy equipment, Li Xian saw hope. I'll continue to search for honey. No, let's go over 50 meters to find fruit that can strengthen the soul. The soul is the key. Li Xian looked at the little hedgehog opposite him, chirped twice, and then walked toward the area over the 50-meter border. The little hedgehog was very surprised that Li Xian took the initiative to approach the area over the 50-meter border this time, but it was very happy and immediately led the way ahead. Whoosh! A strange wind blew the weeds and leaves in the air. Li Xian, who had just stepped into the 51-meter area, felt a cold chill. It was a chill that could blow to the bone marrow. Li Xian did not dare to be careless. With a sense of danger, he followed the little hedgehog forward bit by bit, slowly drilling into the lush green grass. The plants over the 50-meter border were very lush and full of greenery. Fresh flowers were dotted. It was simply a different world. Walking in such an environment, Li Xian felt a sense of danger from time to time. Although it was not strong, Li Xian was still aware of the level of danger here. Hiss! A black poisonous snake suddenly drilled out from the grass. The black snake was like black lightning as it streaked past. However, in the next second, the black poisonous snake suddenly died. It was stabbed to death by the little hedgehog's spikes as it used psychokinesis. Looking at the dead poisonous snake and seeing that the experience points were gone just like that, Li Xian felt a little heartache. There was no other way. These were all experience points that could allow him to level up quickly. Li Xian was even thinking about whether he should let the little hedgehog hurt the monster and he would take the monster's life in the end. That way, he would be able to gain experience points. If I let the little hedgehog help me, I can definitely level up quickly. I can reach level 10 today and meet the requirements for a class change again. However, this is too abnormal. Li Xian shook his head. Although he had become a lumberjack, his combat strength had only increased by 10 points. He definitely could not level up 10 levels in a day. It was even difficult for him to level up 2 levels. However, when he thought of Gu Xiaohao's previous actions, Li Xian did not plan to delay any longer. He was not going to place his hopes on Gu Xiaohao. This was because he was not a person who kept his promises, regardless of the reason. It's better to level up and strengthen my soul as soon as possible. At worst, I can give up on this body and be summoned by others again. Thinking of this, Li Xian looked at the little hedgehog. Squeak! Squeak! Li Xian called out twice and used the universal communication skill to speak. The general meaning was, when you meet your prey again, don't kill it, only beat it half to death. Squeak! Squeak! When the little hedgehog heard Li Xian's words, it immediately called out twice happily. It seemed that Li Xian talking to it meant that he acknowledged it. This also made the little hedgehog jump excitedly as if it had been injected with stimulants. It ran here and there, and soon, it attracted a group of enemies. Squeak! 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 The spikes on the hedgehog's body suddenly floated up and flew out like sharp blades, hitting one prey after another. These prey included ants, earthworms, grasshoppers, and locusts. In short, they were all attacked until they were on their last breaths. Well done! Li Xian praised using his universal communication. Then, he opened his mouth, and fireballs appeared one after another, smashing toward the prey. Boom! 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 The flames were shining brightly, and the prey were hit by the flames one by one. They were burned to death in pain. At the same time, a large amount of EXP was returned to them. Experience points plus 6. Experience points plus 7. Experience points plus 8. As the experience points increased too quickly, Li Xian directly rose from level 1 to level 4. The experience points were so much that Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. Name, Li Xian. Level, level 43/100. Class, Lumberjack. Combat power, 60. Specialty, logging, weeding, planting, Pest control. Ownership, God's domain, Gu Zio Hao's territory. Potential, unknown. Looking at his own level and his combat power that had doubled, Li Xian was truly happy. Moreover, the increase in his soul power made Li Xian feel exceptionally happy. The main thing was that his level had increased too quickly, a total of 3 levels. The increase in his soul power from these 3 levels added up to the amount of soul power that Qin Yu had provided for a year. Such gains were simply too fast. As long as this continues, my soul won't take too long to break through to the high-level gold rank. Li Xian thought to himself. He really hoped to reach the high-level gold rank as soon as possible and become stronger. However, Gu Zio Hao will definitely notice the abnormality. After I reach level 10, should I go back and look for Gu Zio Hao? After all, after reaching level 10, I'll probably have to change classes. It's fine to go back and take a look. What if there's a chance to change classes? If he doesn't agree, then we'll split up. At worst, I'll just self-destruct and choose another summoner. Chapter 391, Max Level. With this in mind, Li Xian collected the dead bodies of his prey and placed them in a 49-meter area, just in case he needed them in the future. After doing all this, Li Xian continued to move forward. He followed the little hedgehog along the grass and came to a crooked tree area. The trees here were bare and exuded a rotten aura. Only some trees were exuding vitality. The little hedgehog chose a blue fruit tree. It raised its little claws and pointed at it, squeaking non-stop. Is it delicious? Li Xian understood the little hedgehog's words. He walked to the bottom of the fruit tree and carefully observed the blue fruit tree. He found that the fruit was a little like a strawberry, but it was blue. Li Xian mobilized his psychokinesis. Common sense told him that picking these blue fruits was a little strenuous. So sturdy, it's quite difficult to pick. Li Xian was surprised. His psychokinesis had been released continuously. The range of his psychokinesis could reach up to 8 meters, and the psychokinesis he could use was also much stronger. However, it was still strenuous to pick the fruits even with such strong psychokinesis. It also consumed a lot of psychokinesis, which made Li Xian very surprised. However, Li Xian's soul was strong, so he was least afraid of the consumption of psychokinesis. Therefore, his psychokinesis was like a large net, enveloping the fruits on the tree and starting to pick them quickly. Soon, the fruits were picked one by one. Li Xian tasted them, and in an instant, his space-type skills rippled slightly, and even his portable space became a little bigger. This blue strawberry can actually strengthen my space-type skills. It's a good thing. If I continue to strengthen it, will I be able to be used my portable space in this world? Li Xian's heart was filled with joy. He felt that it was very possible. With deep anticipation, Li Xian continued to pluck the hundreds of blue strawberries on the tree. Updates by. As he ate, he used his psychokinesis to wrap the blue strawberries and float in the air. The little hedgehog looked at this scene in surprise. It seemed that it did not expect Li Xian to be able to use his psychokinesis to move so many fruits. Even it did not expect this. With curiosity, it also imitated Li Xian. It controlled the surrounding leaves with psychokinesis and slowly floated in the air, gradually learning Li Xian's move. After learning it, the little hedgehog jumped up and down. There was no doubt that it had a child's character. Looks like it's still an immature little hedgehog. Such a small hedgehog actually has such strength. I wonder what level it will reach when it becomes an adult. Li Xian was a little curious, but he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. The main point was to improve his soul. He would not give up on the root of the problem. After eating the blue strawberry, he turned his head and communicated using his universal communication, asking the little hedgehog about the location of the hawthorn. The hawthorn could strengthen one's soul power. Although it was not as strong as the red fruit, it was still a rare good thing. How could Li Xian miss it? Naturally, he would eat it to his heart's content. Squeak! 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 The little hedgehog jumped up and down. It pointed to the east and motioned for Li Xian to follow it. Li Xian nodded. While eating the blue strawberry, he followed it and slowly walked through the lush green plants. Whoosh! A large rat suddenly crawled out from the grass. Its sharp teeth fiercely bit Li Xian. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Boom! Blazing flames spurted out from the little hedgehog's mouth. In an instant, the flames surged, and the large rat was directly sent flying. Its entire body was burning, and it was also approaching death. Li Xian looked at the flames released by the little hedgehog and felt that its flames were not ordinary. It was clearly different from ordinary flames. It must have eaten many fruits that strengthened the flames. Of course, Li Xian would not miss the opportunity to harvest experience points. He immediately condensed a few fireballs and shot them over. Boom! 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 Under Li Xian's series of attacks, the already dying big rat died in despair and was burned to ashes. Experience points plus 10. 10 points? Not bad, but I keep feeling that this is not all the experience points of the rat. Could it be because of the little hedgehog? Li Xian secretly guessed, but he could not be bothered to probe further. He continued to follow the little hedgehog forward, searching for the hawthorn's figure. Along the way, they suffered many attacks. From time to time, unknown creatures would appear. They even saw a lone wolf. To put it bluntly, the lone wolf was a remnant wolf. It was a useless wolf that had been chased out of the pack. However, this wolf made Li Xian feel that he was under a lot of pressure. It was extremely dangerous. Even the little hedgehog chose to take a detour when it saw the lone wolf. Of course, the little hedgehog was not afraid of the lone wolf. It was just that there was no need for conflict. Their food was different, so there was no reason for them to fight. Furthermore, the lone wolf's detection range was relatively small. The wolf did not discover Li Xian and the little hedgehog at all. They just passed each other and ignored each other. Squeak! 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 They continued walking for some distance before the little hedgehog suddenly pointed into the distance and said something, as though he was explaining something. "Where's your home?" Li Xian was surprised. He immediately followed the little hedgehog. After walking for more than 1,000 meters, they stopped under a grape rack. Soon, the little hedgehog sounded as an underground cave appeared in the grass. This was the little hedgehog's home. However, Li Xian scanned the area using his god's perspective and discovered that there was a strange white line not far from here. That white line was like a huge circular decomposition line that separated the two regions. The inner region was where Li Xian and the others were located, so it was not particularly strange. However, the outer region gave people a strange feeling. Even if Li Xian looked at it, he felt a little creeped out. It seemed that this white line represented the safety level. If one crossed this line, they would have to face a terrifying attack. This also made Li Xian's mood heavy. He was thinking about what was beyond the white line. Squeak! 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 The little hedgehog walked over and raised its little paws, pointing at the white line and shouting something. When Li Xian heard it, he was surprised. It was because the little hedgehog said that the white line was a safe zone, which meant that the area they were in, including the area within 50 meters, was actually a safe zone. Outside the white line was the low-level danger zone, where all kinds of monsters ran amok, so they needed to be extra careful. The key point was that the little hedgehog said that it often went to the low-level danger zone, which once again refreshed Li Xian's understanding of the little hedgehog. This little hedgehog is really not simple. It's already so powerful even before reaching adulthood. What level of strength will it reach when it reaches adulthood? Li Xian glanced at the little hedgehog. He was surprised by the little hedgehog's strength. However, strengthening the soul was the key, so Li Xian continued to urge the little hedgehog to look for the hawthorn tree. Squeak! 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 The little hedgehog did not hesitate and continued to lead Li Xian forward. Along the way, they encountered danger from time to time. All kinds of strange insects, poisonous flowers, and black water were extremely dangerous. Fortunately, the little hedgehog was very strong. It was as if there was no one here. It easily passed through large areas, and Li Xian's level also slowly increased. In just an hour, Li Xian's level had risen to level 10. He had reached the limit of a lumberjack and was unable to increase any further. Name, Li Xian. Level, level 10 max level, class change required. Class, lumberjack. Combat power, 130. Specialty, logging, weeding, planting, pest control. Ownership, God's domain, Guzio House territory. Potential, unknown. Chapter 392, Pointy-Eared Beauty. Seeing that his level had reached the maximum level, feeling that all his abilities had been released, Li Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. My vision range is almost 50 meters. How about my God's perspective? Li Xian activated his God's perspective, and in an instant, a large area fell into his field of vision. The range of his observation was not any smaller than his vision, and it was even slightly larger. A radius of about 50 meters? Not bad at all. Li Xian was very pleasantly surprised. God's perspective gave him even greater confidence. From God's perspective, the various dangers hidden within were also clearly displayed. I finally see the hawthorn tree. This is a good thing to strengthen the soul. Li Xian swept his gaze over a radius of 50 meters and finally found the hawthorn tree. He saw the densely packed red hawthorn on it. The fruits made Li Xian's mouth water. There's more than one. There's another one over there. There's actually a river in the low-level danger zone. Wait, what is that monster? Tentacles. Li Xian narrowed his eyes. He saw a tiger-like figure from God's perspective. However, there were many tentacles on its neck. These tentacles swayed around the tiger's neck, emitting a strange black light. At this moment, one of the tentacles suddenly stretched out like a black bolt of lightning, stretching far away. When it came back, there were traces of blood on the tentacles. Li Xian saw a leopard-like creature fall from the tree, its heart pierced through by a single strike. That's it. There's no mistake. The creature that attacked me back then was this tentacle tiger. Li Xian said to himself. He was terrified of this monster. The sense of danger that it brought was too strong. Li Xian was shocked. Updates by Squeak. 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 The little hedgehog saw that Li Xian did not move for a long time. It quickly raised its small claws and pointed not far away. In that direction was a big tree, which was the hawthorn tree. Let's go. Li Xian used universal communication to say something and walked toward the hawthorn tree. With so many hawthorn trees, Li Xian was looking forward to the extent that which he could be strengthened. If he could be strengthened to the high-level gold rank, then he would really make a big profit. With deep anticipation, Li Xian and the little hedgehog came to the hawthorn tree. At this time, Li Xian's God's perspective swept over and his eyes lit up. There's actually someone. Li Xian walked toward the boundary line within 50 meters and finally stopped at the boundary line. Using his God's perspective to scan, he could clearly see those figures. It was a pointy-eared beauty holding a longbow. She was wearing a strange green outfit. Her skin was fair and her figure was great. Her appearance was abnormally beautiful. Li Xian had seen many beautiful women, but only Qin Yu could compare to such a beautiful woman. However, compared to this pointy-eared woman, Qin Yu was less sexy and more adorable. My little Qin Yu is the cuter one. Li Xian muttered to himself as he continued to observe this pointy-eared woman. He had to admit that the other party was really very sexy, with a hot figure. At this moment, this woman was looking around with a serious expression. She was guarding a few small winged people, collecting flowers and weeds like a farmer weeding. Could it be another lord? Li Xian secretly guessed. He continued to observe with his omniscient view and soon found a base that was filled with a natural aura. As expected, it's similar to Gu Xiaohao. There's no one in the territory. Could it be that the pointy-eared beauty holding the longbow is a lord? Li Xian was very surprised. As a man, Gu Xiaohao did not dare to leave the base. However, he did not expect the pointy-eared beauty to be so bold as to leave the base. This beauty did not look very old, and she was probably just a young girl. This also made Li Xian look at this young girl in a different light. The lords are competing for resources. In the future, wars will inevitably occur. Although Gu Xiaohao's early development isn't bad, I still feel that Gu Xiaohao isn't a match for this young girl. Li Xian muttered to himself. He did not continue to move forward, nor did he have any intention of getting close to the girl. The main thing was that he was a lumberjack in Gu Xiaohao's territory. If he rashly entered someone else's territory, it would be a provocation. He would very likely be attacked unless Li Xian was abandoned by Gu Xiaohao and became a vagrant. Even wanderers are divided into levels. As a lumberjack, it's easier for me to be valued. If Gu Xiaohao doesn't give me a class change, then I'll come to this territory. Maybe I'll be valued by this girl and be recruited as a member of the territory. Then, I can complete my job change. It's an additional choice. Li Xian muttered to himself, thinking about the possibility of being recruited after becoming a wanderer. Since his level had reached level 10, there was a high chance that he would be recruited. This was especially so in the early stages. A wanderer would be of great help, let alone a lumberjack. Of course, Li Xian could also commit suicide and return to the summoned beasts world. From there, he would be summoned again and be upgraded from level 1. I'll go back and tell Gu Xiaohao everything. If he doesn't give me a class change, I'll leave and become a refugee to find this pointy-eared beauty. If I'm not recruited, I'll commit suicide and return to the summoned beast world. I'll be summoned again. That's what I'll do. With this in mind, Li Xian returned to the hawthorn tree and used his psychokinesis to quickly pick the fruits on the tree. The level 10 Li Xian's psychokinesis was even stronger. He easily picked the hawthorn on the tree and then quickly ate it, constantly strengthening his soul. The little hedgehog saw how much Li Xian loved hawthorn, so it ran to a hawthorn tree not far away. It used its psychokinesis to get a pile and handed it to Li Xian as if it was a treasure. Li Xian did not stand on ceremony and took it all. Then, he ate the hawthorns while eating the blue strawberries. In the end, he ate so much that his mouth was full. It was very sour and refreshing. 10 minutes later. Let's go back. Li Xian ate very happily. His soul power and space-type skills increased rapidly. However, his mouth was too uncomfortable, so he could only divert his attention by rushing back. Then, they returned to their original path. With the previous path, the two of them were even faster. In less than half an hour, they had returned to an area 50 meters away from Gu Xiaohao's territory. After returning here, Li Xian continued to eat hawthorn and blue strawberries. He only finished eating the blue strawberries when it was almost evening. Unfortunately, there were still a lot of hawthorns. Li Xian had originally planned to give the hawthorn to the little hedgehog to bring along, but the effect of the blue strawberries was very strong. Li Xian's portable space could actually be opened. Although opening the portable space in this world consumed a large amount of soul power and there was only a small space, Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. This is great. I can finally store the spoils of war. Li Xian immediately put all the hawthorns into his portable space. He even put all the prey they killed along the way into the portable space. After doing all this, Li Xian asked the little hedgehog to get 10 rat corpses before preparing to return. Squeak! 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 Li Xian used universal communication to say something to the little hedgehog, telling it to go back first and come back tomorrow morning. The little hedgehog and Li Xian felt very happy together. It immediately jumped up and left in a happy mood when it heard that they could still play together the next day. After the little hedgehog completely burrowed into the grass, Li Xian finally left a message on the ground. The general idea was that if he did not appear the next day, then the little hedgehog should just leave and not need to come back. Under normal circumstances, Li Xian would definitely come over. If he did not, then it meant that something bad happened. Li Xian took a deep breath and tied up the 10 rats with a vine. Then, he turned around and walked toward Gu Xiaohao's territory. The energy points contained in these 10 rats were not little. It was enough to build 3 barracks. With so much energy to bring to Gu Xiaohao, Li Xian had done his best. If Gu Xiaohao did not give Li Xian a class change, then Li Xian could only leave this place and become a wanderer to find a new master. With this thought in mind, Li Xian walked step by step in the dark environment. He walked alone on the black land where insects, rats, and ants were rampant, toward the base. From afar, Li Xian found a person standing proudly at the entrance of the base. That person was the Dragon Blood Warrior. At this moment, the Dragon Blood Warrior was standing like a javelin. His explosive muscles were bulging, and his earthworm-like blood vessels were bursting out from his flesh. He looked extremely powerful. In addition, there was a 2-meter-long sword behind the Dragon Blood Warrior at this moment. The Dragon Blood Warrior was very intimidating. However, Li Xian was not afraid of the Dragon Blood Warrior. As a level 10, he had unsealed many of his skills, which was enough to cause the Dragon Blood Warrior a lot of trouble. Chapter 393, Dark Evil Tiger. Where did you go? Why did you come back so late? The Dragon Blood Warrior saw that Li Xian had returned and coldly asked. He looked at Li Xian with a condescending gaze. I went to look for energy points. Li Xian frowned. Why didn't I find you? I walked around the area within 50 meters, but I didn't see your figure at all. Say, where did you go? The Dragon Blood Warrior said coldly from above. I went to an area 100 meters away. Li Xian's brows furrowed even more tightly. 100 meters away? With just you? Even I don't dare to easily go 100 meters away now. How can a lumberjack like you enter 100 meters away? The Dragon Blood Warrior said in disbelief. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that I can't do it. These rats are creatures that are 100 meters away. Oh, I forgot. You haven't entered 100 meters away, so you're not qualified to know these rats. Li Xian retorted. He carried the rats on the vines and strode into the base. Such words almost made the proud Dragon Blood Warrior explode. However, when he saw those rats, the Dragon Blood Warrior narrowed his eyes. These rats contain a lot of energy points. They must have been quite strong when they were alive. Why is this lumberjack carrying 10 of them? Did he really go 100 meters away? That's not right. It's very dangerous over there. How would this kid dare? Moreover, there's something wrong with his level. The Dragon Blood Warrior was bewildered. He was only level 1, so he did not dare to go too far. He could only fight in a 50-meter area. Fortunately, his combat ability was very strong. Even though he was level 1, he still killed 3 prey and protected the farmers to get a lot of weeds. He displayed great strength, which made even Gu Xiaohao gasp in admiration. However, the base had encountered a difficult problem. No one could solve this problem, not even the Dragon Blood Warrior. Only then did he think of Li Xian, ready to see if Li Xian had any solutions. Updates by. However, Li Xian had only returned after such a long time. The Dragon Blood Warrior had even gone out to search for him for a long time, but he still could not find him. That was how the scene just now had happened. In the center of the base, Gu Xiaohao sat silently in front of a big black wok. He was holding a water bag with an unsightly expression. There was not much water left, this little bit of water was only enough for today's meal. If they could not get water the next day, the entire base would starve. This was a huge problem for the base, and Gu Xiaohao had to solve this problem. Beside him, farmer number 1 stood quietly. At this moment, he had become a lumberjack and was named Gu Shan. He was lucky. Today, Gu Shan had helped the Dragon Blood Warrior fight and obtained a lot of experience points. His level had successfully reached level 10, and he had met the requirements for his class change. When he returned to the base, Gu Xiaohao immediately changed his class to farmer number 1. He became a lumberjack and had his own name. To be honest, Gu Shan's recent performance had been very poor. The resources he brought back were not even 1/10 of Li Xian's. However, Gu Shan still became a lumberjack and became the same class as Li Xian. The reason was that Gu Shan had a special talent, which was the commanding enhancement. This talent allowed Gu Shan to command many of his subordinates and also increase their strength. Because of this talent, even without much contribution, he still received the same treatment as Li Xian and became a lumberjack. This was also why Gu Shan was happy. As expected, even if I put in a lot of effort, I might not gain much. Even if I don't put in any effort, as long as I have my talent, I can still gain more than Li Xian. In the future, when I reach the max level, the Lord will definitely give me a class change as soon as possible. As for Li Xian, he can only work hard to earn energy. Gu Shan smiled. He understood that when a lumberjack reached the max level, they would need even more energy to change their class. With such a huge consumption, Gu Xiaohao would definitely not take it out easily. Gu Shan guessed that it would be very, very difficult for Li Xian to obtain a class change opportunity. He would need to provide a large amount of energy and credits before he could change his class. However, Gu Shan was different. As long as he reached level 10, he could change his class. Even if he did not bring back any energy, he could use the energy points that Li Xian brought back to change his class. It was because he had a special skill, he would be able to develop himself into a commander in the future. Gu Xiaohao would definitely put in all his effort to nurture him. Thinking that the energy points that Li Xian brought back every day was for Gu Shan to use, Gu Shan was very happy. He felt that his future was bright. Gu Shan, who was in a good mood, stood quietly by Gu Xiaohao's side and waited for Li Xian's return. Li Xian is finally back. He actually brought back so many big rats. Gu Xiaohao sensed something and looked in the direction of the base entrance. When he saw Li Xian, Gu Xiaohao was stunned and frowned. No, the level is not right. Gu Xiaohao quickly walked to Li Xian's side and opened Li Xian's attribute panel. Name, Li Xian. Level, level 10 max level, class change required. Class, Lumberjack. Combat power, 130. Proficiency, woodcutting, weeding, planting, pest control. Ownership, God's domain, Gu Xiaohao's territory. Potential, unknown. Level 10? You've actually reached level 10? How is that possible? Gu Xiaohao was shocked. He stared at Li Xian in disbelief, his entire body frozen on the spot. Gu Shan, who had been secretly happy, widened his eyes as he stared at Li Xian's attribute panel in shock. Even the Dragon Blood Warrior was stunned. He could not believe that Li Xian had actually reached level 10. After all, Li Xian had just changed classes in the afternoon and was at level 1 with the Dragon Blood Warrior. In the end, the Dragon Blood Warrior had not even reached level 2, yet Li Xian had actually reached level 10. Such a gap shocked the Dragon Blood Warrior so much that he began to doubt his own life. What's with your level? Gu Xiaohao's eyes flickered. He suspected that Li Xian was hiding something. I was lucky. I met some half-dead creatures and killed them. Then I reached level 10, Li Xian said calmly. Is there such a good thing? Where are they? Take me to them. Gu Xiaohao looked incredulous. They're 100 meters away. I'll take you there now, Li Xian said directly. 100 meters away? Isn't that the low-level danger zone? Gu Xiaohao's face changed completely. He was terrified. Even with the protection of the Dragon Blood Warrior, Gu Xiaohao did not dare to walk out of the base 10 meters away. However, Li Xian was talking about the low-level danger zone. Gu Xiaohao did not dare to go there and immediately gave up. However, Gu Xiaohao was very suspicious of Li Xian and could not help but look at the Dragon Blood Warrior. Long Zhan, go to the low-level danger zone with Li Xian and see if what he said is true. Lord, monsters are rampant in the low-level danger zone. I'm only level 1. It's very dangerous to go there. It's best to go after level 5. The Dragon Blood Warrior bowed respectfully, not daring to step into the low-level danger zone rashly. That's true. I forgot that you're only level 1. Gu Xiaohao frowned and looked at Li Xian again. Your words are too untrue. Describe the scene in the low-level danger zone, and I'll have a chance to believe you. Okay. I saw a tiger over there. It has many tentacles on its neck. It looks very powerful, like a king, Li Xian said. Tiger? Tentacles? You actually met the dark evil tiger? Gu Xiaohao was shocked when he heard this. He had heard a lot of information from his father, so he knew clearly how powerful this tiger was. This tiger was the biggest obstacle to the development of the base in the early stage. A dark evil tiger could easily destroy a base. It was definitely the strongest boss in the novice zone, and it was not to be trifled with. Gu Xiaohao had not left the base previously because he was afraid of this dark evil tiger. However, who would have thought that Li Xian would meet it? This was truly shocking. Can this prove that I have been to the low-level danger zone? Li Xian asked again. It can prove that the dark evil tiger indeed roams the low-level danger zone. As for your level, if my guess is correct, you took advantage of the monster that the dark evil tiger crippled, and that's how you managed to reach level 10, right? Gu Xiaohao guessed. I did take advantage of the monster, and that's how I got the experience points, Li Xian said honestly. There was nothing wrong with what he said. He did take advantage of the monster. As for which monster he took advantage of, Li Xian did not say. I see. Gu Xiaohao stared at Li Xian carefully and finally nodded. I'm at the max level. Can I change my class? Li Xian said his purpose. Yes, but before you can change your class, you need to complete a trial mission. If you can bring back a bag of water, I'll change your class. Gu Xiaohao's eyes flickered as he took out a water bag. This was a space-type item. After filling it with water, it would be enough for them to live for a few days. Okay. Previously, Li Xian had used God's perspective to see the river. Finding water was very simple. He only hoped that after he brought back water, Gu Xiaohao would fulfill his promise. Chapter 394, Leave. Then let's eat. Gu Xiaohao handed the water pouch directly to Li Xian with a magnanimous attitude. However, his right hand, which was in his pocket, was holding a strange stone tightly. That stone could communicate with his father, and it could summon his father's illusory figure. It seemed that Gu Xiaohao was going to communicate with his father and ask about the situation. This scene was naturally seen by Li Xian, who had God's perspective. He did not say anything. Instead, he took the water pouch and hung it on his shoulder. At the side, the Dragon Blood Warrior and Gu Shan looked at each other. They did not say anything. Instead, they looked at Li Xian strangely. The quest to find water was very difficult. Previously, the Dragon Blood Warrior had walked around within 50 meters of the base, but he still could not find a water source. If he wanted to find a water source, he had to go over 50 meters away. He could even go to the low-level danger zone. The key was that even in the low-level danger zone, he might not be able to find a water source. Therefore, this quest was very dangerous. If he was not careful, he might die. Even the dragon blood warrior was not willing to go on such a difficult mission. However, without a water source, it would be a problem for them to eat. Hence, they could only go and look for it. Originally, the most suitable person to go was the dragon blood warrior. After all, he was the strongest. Unfortunately, Gu Xiaohao had given this mission to Li Xian. Furthermore, he said that it was a trial mission. To Li Xian, this was not a trial mission. Rather, it was a mission with a slim chance of survival. The dragon blood warrior and Gu Shan naturally saw through it, but they did not say anything. Instead, they hoped that Li Xian could bring back some water. If something happened to Li Xian and he died, it would be Li Xian's death. It had nothing to do with anyone else. Thus, no one said anything. They all followed Gu Xiaohao to the big metal pot and cooked a pot of weeds to eat. After dinner, Li Xian returned to the farmer's wooden house and prepared to survive the dangerous night. Considering the stone that Gu Xiaohao had been holding, Li Xian sat in the corner of the cabin and secretly released his eavesdrop skill, listening to the sound in Gu Xiaohao's cabin from afar. In Gu Xiaohao's cabin, things were as Li Xian had expected. After closing the door, Gu Xiaohao took out the stone and called for his father. Soon, an illusory figure appeared, floating in the air, emitting the special fluctuations of a high-level life form. Gu Xiaohao told the illusory figure everything that had happened that day, including his suspicions and possible secrets. He did not hide anything, causing the illusory figure to narrow his eyes. It is indeed possible that this person is hiding a secret. When a lord of the god's domain world summons subjects, it has a certain chance of attracting creatures from a special world. This Li Xian might have come from a special world. He has a secret that is indeed worth investigating. How about this? When he changes classes, you should have the strongest control over him. When you use this precious crystal, you will be able to investigate all of his memories. If he hides a big secret that is worth controlling, you will immediately summon me. When the time comes, I will use another precious treasure to control this person and turn him into a slave. The illusory figure spoke calmly. However, when he spoke of the precious treasure, he seemed to be in pain. All right, father. When he returns with the water, I will give him a class change. When the time comes, I will investigate his memories, Gu Xiaohao said seriously. All right, that's it. After the illusory figure finished speaking, he left behind a treasured crystal. Then, the illusory figure disappeared, leaving Gu Xiaohao behind as he stroked his chin and pondered. At the farmer's wooden house, Li Xian retracted his eavesdrop skill and lowered his head slightly. He was feeling a little irritated. It has finally come to this point. I originally wanted to look for hope here, but unfortunately, I still have to leave in the end. Li Xian said to himself. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Then, he leaned against the corner and closed his eyes to take a nap alone. The surrounding farmers were like little quails, curled up in the corner and sleeping. Only Gu Shan glanced at Li Xian, who was leaning against the corner, and did not say anything. Just like that, time slowly passed, and the next day gradually arrived. Early in the morning, the sun was bright and beautiful, and the air was fresh. Li Xian walked out of the wooden house early in the morning. He held the water bag and looked at the sky, looking at the blue sky and white clouds. However, when he looked at the scene outside the base, it was still that black hole world. This base is like an independent small world. It's really magical. Li Xian swept his gaze across the entire territory and then looked in the direction of the Lord's cabin. From his god's perspective, he discovered that Gu Xiaohao was still sleeping. Li Xian ignored him. Instead, he carried the water bag out of the base and walked alone in the darkness. Half an hour after Li Xian left, Gu Xiaohao lazily got out of bed. He saw the dragon blood warrior, Gu Shan, and the others outside the door, but he did not see Li Xian's figure. Where's Li Xian? Gu Xiaohao asked as he rubbed the precious crystal in his pocket. He left. He left early in the morning, Gu Shan replied truthfully. He left? To change his class, he's quite diligent, Gu Xiaohao said, smiling. Lord, yesterday, I noticed that Li Xian's expression was a bit off. Will he betray you? Will he leave the base forever? Gu Shan asked after a moment of hesitation. Don't worry. The nights in God's domain world are extremely dangerous. It'll be fine for the next few days. However, on the night of death, it will be extremely dangerous. Without the protection of the base, he will most likely die outside. Thus, Li Xian would not dare to betray the base. He can only follow my orders and search for a water source, Gu Xiaohao said confidently. I see. Then, I can be at ease. However, will he be able to bring back a water source? This mission is very difficult, Gu Shan said once more. It is indeed very difficult, so you must work hard to level up and have the strength to enter the low-level danger zone as soon as possible, Gu Xiaohao urged. Yes. We will work hard to increase our strength. Gu Shan and the Dragon Blood Warrior hurriedly nodded. Then, under Gu Xiaohao's order, they left the base to level up and obtain resources. On the other side, in the low-level danger zone, Li Xian had already turned into a hedgehog. He used his psychokinesis to drag the water bag as he walked forward step by step. In front of him, the little hedgehog was opening a path. It was using all sorts of attacking methods to kill the attacker. Even the corpse was collected by Li Xian and thrown into his portable space. During this process, Li Xian was also eating hawthorns. His soul power continued to increase, advancing toward the high-level gold rank. Such a fast improvement speed made Li Xian very satisfied. He liked it very much and wanted to continue improving for a long time. Unfortunately, there were too few hawthorns. It would take time to find hawthorns. The outside world at night was too dangerous. Li Xian could not forget the strange scene that night. He had to find a new place as soon as possible. I'll collect the water source first. Then, I'll bring the water source to find the female lord next door. Perhaps I'll be valued. Li Xian muttered to himself. He had water in his portable space, but he could not take it out. It was as if the water did not have the right to appear in this world. This made Li Xian realize once again that this world was extraordinary. This kind of extraordinariness came from the essence of a high-level existence. Li Xian even planned to find some water later and put it into his portable space to see what would happen. With this thought in mind, Li Xian followed the little hedgehog and stopped near a strange black plant. What is this? Li Xian hurriedly asked. He had a feeling that as long as he ate this strange plant, he would definitely gain a lot of benefits. Chapter 395, Wanderer. Squeak! 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 The little hedgehog looked at the plant and revealed a greedy look. However, it suppressed this greed and raised its small claws to express something to Li Xian. It even pointed at the grass. There was a pitch-black spider hidden there. It was a spider that made Li Xian's hair stand on end when he saw it. Is it a darkness spider? Through universal communication, Li Xian understood the little hedgehog's words. He learned that the plant was called the darkness flower. It was a great help to the darkness power. In God's domain world, which was filled with darkness, the darkness flower was beneficial to all living creatures. Most importantly, the darkness flower appeared randomly. Every night, the darkness flower would disappear from its original location and reappear in a new region. This also made the darkness flower very difficult to find, but it was also easy for any living creature to obtain. At the moment, this darkness flower was about to mature. Hiss! Hiss! With a hiss, the darkness spider suddenly rushed out. The black silk thread was like sharp steel needles, suddenly stabbing toward the little hedgehog. The speed of the silk thread was extremely fast. Even with Li Xian's strength, he was unable to see it too clearly. This caused Li Xian's expression to change slightly. A series of sparks appeared. Following the fighting sounds, densely packed spikes floated up from the hedgehog's body and flew toward the darkness spider like rain. Both parties directly floated in the air and started a life and death battle in this area. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Is this the little hedgehog's true strength? It's actually so strong. Updates by Li Xian could not believe it. That silly and cute little hedgehog had actually displayed such terrifying strength. This strength was probably close to the dark evil tiger. This was even when the little hedgehog was still underage. Its combat techniques were still immature, which was why it was hard for it to defeat Darkness Spider. If the little hedgehog was an adult, how strong would it be? Li Xian did not dare to imagine it, but he knew that the little hedgehog was about to win. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. A black figure fell to the ground and let out a strange scream. Then, the figure fled into the distance. Whoosh! The little hedgehog fell from the sky. Its psychokinesis wrapped around the 4 spider legs. It was obvious that it had just been torn off. Li Xian saw this scene and shook his head. He sighed at the darkness spider's bad luck. However, he still tidied up the spider legs and put them into his portable space. This thing contained energy points, and he might be able to use it in the future. How could he miss out on something that already existed? Thus, he placed it in his portable space at the first opportunity. Squeak! 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 The little hedgehog obtained victory and was very happy. He walked in front of the flower of darkness and waited for it to mature. A moment later, the rich fragrance of the flower spread rapidly in all directions. This was a sign of maturity. When the little hedgehog saw this scene, it immediately activated its psychokinesis and plucked the darkness flower. It immediately handed it over to Li Xian and cried out non-stop. You want me to consume it immediately? All right. I got it. Li Xian sniffed the fragrance of the flower. Using his god's perspective, he saw that the creatures in all directions were rapidly approaching. He hurriedly took the darkness flower and ate it. Boom! A cold, torrential air current flowed through his body. It was as if he was in the vast universe, giving him a sense of loneliness. Li Xian could not care less about these feelings. The first thing he noticed was his darkness control. His origin level darkness control was trembling intensely, starting to transform bit by bit. This transformation was not a simple transformation. It was a qualitative change. This made Li Xian widen his eyes in disbelief. It's actually the rules. I actually encountered such a good thing. Unfortunately, 1 darkness flower is too little. It's not enough to completely transform. I still need 2 more. Li Xian felt that his darkness control had improved explosively. He estimated the approximate amount of energy. He felt that it could at most transform by 35%. However, even so, it could still greatly increase the power of darkness control. Li Xian was very satisfied with this. He could not wait to experiment immediately. However, when he remembered that the darkness flower was obtained with the help of the little hedgehog, Li Xian immediately looked at the little hedgehog and said sincerely, "Thank you." Squeak! 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 The little hedgehog jumped up and down and was very happy. It continued to express its emotions. The general meaning was that as long as Li Xian played with it, it would be very happy and content. Have you always been yourself? Li Xian felt the little hedgehog's loneliness and felt that it really wanted to have a playmate. Squeak! 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 The little hedgehog nodded and told its story bit by bit. Li Xian listened quietly, gradually understanding why it longed for its companions. When it was very young, it was attacked by a powerful monster in the mid-level danger zone. Its father died in battle, and its mother protected it from the low-level danger zone. Not long after, the powerful monster chased after it. Its mother lured the monster away and never returned. The little hedgehog was still very young at that time. It could only search for food by itself and fight alone with other creatures. Even after it was injured, no one cared. It could only grow up quietly. After it was injured, it could only hide in its nest under the grape rack to recover. It would always be itself. Until one day, it saw Li Xian. It was overjoyed because it finally found a companion. Even if the companion was very weak, it did not care. Instead, it wanted to help. Li Xian quietly listened to the little hedgehog's narration and followed it step by step. Finally, he walked to the edge of the low-level danger zone and saw the small river that was flowing with clear water. This small river was only 2 meters wide. The river was covered with pebbles, and there were small fish and shrimp swimming around. It looked harmless. However, Li Xian's sense of danger kept reminding him that the small river was not safe. Fortunately, the sense of danger was not strong. Li Xian used his psychokinesis to control the water bag. He filled the water bag in the small river and poured the water from the water bag into his portable space. For this reason, Li Xian specially dug a pond to hold the water. To Li Xian's surprise, after the water appeared in his portable space, it actually caused a strange change to the portable space. It also seemed to have undergone a slight transformation. This made Li Xian extremely pleasantly surprised. He felt that after a long time, his portable space might become extraordinary, just like God's domain world. Thinking up to this point, Li Xian plundered a large amount of river water and stored it all in his portable space. As he had plundered too much, Li Xian's God's perspective discovered that a strange creature was swimming toward him in the lower reaches of the river. The creature was like a murloc, giving off an extremely terrifying feeling. Squeak! 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 The little hedgehog hurriedly warned him that danger was approaching. Li Xian did not stop. He hurriedly followed the little hedgehog and ran into the distance. It was not until they ran in the grass for half an hour that the sense of danger gradually dissipated. Li Xian finally let out a sigh of relief. Next, I'll go look for the pointy-eared beauty. This place is not far from her territory. I'll go and try to see if she dares to accept me as a lumberjack. After Li Xian finished speaking, he took a deep breath and opened the data panel. He looked at the column where he belonged and finally chose to give up. Buzz! A strange sound was heard. Following the sound, Li Xian was shocked. Status has changed. From a lumberjack in Guziao House territory, you have officially become a wanderer. Chapter 396, Nancy's Territory. Following this notification, Li Xian felt that his identity had disappeared. He had lost the protection of Guziao House territory, and he no longer had the corresponding responsibility. However, his level began to drop drastically at this moment. From level 10 to level 1, his strength had dropped drastically. Fortunately, he retained the lumberjack class. Phew! Not bad. It's fine if I drop to level 1. I'll just level up again. Li Xian did not mind. With the little hedgehog around, he could definitely level up to the max in the morning. It was not difficult at all. When he reached the max level, he went to the territory of the pointy-eared beauty to ask if she would accept it. With this in mind, Li Xian beckoned the little hedgehog and walked through the lush grass, opening the path of leveling up. Guziao House territory. At this moment, Guziao Hao was playing with a precious crystal, leisurely waiting for the return of his subjects. Not long after, the dragon blood warrior returned with a frog in his hand. As he walked, his tiger-like, scaly face was filled with arrogance. Guziao Hao looked at the prey that the dragon blood warrior had brought back, immediately revealing a joyful smile, running over to praise it repeatedly. Lord, hasn't Li Xian returned yet? Could he really have run away? The dragon blood warrior asked. Don't worry, he won't dare to run away. The outside world is extremely dangerous at night. If he doesn't return, he'll definitely die. Moreover, if he really runs away, his level will also drop from level 10 to the lowest level 1. This is something that no one wants to endure, so he definitely won't dare to run away, Gu Xiaohao said confidently. That's good. I feel like this kid is hiding a secret, the Dragon Blood Warrior said, squinting. He does have a secret. Don't worry. When he comes back, I'll know his secret. Gu Xiaohao smiled mysteriously, pinching the precious crystal in his pocket. After he said this, suddenly, the smile on his face stopped, and shock flashed across his face. Lord, what's wrong? The Dragon Blood Warrior asked, puzzled. He actually gave up his identity and chose to become a wanderer. How is that possible? Does he not want to live anymore? Gu Xiaohao said in shock. Li Xian? He gave up his identity and became a wanderer, the Dragon Blood Warrior asked in disbelief. Yes, just now, the token prompted Li Xian to give up his identity. All information about him disappeared from the territory, and even his level was reduced from the max level to level 1. Damn it, wasn't this guy afraid of death? He actually gave up. A level 1 lumberjack wouldn't be able to survive in the outside world. Is this guy crazy? Gu Xiaohao said angrily. I didn't expect him to be so bold. He would actually give up his level, give up his hope of living, and leave the territory. What on earth is this guy thinking? The Dragon Blood Warrior frowned. He felt that there was something wrong with this Li Xian's brain. Wait, my water pouch. Li Xian took my water pouch. Damn it, that's my important water storage equipment. Gu Xiaohao suddenly thought of the water pouch. When he thought of the water pouch being taken away by Li Xian, Gu Xiaohao's face turned the color of a pig's liver. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Could it be? Could it be that Li Xian came back yesterday just to scam your water pouch? The Dragon Blood Warrior's face turned gloomy. I don't know. Fortunately, I still have a small water pouch that can feed 3 people for 3 days. In other words, only the 2 of us and Gu Shan can eat. We have to give up on the other farmers. Gu Xiaohao said with an ugly face. This. The Dragon Blood Warrior's face was also gloomy. 3 days was barely enough for the Dragon Blood Warrior to increase his strength. He should be able to enter the low-level danger zone. However, the small water pouch stored too little water, so he could not bring back much water. In that case, he could only go to the low-level danger zone multiple times to search for water. This process was very dangerous, and it was especially prone to accidents. The Dragon Blood Warrior naturally did not want to take the risk in the channel. However, there was no other way. They could only swallow this bitter pain and accept this reality gloomily. Just like that, time slowly passed amidst everyone's complicated feelings. Soon, it was close to noon. On the other side, at the territory of the pointy-eared beauty. As the Lord, Nancy was holding an ancient token. She stood in front of the barracks and gently waved the token, releasing a faint glow. As the glow shone, the wooden door of the barracks was slowly pushed open. A graceful figure carrying a longbow and a long sword walked out of the barracks and bowed respectfully to Nancy. Greetings, my lord. I am your captain, Wendy. Welcome, my captain. Are you an elite soldier? Lord Nancy looked at Wendy expectantly. Yes, my lord. As your first soldier, I am indeed an elite soldier, Wendy answered affirmatively, her beautiful eyes twinkling. Not bad. The development of the base is getting better and better. In the afternoon, I will arrange for 5 elves to collect plants for you. We will split into 2 groups and try to accumulate as much energy as possible. Lord Nancy nodded in satisfaction. She was looking forward to the development of the base more and more. Lord, the wisdom in my mind tells me that the outside world is very dangerous. I'll just lead the team out to collect plants. You can't go out and take risks. It's too dangerous. Captain Wendy said seriously. She did not want the Lord to go out and take risks. Don't worry. I'm not just for a show. Look at the 3 buildings in the base, the surrounding protective walls, and the protective light doors. I earned the energy points to build these. I'm stronger than you. Lord Nancy smiled confidently, her entire person exuding a heroic and valiant aura. When Captain Wendy heard this, she did not try to persuade Lord Nancy. Instead, she looked at this lord with admiration. Hey! Lord Nancy, who was speaking, suddenly turned her head to look at the entrance of the base. There, a figure carrying an axe stood quietly, using his hand to pat the illusory gate of the base. Who are you? Lord Nancy and Captain Wendy took out their weapons and quickly approached the gate, vigilantly looking at the figure at the gate. To their surprise, the word Wanderer appeared above the figure's head. Hello, my name is Li Xian. I'm a level 10 lumberjack. Are you willing to accept me as a citizen of your base? I can give you 5 times the energy points as long as you help me change classes, and won't hinder my growth, Li Xian said seriously. A level 10 lumberjack? Become my resident. Nancy was surprised to hear this. She had never expected to encounter a level 10 lumberjack at such a time. After all, only in God's domain world's middle and late stages would there be a frequent appearance of wanderers. At this stage of the game, the chances of such a thing happening were practically 0. Yet, a wanderer had appeared before her. Moreover, he was a level 10 lumberjack. Such a lumberjack was extremely useful in the early stages of the game. Nancy was instantly tempted. I've brought a piece of wood over to pay you for helping me change my class. In the future, as long as you agree to help me change my class and don't stop my growth, I'll provide you with more energy points. As Li Xian spoke, he slowly dragged a piece of wood from behind him and placed it at the door with a bang. This is... Seeing such a large piece of wood, a hint of purple flashed across Lord Nancy's eyes. She immediately glanced at Li Xian. Chapter 397, had finally changed classes. Lord Nancy, the God's domain world is extremely dangerous. Please be careful of the other party. They might have some ulterior motives, Captain Wendy quickly reminded her. She was worried that something might happen. It's fine. No one can lie to me. Also, if I can't even tolerate a wanderer, how can I build a huge empire in the God's domain world? Nancy said proudly, her snow-white neck raised high. At the same time, she held up the ancient token, releasing a magical light that enveloped Li Xian. Are you willing to be my subject? I promise as a lord that as long as you do your best to provide energy points for the territory, I will not restrict your growth and give you a bigger stage. Hint, are you willing to join Nancy's territory? I am willing. Li Xian did not hesitate to agree, and he chose to agree when the hint suddenly appeared. Whoosh! Light shone, and Li Xian's body glowed. His identity began to change, and he officially joined the base as a new subject. Name, Li Xian. Level, level 10, max level, a class change required. Class, lumberjack. Combat power, 130. Specialty, logging, weeding, planting, pest control. Status, God's domain, Nancy's territory. Potential, unknown. Looking at the status panel, Li Xian let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Lord Nancy expectantly, wanting to change his class as soon as possible. Welcome to my territory. Please come in. I will change your class immediately. This piece of wood you brought is very valuable. Nancy waved the ancient token, and the light door at the door opened, inviting Li Xian to enter the territory. Following Nancy's invitation, Li Xian took the big piece of wood and stepped into the territory step by step. From the darkness, he instantly walked to the land of light. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds in the sky, and the red sun, Li Xian lowered his head and looked at the beautiful green territory. Finally, Li Xian let out a sigh of relief. He had finally joined a new territory. He could finally change his class. Li Xian, who was in a relaxed mood, could see anything beautiful. The environment of this territory was especially beautiful. The houses and walls were decorated with plants and flowers, emitting a fragrance. It was a pity that these decorations seemed to be dead objects. They were brought by the construction of the base. They did not contain energy points and could not be eaten. However, the environment here made Li Xian think of elves and the beautiful races in the legends. However, looking at Lord Nancy's appearance, she seemed to be a little different from the elves in the legends. She seemed to be a little more mysterious. Please follow me. I'll bring you to the barracks to change your class. What class do you want to change your class? My barracks is now level 1, and I can change lumberjacks into 2 classes. One is swordsman, and the other is apprentice archer. Wendy is a swordsman, but she's an elite soldier, so she learned archery and is more powerful. Seeing Li Xian come in, Lord Nancy first used the token to absorb the energy points contained in the wood. Then, she happily invited Li Xian to change his class. Hearing Lord Nancy's words, Li Xian thought for a moment and said, "Change my class to swordsman. It's more suitable for fighting." Okay. Lord Nancy took the lead and led Li Xian to the barracks. Without any hesitation, she raised her token and helped Li Xian with his class change. As the light shone, Li Xian bathed in a sea of light. His entire body began to transform from the inside out, and even his soul was growing rapidly. The soul that had eaten many hawthorn fruits and was not far from the high-level gold rank, at the instant of his class change. The soaring soul allowed Li Xian's soul to directly break through to the high-level gold rank, becoming a true high-level gold rank powerhouse. The various skills that had been suppressed by this world were once again unsealed, allowing him to display even greater battle prowess. Even the summoned skeleton under darkness control could be used. However, Li Xian still needed to experiment to what extent it could be used. At this moment, his body was suddenly covered in a layer of blue armor, a layer of ancient close-fitting armor. The armor was not gorgeous, but it was thick and gave off a hint of power. It was even more majestic than the previous lumberjack. The most important thing was that the axe in Li Xian's hand had also turned into a sharp long sword that gave off a cold light. Name, Li Xian. Level, 11/100. Class, Swordsman. Combat Power, 150. Specialty, Swordsmanship, Logging, Weeding, Planting, Pest Control. Ownership, God's Domain, Nancy's Territory. Potential, unknown. My initial combat power is actually 150. It's even more powerful than a max-level lumberjack. Moreover, this is only level 1. If I were to reach level 10, how much combat power would I have? Li Xian did not dare to imagine what it would be like. He felt that the difference between classes was huge, like a huge gap. Congratulations, Li Xian. You've become a swordsman. Lord Nancy also saw Li Xian's stats panel. She was surprised to see that Li Xian was so good at so many things. However, when she saw his potential, she was even more surprised. His potential is unknown. Lord Nancy looked at Li Xian with her big eyes. She wanted to see what he was capable of, but she did not find anything. She was just curious. At this moment, she suddenly remembered something and asked, "Oh right, Li Xian, which territory are you from? How did you become a wanderer?" "I'm from the neighboring Guziao territory. I encountered unfair treatment there, so I chose to leave and become a wanderer," Li Xian answered honestly. "The neighboring Guziao territory? There's actually a territory near me? This is important news." Lord Nancy's fair little face became solemn. In the God's Domain world, lords were competitors, and they often attacked each other. Since that there was a lord next door, Lord Nancy naturally had to pay attention to him. She could not help but ask again. "Li Xian, how's Guziao territory's strength? What kind of army does it have?" "It's not bad. There are a few farmers, a lumberjack with a special skill, and a dragon blood warrior. As for Lord Gu Xiao Hao, he's very timid. Li Xian briefly explained, including Gu Shan with a special skill, and the possibility of the dragon blood warrior changing class to a little hero. He basically told her everything he knew. His strength is quite strong, but Lord Gu Xiao Hao is a little weak. He actually doesn't dare to leave the territory. This has a great impact on the territory's early development. After hearing Li Xian's words, Nancy was initially very solemn. However, after hearing the timid Gu Xiao Hao, Nancy felt an opportunity. Li Xian, thank you for the opportunity. I'll give you a credit. When you reach level 10 and the barracks rise to level 2, I'll immediately change your class. Lord Nancy looked at Li Xian gratefully. She was glad that she had accepted this unknown refugee. You're welcome. Work hard to upgrade the base. My leveling speed is very fast. If I reach level 10, the barracks might still be level 1, Li Xian said with a smile. Don't worry. With this big log provided by you, I can recruit a few more soldiers and a few elves. Then, I can hunt creatures in the wild, collect plants, and speed up the development of the base. Lord Nancy was very confident. With this big log, the development speed of the territory would increase by a large margin. Especially after increasing the population of the territory, the speed would be even faster. Therefore, Lord Nancy smiled and waved her token, and light enveloped the military camp. Chapter 398, Swordsman. Whoosh! The barracks were covered in a fluorescent light that shone in all directions. Soon, 3 figures walked out of the barracks. They were 3 heroic-looking women wearing armor and holding long swords. Each of them had exquisite curves and looked valiant. They were none other than the 3 swordswomen. After the 3 swordswomen appeared, they hurriedly bowed to the Lord. However, when they saw Li Xian, they all revealed surprised expressions. It seemed that they had not expected there to be a swordsman. Fortunately, they were only curious and did not say anything. Instead, they dutifully walked to the side of Lord Nancy and silently guarded her. Whoosh! After Lord Nancy finished summoning them, she ran to the little elf house and summoned some little elves. The little elf house was equivalent to a farmer's dormitory. It could summon the lowest level troops and was also an important source of energy points collection. Li Xian had brought enough energy points from the big wood, so Lord Nancy had summoned 10 more elves. Including the base's 10 elves, there were a total of 20 elves. With the addition of these creatures, the originally empty base instantly became more popular, and the smile on Lord Nancy's face became even wider. Captain Wendy, who was standing next to her, also smiled when she saw the creatures in the base. When she looked at Li Xian, she felt a little closer to him. She felt that Li Xian's addition had injected a lot of vitality into the base. After that, the 2 sides got to know each other. The new elves were jumping around. They were very surprised by Li Xian's inexplicable closeness. They did not know that after Li Xian's strength was unsealed, his natural affinity skill was also gradually unsealed. It was very attractive to these elves, which was why this scene appeared. However, Li Xian was anxious to experiment with darkness control and see how many skeleton monsters he could summon. Therefore, he immediately walked out of the base and went straight to the low-level danger zone. At the entrance of the base, Captain Wendy saw Li Xian leave and looked at the dark outside. She looked at the Lord worriedly. Lord, Li Xian has already become a member of our base. Isn't it too risky for him to go out alone? It's best if he has a companion and can take care of him. It's fine. You don't have to worry. Li Xian came from the base next door. He would have to travel a long distance and encounter all sorts of dangers along the way. Li Xian was able to arrive at our base safely. He must have something special about him. The most important thing now was to upgrade the base as soon as possible. Don't let the base upgrade too slowly and affect his upgrade. After all, only level 2 barracks can change the class of a swordsman. To upgrade to level 2 barracks, the Lord's mansion needs to reach level 2, as well as a tool room and kitchen. As Lord Nancy explained, she did not doubt Li Xian's combat ability at all. I see. It seems that Li Xian is very powerful, Captain Wendy said as she looked in the direction Li Xian had left. Of course, he's even more powerful than you, Lord Nancy said with a smile. I'm an elite captain. I'm very strong too. Even if he's very special, I shouldn't be too far behind, right? Captain Wendy said somewhat unwillingly. You'll know in the future. Lord Nancy smiled and touched her pointy ears. Well, I'm a little curious. Captain Wendy also felt that Li Xian was very strong. Of course, she hoped that she would not fall too far behind. After all, she was an elite soldier. However, Captain Wendy was still somewhat lacking in confidence when it came to the mysterious Li Xian. She only hoped that she could gather more energy points that day and better display her talent. On the other side, at the low-level danger zone. Whoosh! The long sword slashed through the air, bringing with it a bloody glow. Li Xian's figure suddenly appeared, killing a large rat in the bloody glow with ease and speed. Experience points plus 20. 150 combat power, coupled with my constitution and skills, the strength displayed is getting stronger and stronger. Killing a large rat only requires one sword strike. It's really easy. Li Xian strode into the low-level danger zone. Glancing at the rats on the ground, he used his god's perspective to scan the surroundings and easily locked onto a large rat hole. Seeing the large rats appear one after another in the rat hole, Li Xian muttered to himself. Next, I'll experiment with darkness control. I'll try summoning a wave of undead skeletons. I wonder what kind of combat power undead skeletons can display in this world? I hope they don't turn into dust the moment they appear. Feeling the suppression of God's domain's world, Li Xian suddenly pressed his palms together. Under the power of darkness, he used undead summoning. Buzz! A black vortex appeared on Li Xian's left side. Streams of mist spread from the vortex in all directions. Following the black vortex, a tiny spatial crack formed. Roar! A furious roar sounded from the spatial crack. A massive creature slowly emerged from the spatial crack. It gave off a tyrannical aura as it roared. However, in the next second, the massive creature was pushed to the ground by the gravity of this world. Boom! The massive creature roared furiously as it struggled frantically. However, it could only move a tiny bit. It could not even stand up. It was a giant skeleton tiger. It was a low-level silver-rank tiger whose strength surpassed that of a skeleton warrior. However, a giant tiger capable of unleashing tyrannical power in another world could not even stand up in God's domain world. The suppression is actually so terrifying. After carefully inspecting the giant skeleton tiger, Li Xian roughly understood the situation. He realized that when ordinary skeleton warriors arrived in God's domain world, they would most likely be instantly crushed to smithereens. Let's try something even stronger. A silver rank peak, two-headed skeleton dog. Li Xian continued to summon, his mind echoing within the vortex. Very quickly, a ferocious two-headed skeleton dog, emitting an aura of fire and ice, emerged from the crack in a majestic manner. Then, its fire and ice were instantly suppressed into its body. Its powerful aura disappeared, leaving behind an ugly skeleton that looked around in a daze. Go, kill those big rats! Li Xian ordered. Woof! The two-headed skeleton dog originally wanted to raise its head and roar, but it realized that it could not shout anymore. It could only bark and charge at the big rats in the end. 1 minute later, the two-headed skeleton dog was bitten to pieces by the big rats, leaving only its soul, which was sent back to the original world by Li Xian. As for its current body, it had been bitten to powder by the big rats, looking abnormally miserable. It's too weak. It can't even defeat a big rat. Looks like I can only summon the bone dragon. Li Xian was helpless. His tyrannical thoughts communicated with the bone dragon in the vortex. He also communicated with 5 of them at the same time and summoned them. Bang! 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 The bone dragon's figure appeared proudly in this world. Its terrifying aura rippled in all directions and was then compressed back. The 5 powerful and arrogant bone dragons stood rooted to the ground, staring blankly ahead. They realized that their strength was gone, and their bodies were compressed like puppies. They stared at each other. Go, kill the rat in the rat hole. Don't die. Li Xian gave the 5 bone dragons buffs, making them stronger. Then, the 5 bone dragons began to fight, carefully luring a large rat over. The 5 bone dragons surrounded the large rat and spat fire. After fighting for a few minutes, they finally killed a large rat. Experience points plus 20. The suppression is too fierce. If it weren't for my enhancement, they probably wouldn't even be able to kill a rat. However, as long as I continue to level up, the enhancement will be even stronger. In that case, they will be able to display even more strength and earn more experience points for me. In that case, you guys continue to fight and continue to earn experience points for me. Li Xian arranged for the 5 bone dragons to continue fighting while he himself used God's perspective to observe the surroundings, looking for new prey such as the hawthorn tree, the darkness flower, and so on. Since his soul had reached high-level gold rank, the suppression he received was even lower. The range of God's perspective had already reached a radius of 100 meters, which was wider than his field of vision. Such a useful God's perspective naturally became Li Xian's observation method. He could easily see the dangers and opportunities hidden in the darkness. Found a hawthorn tree in a little stream. What's that? Li Xian looked up and saw a black shadow flashing under the purple leaf tree in the west. It was swift and disappeared in an instant. Even his God's perspective could not see it clearly. Li Xian immediately used God's perspective and scanned the west several times, but he still could not see the black shadow. This made Li Xian frown. For some reason, he felt a chill on his back. Chapter 399, Dangerous God's Domain World. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian suppressed the anxiety in his heart and carefully inspected the purple leaf tree region to the west. Unfortunately, he still found nothing. For the sake of caution, Li Xian did not head to the purple leaf tree region to the west. Instead, he headed in the opposite direction, the eastern region. In the eastern region, he did not see any particularly dangerous enemies. Occasionally, there would be some insect type and some small beetles. Most importantly, he saw vegetables that looked like tomatoes. When he saw the tomato-like vegetables, Li Xian did not hesitate. He immediately stepped on the grass step by step. Using his sense of danger and his treasure-seeking skill, he slowly approached the tomatoes that were 30 meters away. The surrounding of the tomatoes was rippling with light. With one look, it was obvious that they were not ordinary items. Li Xian naturally could not miss this opportunity. Experience points plus 20. After walking for a distance, a notification appeared in his field of vision. It was the bone dragon that he had summoned that had killed another large rat. Although these 5 bone dragons are quite useless and can only kill a large rat with my strength enhancement, it's still not bad to have subordinates to earn experience points. Li Xian nodded his head in satisfaction and continued to walk forward with his long sword in hand. When he passed by a large leaf flower, a sense of crisis suddenly came over him. Li Xian quickly retreated and brandished his long sword. Whoosh! The large leaf flower was cut in half. Red blood flowed out from the leaves, giving off a bloody smell. For some reason, Li Xian felt his scalp go numb when he saw this. He hurriedly took a few steps back. I'm poisoned. Li Xian looked at his blackened right hand and retreated again and again. Under the effects of the poison resistance and the self-healing, his right hand had recovered to its original state. Whoosh! The steaming flames appeared on Li Xian's left hand. A boiling fireball was suddenly released, bringing with it the explosive power to sweep up the large leaf flower. Boom! The flames rose, illuminating the pitch-black world. Suddenly, a large group of small black bugs rushed over from all directions, enveloping the flames. In an instant, all the flames disappeared. Li Xian could clearly see that these small black bugs were actually eating the flames. After eating them, they actually emitted even more darkness. Experience points plus 25. What a dangerous world! There was actually no hint of danger before. Could it be that this flower suddenly decided to attack me? Li Xian was puzzled. He could only stare at those small black bugs even more carefully. Then, he raised his left hand and condensed the power of the wind. Whoosh! 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 The violent tornado gradually took shape. The huge tornado that could sweep half of the sky could only form a small tornado of about 10 square meters in this world. However, Li Xian had plenty of ways. After using one tornado, the second, third, and fourth tornadoes soon appeared and began to sweep toward the black bugs. Whoosh! 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 The wild wind whistled and the branches and leaves danced in the wind. 4 tornadoes rampaged towards the black insects and began to slaughter them crazily. What was surprising was that these black insects were not afraid at all. Instead, they joined together to form a huge black palm that fiercely slapped the tornado. Under the large slaps of these strange black insects, the 4 tornadoes were actually scattered. What powerful black bugs! If it wasn't for the fact that their field of vision is too small to detect me, I'm afraid that even I would be in danger. Li Xian was very glad that the field of vision of this world was a problem. Originally, he was also deeply affected by it, but God's perspective gave Li Xian a lot of help, allowing him to clearly see the enemy. However, the enemy could not discover Li Xian in the distance, so they could only be attacked. Oh? Are they gone? After the 4 tornadoes were extinguished, Li Xian watched the black bugs suddenly fly up and fly toward the mid-level danger zone. Forget it, I'll level up first. There's no need to take the risk. These things seem to be controlled by something. It's better to be careful. Li Xian did not chase after them. Instead, he walked in front of the large leaf flower and stored it in the portable space. Then, he cautiously continued to move forward, walking step by step towards the hawthorn tree. After I'm done picking, I'll plant this hawthorn tree into portable space. I'll also plant some other plants along the way to see if they can bring benefits to the portable space. Li Xian took 5 steps forward and stopped in front of the porcelain. He condensed a hoe in his right hand and started weeding. Under his tyrannical strength, in just a moment, the porcelain was cut off. Experience points plus 1. So little. Forget it, let's go to the tomato. Li Xian put the porcelain into his dimensional pocket, found a place to plant it, and then continued to walk towards the tomato. Chirp! Chirp! The crisp sound of birds chirping came from the sky. Li Xian immediately felt an extreme danger. He quickly hid in the grass and used his transformation skill to turn into a plant. At the same time, he used some hiding skills to suppress his aura as much as possible so that he could not see anything unusual. Whoosh! A huge bird flew across the sky. A black bird the size of a millstone flew across the sky, exuding an inexplicable aura. Suddenly, the bird swooped down and disappeared in a series of afterimages. Soon, the bird flew into the air. Its sharp claws were holding a lone wolf, a bloody lone wolf. The lone wolf howled in pain. Its voice was filled with fear and despair. It's really dangerous. As he watched the bird fly away, the sense of danger in Li Xian's heart began to decrease bit by bit. However, there was still a fatal danger. Li Xian did not immediately return to his original state. Instead, he continued to hide. Only after a few minutes had passed did the sense of danger disappear. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian continued to move forward. Finally, he arrived at the location of the tomato. However, at this moment, a mouse-sized locust was guarding the tomato, making strange crunching sounds. This locust was not simple. It could give Li Xian a sense of danger. Although it was not very strong, he still had to be careful. Whoosh! Li Xian pressed his palms together. Rolling flames condensed into the shape of a dragon and swept towards the locust with an explosive aura. Boom! 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 The flames rose and swept toward the surrounding plants. While burning the plants, it also burned the wings of the locust. However, the body of the locust suddenly rose more than 10 meters high, looking for the enemy's position in a daze. Unfortunately, its field of vision was too small, and it could not see Li Xian, who was casting a spell at all. In addition, Li Xian controlled the flames to attack from different directions. The locust could only be drowned in the flames in its anger, escaping into the distance in the flames. Can you escape? Li Xian waved his right hand, and a wall of fire suddenly blocked in front of the locust. At the same time, he mobilized the wild wind to press down from the sky, using all his strength to press the locust down on the ground. Whoosh! Sharp earth thorns suddenly rose from the ground and pierced through the body of the locust with a whoosh. As it cried out in pain, it froze in midair, and its aura gradually dissipated. Experience points and 35. Following the notification, a golden light appeared around Li Xian's body. His level had also risen from level 1 to level 2. Name, Li Xian. Level 221/200. Class, Swordsman. Combat Power, 170. Forte, Swordsmanship, Cutting Wood, Weeding, Planting, Exterminating Insects. Origin, God's Domain, Nancy's Territory. Potential, Unknown. My soul power has increased once again. It's equivalent to 2 years of soul power provided by Qin Yu. This leveling speed is truly too fast. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. He could feel that his various skills had been unsealed once more. He could even use his invisibility ability. His face was filled with joy. My treasure-seeking skill has always indicated that tomatoes are treasures. I wonder what effect it will have? I'm really looking forward to it. Li Xian walked forward step by step in anticipation. He slowly stopped in front of the tomatoes and looked at a few red and shiny tomatoes. Chapter 400, The Little Hedgehog's Domain. These tomatoes were very fresh and tender, giving off a faint fragrance. It was a pity that there were too few of them. There were 3 tomatoes on a single plant. Li Xian was very curious. He used his psychokinesis to envelop the tomatoes and carefully took one down to examine it. The notification of the treasure-seeking skill was like a flash of light, indicating that the tomatoes were extraordinary. Li Xian took the tomato and gently broke it open. In an instant, the red juice overflowed, revealing the sandy soil inside. Seeing this, Li Xian's appetite increased greatly. So many sandy pulps. I wonder how it tastes. Li Xian gently took a bite. Immediately, the delicious taste of the tomato lingered in his mouth, causing Li Xian's eyes to light up. It's been a long time since I've eaten a tomato with this taste. In my previous life, I only ate it when I was young. Unfortunately, I haven't seen it since then. Li Xian carefully tasted the taste of the tomato. At the same time, he was waiting for the effect of the tomato. This is... Li Xian was suddenly stunned. Then, he was ecstatic. This was because a large amount of knowledge about the flame barrier had appeared in his mind. This knowledge was very rich, and it also made Li Xian's understanding of the flame barrier more detailed. With surprise, Li Xian quickly finished the tomato in his hand and ate the remaining 2 tomatoes into his stomach. Then he closed his eyes and carefully absorbed the knowledge about the flame barrier. The vast amount of knowledge made Li Xian's understanding more and more clear. Whoosh! A circle of flames with Li Xian as the center spread in all directions, forming a round flame barrier that was like an eggshell. This barrier was not big, with a diameter of about 3 meters. However, the barrier indicated that Li Xian's strength had increased by a step, indicating that he finally had his own barrier. Ha ha ha, I'm so lucky. I didn't expect that the first barrier I comprehended would actually be the flame barrier. It's even more complete and clearer than the blood-colored barrier. Li Xian opened his eyes in surprise. Looking at the red flames around him and the plants that had been burned, he smiled. Experience points +1. Experience points +1. One by one, the plants were burned to death. The feedback of experience points appeared before his eyes. Li Xian's smile became more and more obvious. He felt that this world was full of treasures. With the understanding of the flame barrier, my understanding of the blood-colored barrier is even better, and the embryonic form of the barrier domain is the standard of a saint-rank powerhouse. Tisk, 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 if I comprehend dozens of barriers and transform them into a domain in the future, I wonder how much my battle prowess will increase. Li Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. He was prepared to enter this world frequently in the future and plunder good things everywhere to increase his strength. With this thought in mind, Li Xian continued to move forward. The flame barrier around him burned all living creatures, weeds, insects, and flowers that passed by. Wherever he passed by, the experience points notification would prompt him. The little hedgehog is here. Should I continue to follow it? With my current strength, I can already survive in the low-level danger zone. As long as I'm careful, it won't be a big problem. However, with the little hedgehog helping me kill the monsters in front, my leveling speed will be faster. Then, I'll continue to follow the little hedgehog. Li Xian quickly returned to the area where he summoned the bone dragons. He found that 3 bone dragons had been beaten down by the big rats and were healing themselves. The remaining 2 bone dragons were fighting with a big rat. The 2 sides were fighting back and forth. As Li Xian's level increased, his strength enhancement skill became stronger and stronger. 2 bone dragons were actually able to fight against a big rat. Recover. Li Xian waved his right hand and activated the bone recovery skill. In an instant, the 3 bone dragons' bones were repaired and they stood up again. You guys be careful. Don't get beaten down again. I don't have time to come back and heal you guys. Li Xian left a message and left quickly. He came to a naked hawthorn tree as fast as he could and turned into a hedgehog early in the morning. He walked over. Squeak! 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 The little hedgehog was lying on the ground and waiting. When it saw Li Xian walking over, it jumped around happily. It raised its 2 small claws high and looked very innocent. Let's go. Let's look for the darkness flower, tomatoes, hawthorn tree, blue strawberries. Li Xian walked over and communicated with the little hedgehog through universal communication, hinting it to look for these things. Squeak! 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 The little hedgehog immediately nodded and led the way with its little claws. It began to help Li Xian look for gifts. Whoosh! The little hedgehog suddenly stopped for a moment. The spikes on its body suddenly flew up and flew to the right. Soon, a little beetle fell to the ground. There was the hedgehog's spike on its body. Its aura began to rapidly decrease. It was clearly on the verge of death. Li Xian quickly mobilized his psychokinesis and hit the little beetle with a bang, killing it. Experience points +9. Looking at the experience points gained, Li Xian nodded in satisfaction. He immediately released a flame barrier and began to burn the surrounding plants. Squeak! 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 The little hedgehog looked at the flame barrier in surprise. It circled around Li Xian and then closed its eyes as if it was comprehending something. After a moment, a similar flame barrier appeared around it, emitting a scorching aura. This! Li Xian was speechless. He had never thought that the little hedgehog would also learn the flame barrier. This was really unexpected. You can try to condense a domain, which is a larger scale barrier. After you have reached the pinnacle of flame comprehension, you can form a space that belongs solely to your flame domain. Li Xian tried to explain, wanting to know how strong the little hedgehog was. Squeak! Squeak! The little hedgehog heard Li Xian's words and fell into deep thought. Then, it closed its eyes again. This time, it closed its eyes for an even longer time. It lasted for half an hour before it slowly opened its eyes. Whoosh! Flames suddenly gushed out from the little hedgehog's surroundings, crazily spreading in all directions to the west. 100-meter-long flame domain with the little hedgehog as the center suddenly took shape. The rolling flames evaporated in the domain. With the little hedgehog's will, they condensed into all kinds of powerful creatures, and even more little hedgehogs. It actually succeeded. What stage did your strength reach? Li Xian asked in surprise. Standing in the domain, he was not burned by the flames. It was obvious that he was protected. Li Xian could not see through the little hedgehog in the past. He felt that this little fellow was able to survive in a dangerous low-level danger zone when it was young. This was enough to prove that it was very strong. However, Li Xian never dreamed that the little hedgehog could even use its domain. This really surprised him. Squeak! 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 The little hedgehog sounded at Li Xian. Its little claws pressed together and made a gesture of gratitude. It was obvious that because of Li Xian's teaching, it had learned the domain and expressed its gratitude to Li Xian. Bang! 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 After expressing its gratitude, the flames in the domain condensed into ropes. With the little hedgehog as the center, it threw all the creatures in the domain over. All of them were on their last breaths. Seeing this, Li Xian hurriedly killed these creatures and listened to the notification of the experience points. Experience points +6. Experience points +9. Experience points +12. Bang! A golden light lit up around Li Xian's body. It was the glow of leveling up. Li Xian, who had just leveled up, immediately leveled up from level 2 to level 3.